America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501. Get rid of the competitors. On this day, the Lumiere Hall of the Festival Palace was once again bustling. Among all the films participating in the competition unit, The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, which had the largest investment, held a grand premiere ceremony. In addition to the main creative staff of the crew such as David Fincher and Martin, many red carpet stars came to join in the fun. There is no way this is one of the profitable projects of the film festival. The red carpet tickets for the films premiered during the film festival are only €15,000. Compared with those unknown art films from small countries, the premiere of Benjamin has a much greater influence. Except for the jury and the organizing committee, the crew did not invite any guests. As a result, more than 100 red carpet guests came to cheer for Benjamin. The film festival made a profit of €2 million. In terms of art, you have to try your best to raise the style, but making money is not bad. The jury included judges such as Isabelle Huppert, James Gray, Shuki, Lee Dan-Kang and Asia Argento. John Travolta did not come because of Harvey and Quentin, but he had someone bring a message in advance. Martin was not worried. Although he did not ask in detail, he could roughly guess that the son of God Tom Cruise contacted Travolta through Hubbard, the leader. The leader had a much greater influence on Travolta than Harvey. After the main creators of the crew took a group photo with the jury members, they entered the Lumiere Hall together. Asia Argento thought of some rumors she had heard in Hollywood and quietly found Martin. I attended the premiere of Inglourious Bastards yesterday and heard someone say that Harvey originally wanted you to be the male lead instead of Josh Brolin. Yes, I rejected him. Martin said. In fact, I don't get along with him. There are many problems between the Foot Gang and the Face Gang in Hollywood. It's no secret. Asia Argento thought of Quentin, the old pervert, and laughed. Foot Gang. It's really too vivid. Martin shrugged. Me, Leonardo and Nicholson are the Face Gang. Asia Argento nodded. I've heard of it. Martin then entered the theater and found Huppert standing by the aisle of the third row, holding the back of the seat and chatting with Mean. Although Huppert's English was not particularly fluent, he still had a pleasant chat. In the end, he accepted Mean's invitation and planned to have a midnight snack together after the premiere of the movie. Just like Leonardo to supermodels, Uncle Mean is also unique in the eyes of aunt-level women. Amid the warm applause of the audience, Martin and the main creative staff of the crew came to the front row to sit. David Fincher was next to him and asked, "Is it going smoothly?" "It's okay," Martin said roughly. "There are many judges who support us." Because of the strategic abandonment of the Palme d'Or, David Fincher's enthusiasm for competing for awards inevitably decreased a little. There are some things he doesn't like, so he simply doesn't participate. As the movie began, the Lumiere Hall quickly quieted down. The audience followed the plot of the film and entered the peculiar life of Benjamin Button. This is a movie full of fantasy and beauty. The plot obviously discusses themes such as time, love and life, and the background is the changes in American society throughout the 20th century. This is not a typical Fincher movie. It is more optimistic, magical, touching and positive than any of Fincher's films, with almost no dark element. At the end, James Gray, a director from Hollywood, said to several other judges, "I can't imagine that David Fincher actually put down his butcher knife." Lee Dan-Kang agreed with this view and said in awkward English, "The always gloomy genius Fincher actually has humanity." Shuki said, "Martin's eyes, those eyes are full of drama." Asia Argento agreed. "From old age to baby, Martin is that Benjamin, without any flaws. It is simply challenging the limits of actors." As the chairman of the jury, Huppert would not easily express her opinion, but as a literary and artistic acting school, she admired Martin's performance in this film. Martin not only successfully interpreted the growth and vicissitudes of the character, giving the character a vivid character image, but also further introduced people into a thought-provoking thinking space, allowing people to follow his performance, to explore the incredibleness of life, time and love. The subtitles appeared, and the audience burst into warm applause. Compared to ordinary premieres, the applause at the film festival is more enthusiastic and lasts longer. Not to mention the already high quality Benjamin. Even some films that barely pass the test often receive applause that lasts for more than 5 minutes. When a film uses the 7 or 8 minutes of audience applause at a film festival to promote itself, don't take it too seriously. Near the side door of the theater, Melanie walked out and picked up her phone to make a call. Notify the media. It's starting. As the premiere of Benjamin ended, many media reporters and critics rushed to write their comments on the film and the leading actor. Cahiers du Cinéma, the oldest professional magazine in France, highly praised David Fincher's new film and mentioned Martin's performance. The young Hollywood actor Martin Davis interprets the role of Benjamin Button with superb acting skills. He uses delicate expressions and body language to show Benjamin's complex inner and emotional state vividly. The entertainment section of Le Figaro also praised Martin's performance. Martin successfully showed the protagonist's reverse growth process. In the transformation from an old man to a young man, he performed a unique charm and depth, allowing everyone sitting in front of the screen to truly feel Benjamin's growth and change. The official program of the Cannes Film Festival gave Benjamin an 8-point professional score and published a comment from Isabelle Huppert. Martin's seemingly plain performance is precisely a return to the original performance of acting. He showed us the character's curiosity in childhood, exploration in middle age, and thinking in old age with a clear performance outline. The film festival has been open for several days, and at least a dozen films have been released in the competition unit. There are only 2 actors that Huppert has publicly commented on, Christoph Waltz and Martin Davis. The direction of the best actor is gradually becoming clear. In the conference room of the Five Oceans Hotel, the crew is holding a daily routine meeting. David Fincher has withdrawn from the meeting, and Bruce has joined instead. Melanie reported the latest situation. It is now certain that the judges Shuki, Lee Dan-kang, and James Gray will support us, and our biggest competitor is Christoph Waltz in Inglourious Basterds. Martin raised the pen in his hand. John Travolta has expressed his support for me. Kathleen Kennedy was quite curious about how Martin convinced Travolta. After all, the other party has a very good relationship with Quentin and Harvey. Melanie said, in this way, at least 4 judges support it. The key to the next step is Huppert. Bruce took over the conversation. Our people are convincing Huppert. Mean came back very late last night. According to him, he talked with Huppert until very late. Martin has been reading newspapers. Now the situation is very clear. He and Waltz are far ahead of other male actors. Frankly speaking, Waltz is not bad at all in terms of roles and performances. In a race, when 2 people are far ahead and others have almost no hope of catching up, how can they ensure victory? Harvey is definitely a good teacher in this regard. Get rid of competitors. Melanie, a professional public relations, also thought of this method and looked at Martin. I have contacted the media. What about you? Bruce replied, ready. Ivan took many photos and sent the first batch to him last night. Martin said, Melanie, you can keep up with the jury's dynamics. I suggest that you release it 1 or 2 days before the jury makes a decision, so that the other party will have no room for redemption. Melanie thought about it carefully and said, okay. The brief meeting ended, and Martin went out to meet David Fincher for the announcement. After the premiere last night, the heroine Cate Blanchett returned to London on the grounds that she was filming a new movie. Melanie continued to mobilize the media to promote Martin. In a conference room at the Grand Hotel de Provence, the crew of Inglourious Basterds was also meeting. As always, Harvey was in control of the overall situation. There are 2 awards in front of us, the Grand Jury Prize and the Best Actor. He said, my primary goal is the Best Actor. Quentin didn't care. Without the Palme d'Or, he had little interest in the Grand Jury Prize. Christoph Waltz bowed slightly to Harvey to express his gratitude and appreciation. The deputy knew Harvey and continued, the biggest competitor now is Martin. Harvey said, it's simple, the old way, temporarily ruin him. He had already prepared for it and handed a large stack of information to the crew's public relations. Contact the media and send it out as soon as possible. The public relations quickly glanced through it and left the conference room to get busy. That afternoon, a French entertainment website revealed that during the filming of Benjamin, Martin bullied Cate Blanchett more than once. causing Cate Blanchett to be excluded from the crew, etc. There were also young actors in the crew who spoke out through videos. These rumors cannot be said to be completely false. It is no secret that Martin and Blanchett are not in harmony in the crew. The former is more popular in the crew, while the latter is inevitably isolated. Later, more media joined the ranks of breaking the news. The website went to London to interview Cate Blanchett, who refused to comment on the matter. This itself expresses an attitude. Screen magazine claimed that Martin's creation of the role of Benjamin did not rely on his own acting skills at all, but relied on a lot of CGI. Special effects occupied a key part of the role, which was completely contrary to the actor's spirit and performing arts advocated by the Cannes Film Festival. Another media reported that the descendants of the original author Fitzgerald were very dissatisfied with the film's major adaptation, believing that the male protagonist created by Martin was not the character written by Fitzgerald at all. Some media also said that the production cost of Benjamin was as high as $100 million, and it was a thorough commercial film. Chapter 502. Woman's Hate. The tragic events of the Oscars have proved that when the enemy stabs you with a knife, it is useless to jump out and argue that the other party is wrong. You will only be more and more slandered and become the most hurt. The best way is to take a bigger and sharper knife, stab back with a more ruthless attitude, and stab the vital points directly, leaving the opponent with no power to fight back. Martin knows Harvey Weinstein's style and has already had a plan in psychological preparation. Through the French luxury brand Cartier, he contacted the most influential local newspaper Le Figaro. The columnist of the latter angrily denounced Inglourious Basterds as pure nonsense, making fun of a painful history of France being invaded and not respecting France at all. Hollywood's World War II movies and TV series have always been rich in magic movies and dramas. The number of Germans who died in various Hollywood studios is no less than the number of devils who died in Hengdian. If we really use a unified standard, Inglourious Basterds can be regarded as a magical anti-German film, and the climax at the end is much more exaggerated than tearing the devils apart with hands. But these were only used to attract Harvey's attention and prevent him from noticing the knife that was actually stabbing at his vital point. The knife that Martin prepared was called Woman's Hatred, a deep hatred that lasted for 30 years. In a very ordinary roadside coffee shop far away from the Palais des Festivals, on the outskirts of Cannes, Pierre, the entertainment editor of Le Figaro, waited for the person he was going to meet today. A man and a woman, Melanie and Bruce. Pierre's wife worked in the marketing planning department of Cartier men's watches, and she facilitated this meeting. Melanie smiled and said, "Old friend, we meet again." Pierre smiled but didn't smile. "I would rather have never met you." Melanie seemed not to hear and said directly, "There will be another news tomorrow about Harvey Weinstein's admiration for Isabella Gianni." Pierre shook his head. "I'm a journalist. I can't write without accurate information. This is professional ethics." He specifically mentioned today's report. "I promised you that news because Inglourious Basterds is really nonsense. The arrogant Americans wantonly changed our glorious struggle against the fragile World War II. Melanie didn't waste any words. She took out an envelope and pushed it to Pierre. Bruce also took out an envelope and placed it in front of Pierre. Pierre opened the first envelope, took a look inside, and touched the thickness. He felt that it didn't matter whether there was accurate information or not. After all, it could be written in an ambiguous style. He looked at the second envelope again. Bruce made a gesture of invitation. Pierre opened the envelope and found more than a dozen photos inside, all of which were photos of Harvey Weinstein and Isabella Gianni. In some of the photos, the two seemed to be talking intimately. Pierre has been in the industry for more than 20 years and knows that what he sees may not be true. The photos may be real, or they may be taken at a deliberately chosen angle. Melanie said, "Is this enough to prove the authenticity of the news?" Pierre put away the first envelope first, then the second envelope, and said, "Very real news." After he said this, he realized that he had said it too early and couldn't help but slap his head. "What happened between them?" Melanie said seriously. "Harvey Weinstein admires Gianni very much and plans to invite her to Hollywood to play an important role in an art film to help her compete for an Oscar." Pierre nodded. "I understand." Melanie said, "Will it be published tomorrow?" Pierre replied, "No problem." Melanie and Bruce left here quickly. Pierre did not leave. He added another cup of coffee, took out a pen and a notebook, and wrote a news article with great emotion, while being touched by the first photo he saw. Then he returned to the temporary office and faxed it to the newspaper as soon as possible. The next morning, the news about Harvey Weinstein and Isabella Gianni appeared in a prominent position on the entertainment page of Le Figaro. Pallades Festivals, jury office. Isabelle Huppert sat at her desk, considering the list of awards for the competition unit. Elsa Argento, who often stayed with her recently, was bored and flipping through today's newspaper, looking for media reports about the films in the competition unit. Isabelle Huppert was scribbling on a piece of paper. In her eyes, there was only one choice for the Palme d'Or, the white ribbon. For the best actor, the roles of Martin Davis and Christoph Waltz were both outstanding enough. But the reports published by the media in the past few days have affected Isabelle Huppert to some extent. The role played by Martin was mixed with too many special effects. As a traditional European filmmaker, Huppert is quite disgusted with Hollywood special effects. To a certain extent, she appreciates Waltz's performance more. Choose Waltz. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she remembered men at who had supper in the past few days, and suddenly felt that Martin was not as bad as reported in the media. Huppert was a little embarrassed for a moment, and the tip of her pen tapped back and forth between the two names on the paper. If it really doesn't work, choose two people for the best actor. Kegs are not new. At the film festival a few years ago, when the Hong Kong director Sunglasses King was the chairman of the jury, 5 male actors were elected as the best actor and 6 female actors were elected as the best actress. There was a sudden knock on the door, and Elsa Argento took the initiative to go to open the door. Huppert's assistant came in with a Figaro newspaper, put it on the desk, and glanced at Elsa. "It's okay, talk." Huppert nodded. The assistant turned the newspaper to the entertainment section. "Madam, you asked me to follow Gianni's dynamics and there is her latest news." The work at hand was obviously not as important as her mortal enemy. Huppert put down his pen and picked up the newspaper to read. The first thing she saw were 3 photos, in which Harvey Weinstein was talking to Gianni, and they seemed to be having a very pleasant chat. Huppert's face looked a little ugly. Below the photo, there was a news headline. Harvey Weinstein, an independent Hollywood producer, invited Isabella Gianni to be the heroine of his next film. This made Huppert's face look even uglier. This newspaper has received exclusive news that Harvey Weinstein, the investor and producer of Inglourious Basterds, has met with Isabella Gianni, who is staying in the same hotel, several times to discuss future cooperation. The former believes that Gianni still has the strength to win an Oscar for acting. Huppert subconsciously touched the top of her head. There was a small scar under her hair. It was Gianni's masterpiece 30 years ago. 30 years of mortal enemies. Huppert finally suppressed Gianni, and in the past 5 years, the French have believed that there is only one Isabelle in the French film industry. She raised her head and asked casually, "Elsa, who do you think is more suitable for the best actor?" Elsa Argento said without any consideration, "If I were to choose, I would choose Martin Davis. Harvey Weinstein is a person who does not know how to respect female actors at all." Huppert nodded. When it came to Gianni, her heart was smaller than a needle hole. Martin is indeed good. The assistant knew that Inglourious Basterds was going to be eliminated from the relevant news. Now all the films in the competition unit have been released, and there are only a few days left before the closing ceremony. Huppert said to the assistant, "Notify the other judges to hold an awards evaluation meeting in the afternoon, and everyone must attend." The assistant was about to go out to issue the notice. Huppert said again, "Any news from Harvey Weinstein will be sent to you. Don't notify me, don't tell me, I have no interest in them at all." "Yes, ma'am." The assistant could see that Huppert was very angry because of Gianni. Thinking of the fat man Harvey who broke his promise, Aisha Argento added fuel to the fire. Inglourious Basterds makes fun of France's history of invasion and should not win any awards. Huppert did not respond, but felt that Aisha's words made a lot of sense. As for the fact that she was still considering Waltz and Martin sharing the Best Actor award 10 minutes ago, it was over at this moment. The movie Inglourious Basterds automatically disappeared from Huppert's eyes. Just afternoon, the jury held a closed-door internal meeting. The current chairman Huppert presided over the meeting. As the closing of the film festival is getting closer, it is very necessary to unify the jury's opinions on the candidates for some awards. Huppert said, in the last meeting, we all agreed that Martin and Walsh were the best for the best actor. At present, all the competing films have been released, and other male actors are obviously worse. I think it's time to determine the best actor candidate. Tagore from India jumped out first. I think Walsh is the most suitable. As soon as he finished speaking, the screenwriter Hanif opposite refuted, Martin's role is more difficult, and he performs better. The two glared at each other. They don't care who is who. If you agree, I will oppose. Shuki raised her hand. I think Martin Davis is suitable. Lee Chang-dong followed up. Obviously Martin Davis is better. Tagore saw these people talking nonsense with their eyes open, and he was so angry that he didn't want to talk. Aisha Argento said, I choose Martin Davis. James Gray smiled. Martin. Ahem. John Travolta coughed to attract everyone's attention. Those who knew Hollywood knew that he had a close relationship with Harvey Weinstein and Quentin, and thought he was going to refute. Every time the jury judged the awards, there would be a quarrel inside. Only when the director from Hong Kong was the chairman, the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. Travolta smiled and said directly, obviously, Martin performed better, including Huppert. There are 9 people on the jury, and 6 of them have expressed their support for Martin. Unless the chairman of the jury vetoes it. Huppert did not let people wait and directly stated, I support Martin Davis. The only Turkish director who had not expressed his opinion, Ceylan, saw that the wind had already been blown and said, I support Martin too. With 8 people in favor and 1 person against, the Best Actor award was undisputed. The meeting was formally recorded, and a resolution was formed. The Best Actor result was sealed and would not be discussed again. Chapter 503 Cannes Film Festival. The last day of the Cannes Film Festival has come, and the closing ceremony and award ceremony are about to begin. In the room, Martin changed into Brian's evening dress, put on a brand new Cartier watch on his left hand, and held a Nokia N98 concept phone in his right hand. Bruce came over and said, the car sent by Cadillac has arrived, it's downstairs. Thomas, who came to Cannes from Los Angeles, said, the French branch of the Coca-Cola God has organized a group of people to come here, all wearing red t-shirts. Martin nodded slightly and reminded Bruce, don't forget to bring the commemorative Coke. Bruce stuffed the prepared Coke into his pocket. Thomas walked out with Martin, saying, I have talked to your 5 major advertising sponsors one by one. If you win the Cannes Best Actor award, you will receive a bonus of $6 million plus the latest products worth no less than $1 million. Martin was very generous. They will send the things to Los Angeles, cars, watches and mobile phones. You can pick whatever you want. Thomas agreed happily. When Martin was leaving, Bruce signaled Thomas to slow down. Thomas slowed down his pace and asked in a low voice, what's going on? Bruce said softly, from all of these, choose the best one for Mean. Yes, Mean may not return to Los Angeles, give it to his agent first. Thomas said, I understand. The group took the elevator downstairs, and Melanie, the public relations manager hired by the crew, was waiting in the hotel lobby. She saw Martin, came over and nodded to him, and said, walk the red carpet faster. Martin didn't quite understand what she meant. Melanie said, the economy has been bad in the past 2 years. In order to make money, the film festival organizing committee has been crazy this year. Too many red carpet tickets have been sold. We don't need to have any intersection with those carpet stars, or be their background. Martin briefly talked about the Coke cult. Go directly there, when the time comes. Melanie suggested, no need to stay outside for too long. Interviews and the like will be after the awards ceremony. The other party was a senior local public relations, and Martin listened to her advice and agreed. When David Fincher and Catherine Kennedy came down from upstairs, the 3 of them took cars to the film festival palace. It was only 100 meters away, and we arrived in a flash. Not only Martin, but the crew had also signed a sponsorship agreement with Cadillac, so they had to take a car to get there, no matter how close a distance was. Because many crews clearly could not win awards, There were obviously fewer crews walking the closing red carpet today, and there were more stars on the carpet. Martin estimated that during the entire Cannes Film Festival, the organizing committee had at least 6 to 7 million euros in revenue from selling red carpet tickets. Add to that various brand sponsorships, registration fees and transaction commissions. The 3 major European film festivals have been enduring, relying not only on brands and art, but also on strong financial strength. The heroine Cate Blanchett did not come, and Catherine Kennedy, David Fincher and Martin walked on the red carpet in front of the Lumiere Hall again. Compared with the high-profile opening ceremony, they were extremely fast, and they only took a short photo in the media area. Martin was very particular, and when taking pictures, his watch and mobile phone were all exposed. Then, he came alone to the area where dozens of people in red t-shirts gathered, signed for them, and raised Coca-Cola together. Coke God. Cola God of War. Long live Martin. The sudden shouts resounded throughout the seaside area. Inside the hotel room, Harvey Weinstein sat on the sofa, quietly watching Martin walk up the stairs and all the way up. This bastard. The flesh on his fat face trembled slightly. Quentin's reaction was relatively calm, saying, "He has learned all your skills. It's mainly because of my negligence." Harvey rarely reflected. "I didn't pay much attention to a Jenny staying in the Provence hotel. When I met her, I chatted with her casually for a few minutes, but it turned out to be the fatal flaw in the award." Quentin casually pointed to Martin on the other side of the stairs. "It means he has been watching us." Harvey said, "I can be sure that a Jenny is not the same kind of person as him. I don't know what method he used to send a Jenny to Provence." Quentin shrugged. "We lost miserably this time. Inglourious Bastards did not win a single award, not even the consolation jury award." Harvey saw it clearly. Once a Jenny appeared, we were not 0 points in Huppat's eyes, but negative points. Quentin looked at his watch. "It's about time. Let's go back to Los Angeles." He knew that his old friend's heart was not as broad as his stomach, so he comforted him. "It's normal to win and lose in the award competition. Don't care too much, just win it next time." Harvey smiled and shook his head. The two of them were in different positions, so of course they cared differently. Quentin was just a director, screenwriter and producer, and he was the investor. Not winning an award meant that the public relations and publicity funds invested were wasted, and the subsequent market would also be affected. But there was no other way now. Harvey couldn't run to the award ceremony, drag Martin out, and shoot him for 10 minutes. It was estimated that he would be shot in the head by the other party before he could kill Martin. Harvey had an account book in his mind, and every note was recorded very clearly. He also recorded Martin's new account. There will always be a day when the new accounts and old accounts will be settled together. In the Lumiere Hall, Martin walked along the aisle. When he turned from the 4th row, Menet, who was sitting next to him, waved to him. "Boss." Menet was not in a good mood, and there were bags under his eyes. Martin came to his side and patted him on the shoulder. Menet asked with a smile, "When are we going to Morocco?" Martin said, "The flight is the day after tomorrow. The crew has arranged a press conference tomorrow." Menet nodded. "We can stay one more day." Martin saw Cheryl smiling at him in front of him and said, "I'm going to the front." Menet said no more, but a little regretful. This time he only spent time alone with Isabelle Huppert. There are many older literary goddesses in France. Sophie Marceau, Juliette Binoche, Emmanuelle Bayet. Menet suddenly slapped his head and cursed himself for being short-sighted and narrow-minded. He could have set his sights on the whole of Europe, such as Monica Bellucci. In front, Cheryl, wearing a fishtail skirt, said, "Let me tell you a secret. I'm the presenter of the Best Actor award." Martin said seriously, "Can we wait until the award ceremony is over before talking?" Cheryl replied, "No problem." Martin smiled and said, "I hope you will be my lucky goddess." Cheryl had a very good impression of this neighbor and said, "I hope so too." Martin took a few steps forward and sat in the 2nd row. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere of the awards ceremony, David Fincher thought of the Oscars again and asked Martin, "Have the LAPD and FBI responded to what I said last time?" Martin knew that he was asking about the adaptation of the Santa Monica Pier incident, and said, "I have contacted them, and they have been saying that they are seriously considering it. Although we can adapt it without them, I think it is best to get their support." Without them, an important link is missing. David Fincher said again, I don't have much friendship with those two parties, so I can only ask you to help keep an eye on them. Martin replied, I will call and ask every once in a while. The award ceremony started soon. During the ceremony, many people spoke in French. Martin couldn't understand at all. He could only wait patiently and occasionally lost his mind. Awards were presented one after another. From the UN Certain Regard Unit to the main competition unit, no film could win 2 awards. The 3 major film festivals pay more attention to sharing the cake than the Oscars. After British actress Charlotte Gainsbourg won the Best Actress crown of this year, Charlize Theron moved from the backstage to the podium. The South African actress did not say anything to connect the dots. She opened the envelope and took a look. Her eyes fell on Martin. She smiled and said, the best actor is Martin Davis. Applause broke out. Martin clenched his fists, looking excited. He stood up and hugged David Fincher and Catherine Kennedy respectively, and then high-fived several actors who took the initiative to reach out to him. He strode onto the podium. Charlize first handed Martin the Golden Palm Award box containing the Best Actor, and then handed him the certificate tied with red silk. Martin opened his arms and hugged her, whispering, Sally, you are indeed my lucky goddess. Charlize smiled coldly but brightly, congratulations. She took the initiative to step aside. Martin placed the award box on the wooden table in front of the microphone, with the crystal glass side facing the audience. He held the rolled up certificate in his hand and said, thank you to the organizing committee and the jury for recognizing me. Thank you to director David Fincher and Ms. Catherine Kennedy, and thank you to every member of the crew team. There was nothing special about his acceptance speech. It was full of thanks from beginning to end. After winning the Best Actor award at Cannes, it was only right for him to say something good about Cannes. Martin thanked everyone around him and walked to the backstage with Charlize. The two were neighbors and friends, and they seemed to have a very good relationship as they walked and talked. The new Best Actor award at Cannes would certainly attract a lot of attention. There were cameras filming Martin all the time, and Charlize was also filmed by the camera. The two went backstage and chatted with Charlotte Gainsbourg, who won the Best Actress award. The European actresses Martin knew were all artists. He had some memories of Charlotte Gainsbourg. In Lars von Trier's The Female Anonymous, Charlotte Gainsbourg made great sacrifices for art. The general scale of European cinema films far exceeded that of Hollywood. Martin did not leave the backstage for the time being and watched the final award results from one side. The grand jury prize went to the French film The Prophet, and the Palme d'Or was unexpectedly won by Michael Haneke, the director of The White Ribbon. When Huppert personally presented the award to Haneke, there was a lot of noise at the scene. The relationship between the two men destined the Palme d'Or to suffer huge criticism afterwards. Chapter 504 Isabel tearing Isabel apart. In Beverly Hills, Stuart Townsend sent the woman away. Considering that today was the last day of the Cannes Film Festival, he quickly cleaned up the house carefully, packed all the garbage into a bag, and carried it out the side door. Entering the alley, there were two garbage bins facing each other. Stuart threw the garbage bag into his newer garbage bin. Just as he was about to go back, he suddenly heard a salute in the sky. He followed the sound and saw that it was the lousy neighbor next door. The sound of whooshing rang out one after another, and the salute resounded through the sky. Because of Charlize Theron, Stuart has been paying attention to this year's Cannes Film Festival, and guessed what happened? It must be that bastard Martin Davis who won the Cannes Best Actor award. Stuart raised his head and looked at the sky over his neighbor's house. Then, he remembered the reports in the media. Why do bad people always succeed? Stuart said to himself, a good person like me can't get ahead. Anyone who has a girlfriend will feel uncomfortable when they meet a neighbor like Martin, especially when the girlfriend is at the film festival and is struggling with others. The more Stuart thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. With the fireworks exploding overhead, he decided to take action. So, he raised his big foot and kicked Martin's trash can with a thud. That was not enough. Stuart kicked the trash can several times until it was deformed. After taking a few deep breaths, he raised his middle finger towards Martin's house and said coldly, "Don't mess with me." No one responded, only the fireworks were exploding. After venting his anger, Stewart turned around and returned home. He had to check the living room and bedroom of the villa carefully again. If Cheryl Eyes found out, such a good life would be gone. Next door, Lily and Elizabeth each lit a box of fireworks and ran back to the front of the villa. Martin won the Cannes Best Actor award, and they were very happy. Lily suddenly had a burst of inspiration and said, "I'm going to carve a new work, based on Martin's winning of the Cannes Best Actor award." Elizabeth also became interested. "I'll go with you." In the basement of the manor, Elizabeth specially had someone clean up a large room as Lily's special carving studio. On the way downstairs, the two called Martin one after another to congratulate him on winning the Cannes Best Actor award. After the award ceremony, the film festival organizing committee also invited many winners and guests to attend the closing reception. As the new Best Actor, Martin was naturally one of the focuses of the reception, including Isabelle Huppert. Several judges came over to chat with him and have a drink. Among them, Hannif, a screenwriter from ****, also revealed a piece of news to him that the jury voted for the Best Actor with a ratio of 8-1 in favor of him, and the only person who opposed was from India. Martin didn't say anything. After everyone left, Bruce stared at the Indian actor and whispered, "Do you want me to prepare a motorcycle for him?" Thomas didn't understand what he meant. He doesn't support Martin, why give him a motorcycle? Bruce said, "I think the exhaust pipe of the motorcycle is very suitable for him." Thomas understood, but didn't know how to respond. The good man Martin couldn't help but refute. "Old Bruce, we are civilized people. How can we do such a thing?" He reminded, "There is a pet shop on the Cornish Avenue. I remember that it sells lizards." Bruce remembered, next to it is an adult product store, which seems to sell Spanish fly powder. Martin did not actively communicate. Most of the people present were relatively pure European filmmakers, and the chance of future cooperation was negligible. But the new Cannes film emperor, a Hollywood star with considerable box office appeal around the world, is very attractive in the eyes of some European directors. In the name of art, with low pay and high appeal, Lars von Trier came over and said before he even got close, "Martin, congratulations on winning the Best Actor award." Martin recognized the Danish director and said, "I want to congratulate you too. Your new film won the Best Actress award." Lars von Trier clapped his hands. "Look, one of us won the Best Actor and the other won the Best Actress award. We have a special fate." He took a glass of wine from the waiter and clinked glasses with Martin. "Cheers to our artistic fate." Martin drank a glass with him. Lars von Trier put down his glass. "Speaking of film art, are you interested in joining a new artistic journey?" Martin remembered that The Female Hermit was his work after 2010 and thought he was going to make this film, so he was a little curious. Lars von Trier continued, "I'm preparing a new work here, an art film called Melancholia." To increase his persuasiveness, he also mentioned another Hollywood star. Kirsten Dunst will play the leading role. Hearing that it was another film, Martin lost interest instantly and pointed at Thomas. "Lars, Hollywood has a rule that you have to talk to my agent about work first. Damn Entertainment Act." Lars von Trier cursed and then said, "Martin, listen to me. This will be a key step in your artistic career. It will bring you a transformation in both acting and spirit. If Martin can be lured into the crew like Dunst, it will not be a problem to attract investment for this film, and the profit will not be a problem." He suddenly raised his voice. "Don't worry about the damn Entertainment Act. Let's cooperate in Europe once and leave a true masterpiece of film art for the world." Martin was too lazy to respond and turned his eyes to Thomas. Thomas had worked with Martin for several years and immediately understood what he meant. He took the initiative to take over the conversation. "We can talk about cooperation slowly. Director Trier, let's talk about the preconditions first." Without waiting for Lars von Trier to speak, he said, "Martin's salary is $20 million US. We will not consider it if it is lower than this figure." Lars von Trier was dissatisfied. "This is film art, and it should not be measured by money." Thomas said, "No matter how good the film art is, it needs to be realized through money." Just as the two were arguing with each other, Martin and Bruce moved away automatically. Bruce saw it clearly. "You want to borrow your commercial appeal, but you don't want to pay." Martin shrugged. "I'm not crazy. The name of art doesn't work for me. This is Cannes, not Los Angeles. He doesn't need to consider the impact on the critics. If the European media dare to scold him, the North American media will dare to scold him back. Bruce reached out and touched Martin. Look over there. Near the door of the banquet hall, Isabel Huppert was with Minette, chatting as they walked towards the exit of the banquet hall. Bruce couldn't help but say, when Mean writes a memoir in the future, it will be very exciting. Martin said, it's suitable for the Saint Valley to adapt. On the other side, Huppert met Monica Biloxi and said hello, and stopped to talk. Mean was waiting next to him. Tonight is still long, there is plenty of time for supper. Suddenly, he found that there was movement around him, and many people looked at the entrance of the banquet hall. Huppert was talking to Monica Biloxi and didn't notice. Mean turned his head and saw a woman walking quickly. Isabella Janney spent a lot of effort to enter the cocktail party tonight. Relying on her many years of reputation and qualifications, she finally got in. As soon as she entered the banquet hall, she saw Huppert. Thinking of the difficulties at the entrance, thinking of how she could have become the guest of the Golden Palm Awards this year, but ended up being a laughingstock, and thinking of the grievances over the past 30 years, Janney's devilish temperament, which was completely opposite to her angelic face when she was young, instantly broke out. Isabella Janney was as beautiful as she was young, and her temper was as bad as she was. She passed by a table, picked up 2 glasses of red Bordeaux wine, poured 2 half glasses into a full glass, and walked quickly towards Huppert. Minette discovered Janney's intention, and could have pulled Huppert aside. But Minette, who had watched too many Hollywood movies, and was an actor himself, thought very quickly, and stepped across to block Huppert. A full glass of red wine was poured over, splashing on Minette's face and clothes. There was a cry of surprise in the banquet hall. Janney saw that she had poured wine on the wrong person, without any apology or embarrassment, and went to grab the wine from the person next to her. Huppert had heard the sound, turned her head, and saw Minette's face full of red wine, and immediately understood what had happened. She had endured the deep hatred for 30 years. Huppert picked up the decanter on Monica Biloxi's table, kicked off her high heels and rushed out. The half bottle of red wine in the decanter was poured directly on Angelica's head. Bitch. Angelica was not a person who would suffer a loss, and she wanted to take action immediately. Huppert had tolerated her for too long. She aimed at a spot on Janney's head, and swung the decanter and smashed it with a bang. This was the spot where Janney deliberately stabbed her when filming the Brontes. Janney was dazed by the hit, her eyes rolled back, and she slowly fell limp. Everyone at the party was stunned. After all, these were the 2 Isabels who stood at the top of the French film industry. Drag this bitch out. Huppert shouted as a chairman of the jury. Throw her into the street to feed the dogs. Of course, no one responded to her call. Jacob, the chairman of the organizing committee, almost ran over. The old man, who was almost 80 years old, almost had his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys run out. Huppert ignored those people, turned around and asked Mean with concern, "Are you okay?" Mean said, "I'm fine." Huppert took a tissue and personally wiped the wine off Mean's face. "You don't have to get involved in the feud between me and Janney." Mean scratched his head and said, "She came over aggressively, and I didn't think much about it, so I blocked her." Huppert gently stroked Mean's cheek, was silent for a moment, and said, "If you don't develop well in Hollywood, you can come to Europe to develop. I can help you a little." Mean smiled and said, "I will come to Europe to see you often." Huppert smiled and nodded. "Go change your clothes first. I'll take care of these things, and then go out for supper." Chapter 505 Channel number 5. No one expected that this year's Cannes Film Festival would end in such a chaotic way. The battle between the 2 Isabels will surely be remembered in the history of film. Martin quickly returned to the hotel. Relevant news continued to come in. The Cannes organizing committee spent a lot of effort to appease Janney, and the matter did not reach the level of calling the police. Janney was not actually injured. The female leader of the demon faction was probably pretending at the time. Martin waited until late at night, until Mean returned to the hotel, and then he was relieved. The next morning, he specially called Mean to have breakfast together. At the dining table, Martin peeled eggs and asked, "Are you okay?" Mean smiled embarrassedly. "My clothes are ruined, that's all." Bruce said, "You were a hero who saved the beauty last night." Facing Martin and old Bruce, Mean did not hide anything and said directly, "Actually, I can pull Huppert away, but I wanted to leave a deeper impression on Huppert, so I stood in the middle." Martin gave Mean a thumbs up. "Awesome." Bruce said, "I didn't expect that you would become a scumbag." Mean scratched his head. "I learned it from you. Last time you said you were going to find the Kardashian sisters." "Shut up." Bruce was angry. Martin looked at Bruce. "Sisters? Old man, what did you say at the beginning? You only love Chloe." Kim forced her way in, and Chloe was worried that her sister would be sad, but she couldn't refuse. Bruce's face was full of grievance after being wronged. "What can I do?" He abruptly changed the subject. "Isn't Isabel Huppert telling you anything? You've done so much." Mean said, "She will take me to meet the French female director Jean Labrune this afternoon and recommend me to play the leading role in her new film." Martin asked with concern, "Are you going to take the next step? Anyway, it's a leading role." Mean smiled. "I can't refuse Isabel Huppert's kindness." He took a sip of milk and said, "Isabel Huppert, thinking that my acting with her is very consistent with the current social situation in France, a white woman and a black man." Martin nodded. "Art film." Mean said simply, "Isabel Huppert's heroine is a bohemian high-end call girl who loves her job very much, but then suddenly feels bored. She wants to rekindle her love for her job and finds the leading actor who is a psychologist." For this year's Cannes Film Festival, Bruce learned about Huppert in detail and said, "None of the roles played by your goddess of art is normal." Martin heard Mean's description and could imagine the final effect of the film, the consistent style and tone of European art films. Mean said, "This film will not be shot until the second half of the year, and it does not conflict with the schedule of Nolan's new film. I think it's okay to try it next time. With Huppert in the crew, I can get to know more European filmmakers. Martin will not interfere in this regard. You make your own decision." Bruce exposed Mean's old bottom. "You want to get to know more European goddesses of art, right?" Mean showed 2 rows of white teeth and laughed. "Old Bruce, I will introduce them to you when the time comes." Thomas hurried into the restaurant at this time and came to Martin. "It's urgent." Martin pointed to the chair opposite. "Sit down and talk." Bruce poured him a glass of water. After Thomas sat down, he said, "The company called. Channel just contacted them. Carol Lagerfeld wants to meet you." He came over in a hurry, picked up the water cup, and took a sip, then said, "I contacted Channel headquarters according to the contact information provided by the company and confirmed that the caller is Carol Lagerfeld's assistant. Carol Lagerfeld is currently in Cannes. He wants to see you this afternoon." Martin asked, "Why meet me?" Thomas said, "Advertising endorsement. He intends to make you the spokesperson for channel number 5. Wait." Martin asked the doubts in his heart. "Isn't channel number 5 a women's perfume? Why find a male spokesperson?" Thomas was also puzzled. "I don't know either." Martin frowned and thought, thinking that he would not be favored by Carol Lagerfeld, right? After all, what kind of men has Carol Lagerfeld not seen and experienced? Thomas said, "You'll know after meeting her once." Martin asked again, "Has channel number 5 ever had a male spokesperson in the past?" "No, it never has." Thomas could be sure of this. After Nicole Kidman's contract with channel number 5 expired, Channel refused to renew her contract. Like a box office poison, her endorsement effect was not good. He had inquired about many things after the phone call. This time, Channel plans to hire a male and female spokesperson. The female spokesperson is said to be Audrey Tautou, who played Coco Chanel in the movie Channel. Martin was a little unfamiliar with the name Audrey Tautou. Has she starred in other famous movies? Thomas said, "Emily. Some people also call her Angel Emily." The latter name reminded Martin of the corresponding movie, which should be Angel Emily. Martin said, "Okay, I'll meet him this afternoon." Thomas stood up. "I'll go and give them a reply." At 2:30 in the afternoon, Martin arrived at the yacht dock in Cannes and boarded a white luxury yacht. Under the sunshade on the top deck, Carol Lagerfeld and his boyfriend Baptiste Jair Bocconi stood up to greet him. Martin shook hands with Lagerfeld and nodded slightly to Jair Bocconi, which was considered a greeting. The latter was still an unknown model last year, but after meeting Lagerfeld by chance, he is now a popular male model in Europe. Good words are free. Martin glanced at Lagerfeld's iconic sunglasses and white hair and said, I didn't expect that I would have the honor to meet the Caesar of the fashion industry in Cannes. Lagerfeld smiled and said, he is a #1 actor born in the 1980s in Hollywood, worthy of the title. He said, congratulations on winning the Oscar and Cannes Best Actor. Martin, there are very few young actors like you who have made great achievements in both art and business. In front of Lagerfeld, who had a very high style, Martin also used words to highlight his own style. God has given me an outstanding talent, and my efforts have made the talent come true, that's all. Lagerfeld nodded slightly and asked, what do you think of Channel No. 5? The most representative perfume for women. Martin acted like an artist. Compared to abstract emotions or beauty, it can awaken their souls. He combined some of his experiences in his previous life. At that time, many girls sold their souls and bodies for Channel No. 5. Martin asked directly the question in his mind. Channel No. 5 has never had a male spokesperson in the past. Why did Lagerfeld choose me? Lagerfeld said calmly, it seems incredible and absurd for a man to interpret the most classic women's perfume. Martin waited for him to continue. Lagerfeld said, but the definition of Channel No. 5 is revolution, breaking the secular conventions. You are a young man full of vitality, and time has precipitated a special mature charm in you. The two temperaments of youth and maturity are perfectly integrated in you. He looked Martin up and down carefully. I can see that under your charming appearance, you hide a wild and unrestrained heart. The masculinity you exude will attract countless women. These words came from a man who has a boyfriend. Martin was uncomfortable all over his body and even had goosebumps. But he sat as steady as a mountain, just showing a faint smile, looking extremely confident. Lagerfeld continued, if an outstanding man like you is attracted by Channel No. 5, it will convey a belief that everyone will be attracted by Channel No. 5. He emphasized the last sentence, this will make Channel No. 5 more legendary. Hearing this, Martin grasped the key point. In this era of super information explosion, even Channel No. 5 needs to create topics. According to his understanding of many contacts with Cartier, luxury goods need more advanced marketing methods. Martin said politely, I'm honored by your favor. Lagerfeld nodded slightly to him. Martin did not say empty words. Carol, I can't give you a definite answer now. My agency and team need to comprehensively weigh the pros and cons. He has always been particular about doing things with money. The 5 major sponsors just paid $6 million for the Cannes Best Actor. I'm currently cooperating with many brands in business, and I also want to say hello to them. This matter involves all aspects, and Carol Lagerfeld did not expect Martin to give an immediate answer. Okay, now that we've finished our business, we can talk about something else. Lagerfeld asked, are you interested in going fishing at sea together? Martin glanced at Bruce and Thomas without leaving a trace, and said, of course, I haven't fished on a luxury cruise ship yet. Soon, the yacht slowly started and sailed out of the dock area. There was a fishing rod on the boat. Martin had gone sea fishing when he was in Los Angeles. Although he was not a good fisherman, he was also quite good at using the fishing rod. Before dark, the yacht returned to the dock and Martin said goodbye and left. After getting off the long pier, Martin got in the car and said to Thomas, you go back to Los Angeles and study this matter carefully with the agency. I can't be sure what the subsequent impact will be. Thomas had never encountered this before and said, once you sign a contract with Channel No. 5, your influence will be huge. Are you worried about the negative impact? Martin said, if it's not suitable, I would rather turn it down. Thomas said, don't give a reply for the time being. Let's see what happens. Martin reminded, give a heads up to all the sponsors. The three returned to the Five Oceans Hotel and Mean Court and said that he would not be back tonight. When checking out tomorrow, they would meet at the lobby front desk. The next morning, Martin and his team separated from David Fincher and Thomas, took a flight to Paris, and then flew from Paris to Morocco to meet up with Nolan's crew there. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Forming Cliques. Morocco, Astrat Studios. The crew of Inception rented 6 studios for setting up the scenes. For Nalan, who is obsessed with real-life shooting, these are far from enough. The crew also has 3 teams in Paris, Los Angeles and Canada, to build other real scenes for filming. With Martin and Min rushing over from France, all the main actors of the crew have arrived. In the morning, when the crew just got to work, Michael Caine and Tom Hardy got out of the car and prepared to go to the office building for a meeting. 2 people got out of the Cadillac diagonally opposite. Tom Hardy scratched his face and asked, "Is that Martin?" Without waiting for Michael Caine to answer, Martin walked towards him and smiled at him. "Long time no see." Seeing this familiar smile, Michael Caine's heart skipped a beat and nodded slightly. "Long time no see." Martin walked out of the parking lot quickly. Tom Hardy asked curiously, "Is it this person who caused Bale to have a psychological disorder?" Michael Caine suddenly became very serious. "You have been working hard in the UK, and some situations are not very clear. Tom, in this crew, it doesn't matter who you provoke. Even if you make Nolan angry, at most you will be replaced." He solemnly warned, "But never provoke Martin Davis, remember." Tom Hardy didn't mix much in Hollywood before. "Is it really that scary?" Michael Caine said. "He is the clown in reality, or more terrifying than the clown." Tom Hardy was puzzled. Michael Caine didn't want this junior to become the next Bale, and said, "The clown. People know that he is a bad guy after watching him. Martin, most people think he is a good person, a very good person." Tom Hardy understood now, and said, "Work normally and don't interfere with each other." Michael Caine said, "Let's go." On the other side, Martin went straight into Nalan's office. Nalan opened his arms and hugged him warmly. "Congratulations on winning Cannes again." Martin smiled. "We are lucky this time." Nalan invited him to sit down and said, "When we promote this film, in addition to the Oscar winner, we can also put the slogan of Cannes Best Actor, which will have a greater influence in Europe." Martin said, "I hope we can achieve great success again." Success does not only depend on the movie itself. After The Dark Knight, Nalan felt this more and more clearly. "We need to think more about publicity and marketing." Martin fully agreed. "Chris, you always have inspiration in this regard." The two finished filming The Dark Knight together, and they had a tacit understanding. Nalan smiled and said, "You should be more active in the crew, and do more things, so that you can inspire me." When writing the real tidbits of The Dark Knight, he seemed particularly relaxed, but the ease was because everything that happened in the crew always gave him inspiration. Without inspiration, it is not easy to write real tidbits. Martin was not polite at all. "Don't worry, I've always been the most active person in the crew." Nalan's confidence in Martin in this aspect was even stronger than his acting skills. He smiled and nodded, took out a small box from the drawer of his desk, and handed it to Martin. "Your key prop, get familiar with it, as soon as possible." Martin opened the box, and found that it contained a metal spinning top. He took it out and twisted it, and the spinning top started to spin on the desk. Nalan took a look and said, "You are very familiar with it. It seems that you don't need to get familiar with it." "Chris, I have an idea about the spinning top." The ending of the script that Martin saw was a typical Hollywood happy ending. This spinning top reminded him of the ending of a previous movie. This movie ending is to Nalan like Tom Cruise to Nicole Kidman. When there is a need for publicity, it is always the first to be dragged out. Martin took the initiative to say, "I have an idea about the ending. Maybe it can be used in publicity and marketing." Nalan had worked with Martin before and knew that he was always reliable. "Tell me about it." Martin said, "At the end, is it feasible to keep Cobb's gyroscope spinning?" In addition to production and filming, Nalan is a typical marketing director. He immediately grasped Martin's idea. "If we can do such an ending well in publicity and marketing, it can arouse widespread discussion and interpretation in the media, giving the audience more imagination and thinking opportunities." He slowed down his speech. His brain worked at high speed and pressed the gyroscope, "Make the movie more profound and influential." Martin knew very well where the boundary between the male lead and the director was. "The specifics are up to you to decide." Nalan grabbed Martin's arm. "Sure enough, choosing Martin Davis will never be wrong." Martin laughed and patted Nalan's hand. "Choosing Christopher Nolan is always right." A few minutes later, the two met Emma Thomas and entered the conference room together. The other main actors have arrived. Martin took a quick look. In addition to the first supporting actor Marinelli, there were Michael Caine and Cillian Murphy, who Nolan often used. The other actors were not unfamiliar faces. French actress Marion Cotillard, who played a couple with him, Tom Hardy, who he had just met, and Ellen Page and Ken Watanabe. Martin pulled out a chair and sat in the first seat on the right side of the conference table. Marion, who was opposite him, smiled at him. Martin nodded in greeting. Ellen Page, who was next to him, reached out her hand and said, "Martin, we meet again." Martin remembered that the two had talked at the Oscar ceremony and said, "Little Red Riding Hood and Hard Candy and Cat in X-Men are both my favorite roles." He gently shook Ellen's hand and said, "I didn't expect that we could work together so soon." Although Alan was small, he was an old actor in Hollywood. He took the initiative to approach Martin and said, "I'm your assistant, the Dream Builder." Martin smiled and said, "You are a good assistant." Across from him, Tom Hardy curled his lips slightly and disdained Alan's behavior. It is normal for the crew to form cliques. Michael Caine, Cillian Murphy and Tom Hardy, three British actors, sat together to form a British gang. Martin, Maine, and Ellen Page formed an American gang. Director Nolan sat at the head of the conference table and said, "We will work together in the next few months, and I hope everything will go well." He took out the script and said, "Let's start reading the script now." The script meeting did not go smoothly. The plot of Inception was too abstract in the script, and the literary attainments of the stars were not worth expecting. In addition to Martin, there was Maine, who was specially trained by Emma Thomas, and others had constant problems. The script meeting, which was planned for a morning, had to be postponed and lasted a whole day. Nolan was not afraid of the actors spoiling the plot and carefully answered various questions to reduce the difficulties during filming. In addition to these, including Maine, members of Cobb's team also had to undergo necessary physical and firearms training, and there would be many fierce confrontations in the dream. These action scenes were nothing to Martin and were far inferior to the filming of John Wick. Maine has been with Martin for a long time, and he is better than the average male actor in terms of gun handling and body movements. After training that day, Martin took a shower and changed his clothes. When he came to the office, he met Alan Horn, the CEO of Warner Brothers. He greeted him and said, "Do you have time? Let's chat for a while." Martin pointed to the entertainment lounge and asked, "When did you come?" Alan Horn said, "I just arrived in Morocco this morning and immediately rushed to the crew. This is the first major project of Warner Brothers next year. Unlike The Dark Knight, which was jointly produced by Legendary Pictures and DC Comics, the first producer and investor of Inception are both Warner Brothers." Martin joked, "Are you worried that something might go wrong with us?" "How could anything go wrong when you team up with Nolan?" Alan Horn said of The Dark Knight, which had ended its global screenings, "Your last film had a final global box office of $1.225 billion US. He added, "Second only to James Cameron's Titanic." Hearing about James Cameron, Martin exclaimed, "He is a miracle director. His original movie can make the world's #1 box office. There is only one James Cameron in Hollywood." Alan Horn added, "Your John Wick, Chapter 6 is also good. I remember the production cost was only $40 million US, right? Now the North American box office has reached $200 million US." Martin told the truth. The market potential is basically exhausted, and the North American box office is just over $200 million US. He did not underestimate himself. "I think there will be some gains overseas. If the global box office can exceed $400 million US, I will definitely praise God." Alan Horn asked, "Has the sequel started production?" "It's being planned." Martin made some guesses and said specifically, "Alan, Daniel has already intervened in advance." Alan Horn sighed, "This guy's quick to act." Martin smiled and did not respond. Daniel had cooperated with him and Louise many times on distribution, and there were no major conflicts between the two sides. Of course, they would continue to cooperate. Alan Horn asked at this time, "Have you paid attention to the North American summer season recently?" "I attended the Cannes Film Festival first and stayed in Cannes for half a month. After the Cannes Film Festival, I flew directly to Morocco." Martin has been very focused. I didn't pay much attention to the North American summer season. The film project that Warner Pictures invested heavily in was officially released last weekend. Alan Horn was talking about Terminator 2018, which almost broke up with Martin. At that time, he invited Martin to play the savior John Connor, but Martin declined politely. Later, Christian Bale was invited. Martin knew what he was talking about as soon as he heard it and did not take the initiative to ask. Alan Horn automatically said, Terminator 2018 failed, and the reputation and box office were not ideal. It did not meet the expectations of Warner Pictures. Even the Rotten Tomatoes freshness was only 33%, and the Cinema Score Live audience scored an average of C+. He was extremely sad. The North American opening weekend box office was only $42.25 million. Chapter 507. There is a problem with the action scene. Los Angeles, Santa Monica Commercial Plaza. Bale sat alone in a daze in the huge lounge. There was a knock on the door, and the agent reminded him outside. The event will start in 15 minutes. Bale came to his senses and replied, I know. What was about to be held was a very important roadshow promotion for Terminator 2018. Santa Monica Commercial Plaza was the birthplace of the classic scenes in the Terminator series, and John Connor met T-1000 and T-800 for the first time here. Therefore, the first roadshow after the film was released in North America was arranged here. Bale was not motivated because the North American box office in the first week was only $42.25 million. Compared with the new film of his arch-rival Martin Davis After the Dark Knight, it seems that the opening box office is not much less, but the investment of $200 million versus $40 million, the PG-13 rating versus the R rating, and the gap in the scale of publicity and distribution. It was a complete failure. Bale was suppressed by Martin in The Dark Knight, and originally thought that he could turn things around with the new work and suppress Martin. But the idea is beautiful, the reality is cruel. Bale looked at the time, endured the discomfort in his heart, walked out of the lounge, and walked along the corridor to the event site. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, before the host spoke, fans booed and shouted, Are you shooting the Terminator? This crappy movie tarnishes the name of the Terminator. Christian Bale, you don't deserve to be the savior. Get off the stage. No one likes your crappy movie. You don't deserve to be here. Many of the people who came here today are die-hard fans of the Terminator series, and they love the series to the extreme. How much these people love the first two Terminators, how much they hate this one. In the 1990s, Arnold Schwarzenegger stood on this stage and started promoting Terminator 2. The reputation of Terminator 2018 is so bad that fans of the series deny that it is a Terminator movie. Get off. All of you get off. The fans are completely unreasonable when they go crazy. Some people throw the coke in their hands onto the stage, making a crackling noise. Bale looked extremely unhappy. The failure of the film had already made him in a bad mood, and this scene was even more infuriating. He has never been a good-tempered person. During the filming of Terminator 2018, the photographer made a mistake at work and chatted with Martin by the way, which caused Bale to lose control of his emotions. He angrily scolded the photographer for more than 40 minutes on the set, and the director and producer couldn't stop him. With a bang, a bottle of Coca-Cola hit the edge of the stage, and the liquid from the exploded bottle splashed out and fell near Bale. Bale turned around and walked directly to the stage without a moment's hesitation. Bryce Howard next to him was stunned, not knowing whether to follow Bale. There was an uproar in the audience, and the paparazzi and reporters were crazy, scrambling to squeeze to the stage exit, wanting to interview Bale. There were too many people, and it was too crazy, and the isolation fence pulled up by the security personnel was shaky. Bale strode down the stage. The reporter from TMZ adhered to the principle of making news when there was no news, and making highlights when there was no highlights. He reacted very quickly and shouted loudly, Bale, the failure of Terminator 2018 proves one thing, right? The success of The Dark Knight was due to Martin Davis, not you. The scene was chaotic, but all the words fell into Bale's ears. He suddenly stopped and stared at the reporter coldly. The reporter continued to shout, Martin's new film has earned a lot of income with a small cost, but what about you? your new film as the male lead has suffered a serious loss. The reporter behind followed up. The Dark Knight has brought you a star effect, but did you take advantage of Martin's benefits? Another reporter's microphone forcibly passed through the isolation fence. Bale, don't you think you are not worthy of your reputation? Bale turned back forcibly and walked forward step by step. There were also questions from reporters behind him. You don't answer, which means you have acquiesced, right? Bale still said nothing and quickly left the roadshow. The male lead, left early and the roadshow ended hastily. The next day, the Los Angeles entertainment media attacked Bale in one voice. Those who said he was unworthy of his reputation were being polite, and some even directly called him a box office poison. Praising one and stepping on another is a trick that the media is best at. The American media naturally favors Martin, and at this time, they seized Bale's mistake and attacked him. An angry Bale then announced through social media that he would withdraw from the post-screening promotion of Terminator 2018. This behavior was not communicated to Warner, and Warner Brothers was extremely angry with Bale. Many Warner executives directly put Bale on the blacklist of co-actors. In June, the filming of Inception officially began at Strat Studios. Nolan first filmed all indoor scenes. In view of Martin's own characteristics, the crew slightly strengthened the action scenes, and of course they would not let Martin's character become a killer like Jonathan. In the studio, built like a Japanese palace, Martin held a pistol and went on a killing spree. Amid the sound of gunshots, he easily killed several black-clad gunmen and knocked another one away with his shoulder. Stop. Nolan called to stop the filming. Martin went forward and pulled up the stuntman who was wearing protective gear under his suit and asked, "Are you okay?" No. The stuntman worked with Martin for the first time and he didn't expect such a big star to be so nice. Martin patted him on the shoulder and looked at Nolan who was walking over. Nolan said, "Something is wrong with the action scene." Martin put away the prop pistol and asked, "Is there something wrong with my positioning, or is my action not smooth enough?" Nolan gestured and said, "Your action is too clean and neat, and you show too good skills in front of the camera." Martin asked, "Is there a problem with good skills?" When Nolan said this, his understanding of this aspect became clearer and clearer, and he simply called Martin to come to the director's monitor to watch the footage just shot. In the footage played, Martin was like a tiger coming down the mountain, swift and powerful. Nolan reminded, "Do you see the problem?" Martin gradually understood and nodded slightly. "There is no problem with my Macupan movement, and there is no problem with the literary scenes. The problem is the fighting scenes. The movements are like another Jonathan." "That's right," Nolan emphasized. "Martin, you are Cobb now, not Jonathan. You are a dream thief with a certain level of force, not a superkiller." Martin listened to all these words. Nolan said, "You should restrain your action scenes and make the character skills weaker than you." Martin nodded. "I understand. This is not just your problem, the action director, and I made a mistake." Nolan did not expect that Martin's skills were stronger than he thought. It should be, because he had just played Jonathan and retained some of his previous habits. He looked particularly sharp in the camera. Other crews had difficulties shooting action scenes. The level of the actors was far from the requirements of the roles. When it came to Martin, the actor was asked to be slower and weaker. Nolan called the action director again, paused the shooting, and discussed the adjustment of the action scenes with Martin and the other two. The most important aspect is that Martin's fighting ability cannot be much higher than that of the supporting actor Mean, and should even be about the same as him. Mean played with Martin to exercise his body, and Martin had a clear standard for measurement. When the shooting resumed, Martin's speed slowed down, and his movements were no longer clean and neat, but began to drag. Nolan still insisted on real shooting, and did not use CGI if possible, including this Japanese-style palace building. Almost all the scenes of the crew were built in real scenes. After work in the afternoon, Martin removed his Macup and followed Nolan to another studio. Mean was training a key action scene here. There was a fight scene in the dream corridor in the script, which would be presented in a rotating way. In order to achieve the ideal shooting effect, Nolan found a physics professor in Morocco and spent a huge amount of money to build a huge centrifuge. This is a device often used in Hollywood to shoot space scenes and weightlessness scenes, but no one has used it for many years. After the cost of CGI special effects has been reduced, this thing has become expensive and time consuming. Only Nolan, a real-life shooting maniac, had just created the brilliant achievement of The Dark Knight, otherwise the insurance company's completion guarantee would have been a problem. When Martin came over, the huge centrifuge built of steel was rotating. This thing was more than 10 meters high and nearly 40 meters long, and it looked quite amazing. The rotating corridor used for filming was fixed in the center of the centrifuge, and Mean and several stuntmen were training inside. An old man with an assistant was monitoring the operation of the centrifuge through instruments. Nolan gestured over there, and the assistant director notified the actors inside, and the centrifuge slowly stopped. Martin followed Nolan over. Nolan introduced Martin. This is Professor Mordechai from the University of Casablanca, an outstanding physicist. Martin was a poor student, but he respected knowledgeable people and took the initiative to shake hands with him. "Hello, Professor." Professor Mordechai had a completely bald forehead and a particularly large nose, and was very enthusiastic. "My daughter is a fan of yours. Can you give me an autographed photo of you when you have time?" He smiled and said, "Help an old father fulfill his daughter's wish." Martin agreed immediately. "No problem, I'll have it ready and have someone send it over." "Thank you." Mordechai thanked him, turned his head, and looked at the large centrifuge he had built, and said, "Such equipment should not be dismantled and cleared as garbage after filming. Director Nolan, after the filming is completed, can I dismantle this equipment and take it back to Casablanca?" Nolan thought for a moment and said, "You need to pay a garbage recycling fee." Mordechai quickly said, "I'll call the college right away, and the college will be happy to pay the money." When he made the call, Martin said, "This professor is dedicated and responsible." Nolan said, "The conditions here are limited. Many professors even have problems with research funding. If the crew hadn't paid him enough and Professor Mordechai didn't need research funding, we wouldn't be able to hire him." Chapter 508 Distinguished Medal of Freedom. In the studio set that was arranged as a room facing the sea, Martin stood by the side holding a rope and a wooden chair, waiting for director Nolan to make a decision. Nolan walked back and forth, and from time to time he went to the window to look out. Marion, who was wearing a deep V evening dress, looked at Nolan and simply sat on the chair. She and Martin had been waiting for a while. After a while, Martin asked, "Chris, to tie him up or not?" Nolan stopped, thought for a while, and said, "Shoot once with and without tying him up." During filming, the director will also have many ideas. It is good enough if 1/10 of the shooting shots can be used in the finished film. Nolan returned to the director's monitor and gave an order to start filming. Martin and Marion entered the room, moved a chair, and placed it in the middle of the room, and said, "Sit down." Marion sat on the chair and asked, "What are you going to do?" Martin wrapped the rope around the chair leg and tied a knot. "I'm going out to breathe some fresh air. You sit here and don't move until I come back." He grabbed the rope, climbed up the window, and jumped down. "Stop," Nolan said. "We've passed this one, and we'll shoot the bondage scene." Martin came around from behind to untie the rope. Nolan's new assistant came to Nolan with a pen and a notebook and said, "Director, there's no footage to write." This assistant was promoted by Nolan to be an assistant director because he wrote wonderful footage during the filming of The Dark Knight. Nolan said softly, "Keep calm, it will be there soon, because we have Martin." The crew members regrouped. Before shooting, Martin said to Marion as usual, "I'm sorry if I offend you later." Marion smiled and said, "It's okay, we are all here for work." The script supervisor clapped the board. Martin opened the door, took Marion into the room, moved a chair for her to sit on, shook off the rope in his hand, and tied Marion to the chair with extraordinary skill. He had practiced with a prop master in the crew before, and after tying her, Marion, who didn't have a particularly outstanding figure, suddenly became charming and sexy. Martin tied the rope around the leg of the chair again, and jumped out of the window, while the two were talking. "Very good, this one passed." Nolan felt that the shooting effect was very good. He ignored Martin, who went back to untie the rope for Marion, and waved to his assistant. During the shooting, Martin learned rope art in order to achieve the shooting effect required by the director and became a rope art master. The assistant picked up a pen and wrote it down in the notebook. Martin helped Marion untie the rope, pulled her up, and asked, "Are you okay?" Marion smiled and said, "Good skills, very artistic." Martin also smiled. "I practiced for a while." The two talked and walked out of the set. The scene of the Japanese palace came to the last part, which was the part where the palace collapsed. This scene meant that the entire real scene had to be destroyed, and it would be very troublesome to have NG shots. Stunt actors are easy to say, they basically don't show their faces. As the male lead, Martin naturally has to have high standards. Nolan deliberately let him rest for half an hour before shooting. Martin sat in the chair and emptied his mind. Bruce came over and asked, "Do you need me to give you a massage?" Martin told him the truth. "I'm only used to women giving me massages." Bruce pointed at the crowd and said, "Can I find one for you?" Among the local helpers, recruited by the crew, there are several very beautiful girls. Martin was curious, why are they beautiful and want to be helpers? I heard that they are all from ordinary local families. Bruce had heard many people in the crew talking about this in the past few days. The crew pays local helpers in US dollars, which is a high-paying job in Morocco. Martin knew a little about this. One of the conditions for the crew, to get a large amount of tax rebates and preferential policies in Morocco, is to hire a large number of locals among temporary actors and ordinary handymen. Arabs? He asked. Bruce said, "There are Arabs and Jews." He knew Martin didn't understand, so he explained simply, "There are many Jewish families in Morocco, and not every Jewish family is rich. You know a lot." Martin said deliberately, "Old Bruce, be careful, AIDS originated in Africa." Bruce gave Martin a middle finger without hesitation. After chatting with Bruce, Martin really relaxed. When the break time came, he immediately entered the set. The stylist came to fix his suit and make-up for him, and the shooting began again. With the camera, the real buildings collapsed continuously. Martin also showed his best condition, running through the hall quickly, avoiding the collapsed buildings. After more than 20 shots, the palace building was already in ruins. Then came the last scene of the scene. As Martin ran fast, the prop master opened the water tank, and tens of thousands of gallons of water stored in advance rushed out. The house collapsed, and the water flooded. Martin stood on the staircase landing and was soaked. Nolan called a stop, and before Bruce could act, at least 6 or 7 crew assistants ran over with blankets. Needless to say, the treatment of the top star of the crew is naturally beyond words. Martin was covered with a blanket and held a piece in his hand. While wiping his wet hair, he left the set and went into the trailer to take a shower and change clothes. When he came out again, Martin found Bruce waiting for him at the door. Bruce said, "Thomas just called, and the White House has officially notified you to attend this year's Independence Day celebration." Martin immediately thought of the Santa Monica Pier incident and asked, "Are you going to award me the Presidential Medal of Freedom?" Bruce followed him and said, "It's confirmed that this time it's the Outstanding Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is divided into 2 parts, the Star and the Grand Medal." He added, "You can bring a female companion." Martin calculated the time difference, asked Bruce for a cell phone, and called Elizabeth Olsen. "Hi, honey, didn't you just call me this morning?" Elizabeth was in the studio watching Lily create the sculpture that Martin won the award for. Martin said simply, "Leave the Independence Day holiday to me. Don't go out with your family, okay?" Elizabeth's sweet laughter came from the receiver. "Honey, do you want to take me on vacation? I can go to Africa to find you." Martin also smiled. "Let's meet in Washington. The White House has notified me to attend the Independence Day celebration, and I will be awarded the medal then. Such an important moment. Of course Elizabeth will not miss it." "Okay, I'll go with you." She saw that Lily in the sculpture, stopped the work in her hands, quietly pricked up her ears to observe this side, deliberately raised her voice a little, and said, "Can you take Lily with you? She will be on summer vacation then, and doesn't want to go back to Atlanta." Martin didn't think much about it, and said, "Sure, I'll let Bruce book a plane ticket and a room." Elizabeth said, "I'll tell Lily right now. She will be very happy to hear it." She lowered her voice. "You have to be nice to Lily." "I know." Martin saw Nolan's new assistant, the particularly discerning screenwriter, walking towards this side, and said, "I have something to do now, I'll call you in the evening." Elizabeth responded and hung up the phone. Lily put down the tools in her hand, washed her hands, then walked over and asked, "I heard you told Martin about me?" "Oh, it's like this. Martin received an invitation to the Independence Day celebration at the White House. Elizabeth roughly told her what happened. "You complained to me yesterday that you were bored after the summer vacation and wanted to go to Africa to visit the set together. How about we go to Washington first and then follow Martin to Africa?" Lily looked at Elizabeth, smiled and said nothing. Elizabeth felt that Lily opposite her was smiling like a cunning fox, but she seemed not to understand. As usual, she pulled her upstairs and asked, "Aren't you going? Witness Martin receiving the outstanding Presidential Medal of Freedom? Do you want to miss it?" Lily looked at this seemingly naive peer and said, "Go, why not? I went to Washington when I was a child." Elizabeth said nothing else, just talked about her longing for this journey. Capitol Hill, the Washington Monument. "I have forgotten what they look like." Lily simply acted stupid. "I don't know if I can meet Russian spies. I also want to catch a few and get a medal." The two girls, whose minds are like honeycombs, came to the first floor with a giggle, said something to the housekeeper, and went to the terrace on the third floor to drink tea and chat together. When they came to the balcony, Lily noticed something unusual next door and said, "Charlize Theron seems to be arguing with her boyfriend." Elizabeth said, "Her boyfriend is a jerk, but it's too far away to hear what they are saying." They were too far away to see the two people arguing in the yard. Lily said, "I heard from people on the Dark Knight crew that this man was abusing Charlize." Elizabeth shook her head. "I'm not sure about that, but I read a gossip report 2 years ago that he scolded Charlize in public and scolded her to tears. The two people were drinking tea and eating melons, so comfortable." At Atlas Studios, the assistant director found Martin, talked to him and asked, "Did you find anything worth writing down?" Martin understood immediately. "Are you writing a tidbit?" "Not writing, but a real record." The assistant director was very professional and emphasized this sentence, and then said, "Martin, you provided a lot of tidbits when filming The Dark Knight." Martin smiled and said, "Well, you can write that I'm very popular in Africa and regarded as an idol by countless Moroccans." The assistant director was scratching his head in worry. To be promoted to this position, real tidbits are the key. Martin said, "I'll give you one thing." During the filming, Martin asked for leave from the crew and went to Washington to participate in the Independence Day celebration. The assistant director paid close attention to Martin and asked, "Are you going to be awarded another medal?" Martin had already confirmed it and said, "The outstanding Presidential Medal of Freedom." The assistant picked up the pen and quickly wrote it down in the notebook, and he didn't forget to say, "Thank you, Martin. This tidbit will definitely attract attention." Chapter 509 Lucky Girl. In the studio, that looked like a first-class cabin on an airplane, the main characters, including Martin and Maine, gathered in a circle, connected together through the catheter extending from the metal box, as if they were holding a ceremony. Everyone was sleeping soundly, as if they were in a deep sleep. A woman in a stewardess uniform came over, and the camera also turned along the slide rail. Nolan shouted, "Stop, it's over." He looked at his watch and said, "Call it off. Start on time at 2 p.m. Everyone woke up one after another, and Ellen Page stretched herself. In the seat next to him, Maine muttered, "I had a dream, and the dream was full of beauties." Martin asked, "Are they all your literary goddesses?" Maine laughed happily. Several people left the studio, and Ellen Page automatically followed Martin and Maine, and asked Maine halfway, "I heard a rumor from the crew that your next job will be with Isabel Huppert." Where did the crew get the rumor from? All of it was spread by Maine himself. He said cheerfully, "I was invited by Isabel Huppert herself." Ellen Page was quite impressed. This opportunity is so rare. The three of them joined Bruce and went to a nearby restaurant together. A girl in her early 20s came over with a costume cart. The costume designer collected the suit jackets that everyone had taken off and hung them on the crossbar of the costume cart. The girl saw the costume designer walking away and hurriedly asked in not very fluent English, "Hello, Martin, can you sign for me?" Martin stopped and nodded with a smile. Sure. The girl took out a pen and a notebook from the small bag hanging on the side of the cart and handed them to Martin, saying, "My name is Giselle." Martin signed quickly as usual, wrote a greeting, and asked, "Are you Moroccan?" "Yes." Giselle answered carefully, "I was recruited by the crew, and I got this job because I can speak English." Martin also gave her, "You are a lucky girl." Giselle smiled brightly at Martin and asked me and Ellen Page for autographs. After the few people walked away, Giselle found the costume designer, pushed the cart to the temporary storage area for the costumes, and went out alone to prepare for dinner. After leaving the studio, she turned around and slowly walked towards the studio, where the giant centrifuge was built. When she saw Mordecai leaving the studio door, she immediately quickened her pace. Giselle walked very fast and hurriedly, and passed Mordecai in less than half a minute. The road ahead was slightly uneven, and after she walked on it, her foot twisted to the side, and she fell to the ground with a plop, and at the same time, let out a scream. This sound immediately attracted Mordecai's attention. The old professor saw someone fall in front of him, wearing a work vest from the same crew, so he hurried over and asked, "Are you okay?" Giselle's tears welled up in her eyes, because of the pain, and she said, "I twisted it." The old professor was kind and said, "I'll call a doctor for you, wait a minute." Giselle hurriedly said, "Don't bother, I'll be fine after a rest." Mordecai still called a doctor and accompanied Giselle to the crew's medical room. Fortunately, Giselle only had a slight sprain and would be fine after a rest. In the restaurant, Ellen Page had a small appetite and finished her meal the fastest. She pointed to the outside to the 3 people at the same table and said, "I'm afraid of getting fat, so I'll go out and exercise." Martin nodded. After Ellen Page left, Bruce glanced at her back and asked, "Why does she want to hang out with us?" Mean seemed to have discovered the truth. "Is she attracted to the boss?" Martin pointed at her. "Don't joke around. She likes women." "What a waste." Mean shrugged. 2 women are wasted at once. Bruce reminded, "Use your brain when you speak." Martin also said, "We are in Hollywood. Don't talk nonsense about similar topics." Mean nodded repeatedly. "I only dare to say this in front of you. I keep my mouth shut when others discuss these things." Bruce glanced at Ellen Page, who was walking away. She may have been bullied in other crews, and she subconsciously wants to find a backer when she joins the new crew. This reminded me of something I heard rumors in other crews. When filming X-Men 3, director Brett Ratner invited her to a hotel night party. She directly told the other party about her orientation. As a result, the producer went into her room that day and scolded her for being tactless. Bruce said, "It's not easy for actresses to climb up." Mean continued, "It's not easy for male actors either. If I hadn't met Boss Martin, I would have definitely used the hyena doctor recommended by Antonio, the fat guy." Martin thought about his experience of being sexually exploited by Louise and Kelly, and agreed, it's really not easy for male actors. For the afternoon shoot, the crew moved to a new studio and continued to shoot the protagonist's scenes indoors. In the nearby studio, where a centrifuge was installed, Giselle carried a bag and told the security guard at the door that she wanted to find Professor Mordecai. The security guard made a phone call, and Professor Mordecai came out soon. Giselle showed a shy smile. "Professor, thank you for what happened at noon. Without you, my foot would not have healed so quickly." Mordecai asked, "Are you okay? It doesn't hurt anymore." Giselle deliberately walked back and forth a few steps, her blue cropped pants tight on her legs, highlighting the key point. "Look, I can walk again." Mordecai quickly looked away and turned to her shy and innocent pretty face and said, "I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay." Giselle opened the handbag and handed it to Mordecai. "This is what I just asked my family to send over. It's a specialty of my hometown. Professor, you." Mordecai waved his hand. "Don't be so polite." Giselle insisted on handing it over. "This is a gift from my heart. It's not a valuable thing. I made it at home." Seeing that the other party was sincerely thanking him, Mordecai took it, because there were indeed some local specialties in the bag. Giselle took the opportunity to ask, "Professor, can I know your phone number?" She pulled down her crew vest and explained, "I'm a handyman in the crew. I'm not very busy. If you need my help, you can call me at any time. I don't have anything for you to do. Mordecai said this, but still took out his mobile phone and wrote down Giselle's phone number. Which normal man can refuse the contact information offered by such a young and beautiful girl? Giselle said, Professor, I won't disturb you at work. Mordecai waved his hand. Goodbye, Giselle. At the door of another studio nearby, Ellen Page came out to smoke during the break in filming and happened to see this scene. She had just lit a cigarette when Mean came out from inside. While talking on the phone, Ellen Page faintly heard Emma Thomas' name. Mean hung up the phone and said hello. Hi, Alan. What are you looking at? Ellen Page blew out a cigarette and signaled with her eyes. The pretty girl who collected the clothes at noon is delivering something to Professor Mordecai. Mean didn't take it seriously and said, do you have any cigarettes? Have one. Ellen Page gave him one and used a lighter to help him light it. You don't smoke much? For my future, I quit. Mean used to smoke, but later he was worried that the smell of cigarettes would affect his oral skills, so he forced himself to quit. He only smoked occasionally when he was under great pressure. Self-discipline and hard work are also an important reason for Mr. Mean's success today. Ellen Page asked him, why did you smoke again? Mean simply said, I've been under a lot of pressure recently. I've never played a role with such a heavy role before. The supporting actor Arthur's role is second only to Martin. If I don't perform well and rag Martin down, I'll be sorry for Martin's strong recommendation. Ellen Page was not without envy. I've observed that you are very comfortable in the crew. Basically every crew is like this. Maine thought carefully. He has developed smoothly in the past few years and has not encountered much bullying from the crew. There are two main reasons. The crews he joined either had Martin as the leading actor and all the pressure was on Martin, or he joined the crew by sucking up to the female director or female producer. He was the kind of person who was supported by someone above, and most people didn't want to mess with him. Someone else came out from the studio door, but it was Cillian Murphy and Tom Hardy. The two just glanced at Maine and Ellen Page, and then automatically went to the other side of the door. Neither side had the intention of paying attention to the other. Mean saw it when he joined the crew. The British gang looked down on Martin. Apart from work, they had no contact with Martin at all. He followed Martin's footsteps and naturally looked down on these British guys. Ellen Page returned to the studio. Not long after, Martin and Bruce came out after finishing the filming. Mean's scenes had been shot. He pointed at two British actors in the distance and asked, Bruce, didn't you brag that you beat the British? Cillian Murphy is okay, but that Tom Hardy looks at us sideways every day. Why don't you beat him? Bruce said, I need mortars and mortar shells. The larger the caliber, the better. Will you get them for me? Mean asked, isn't it difficult to buy weapons in Morocco? Martin shrugged, I'm not sure. This is my first time in Africa, and I'm not familiar with this place. Bruce thought for a moment and said, it seems that 90% of the border between Morocco and Algeria is not clearly demarcated. There are many border conflicts between the two countries, and each country supports the opposition in the other's territory. Weapons and ammunition should not be difficult to get. Mean said, I'll be responsible for the mortars and shells, and will you be responsible for fighting the British? You two should be quiet. Martin prepared to go back to the hotel and walk towards the trailer. When the two caught up, he said, it's rare for this crew to be quiet. Bruce spread his hands. It's quiet because you're not causing any trouble. Mean took the initiative to change the subject. Remember the beautiful girl before lunch? Her name is Giselle. I just saw her take the initiative to give Professor Mordecai a gift. Oh, what a pity. How come her hobbies are similar to mine? Martin said casually. She may also yearn for knowledge and technology. Chapter 510 I won't interfere with your freedom. The centrifuge hummed, and the corridor in the middle slowly rotated. Martin moved in the direction of rotation and reminded Mean, move faster and coordinate your hands and feet. When shooting, you need to be one step faster than your opponent. Mean was still walking upside down at the beginning. When the corridor rotated faster, he was suspended by the wire harness, as if he was weightless. In the entire crew, no one had more experience in wire harness than Martin, who had been a stunt double for many years. In the corridor fight, floating needs to be achieved by hanging on the wire harness. At this time, the crew must use CGI technology to erase the existence of the wire harness. Martin kept moving his feet in the slowly rotating corridor to keep his balance. He quickly came to Mean and found that he was leaning back a little. He said, the support point of the wire harness is at the waist, which will cause people to lean back. If you want to use a beautiful horizontal flying posture, you must always remember to press down your upper body. Mean did as Martin said. Because he often exercised, he mastered the basic skills in a short time. Martin kept moving his feet and said, when you turn around, follow the wire. Stepping in the air can help you turn. Mean nodded and did as Martin said. Compared to the various showy wire movements in Martin's previous life, the wire movements in this play are very simple, just some basic movements such as floating in the air and turning over. It doesn't take too long to train. After a few minutes, Martin saw that Mean was not feeling well, so he used the microphone to notify the outside to pause. The centrifuge slowly stopped. Martin helped Mean take off his wire clothes and left the rotating corridor from the back. Mean had just stepped down from the ladder and waved to a female assistant. Giselle ran over with a trash can and placed it in front of Mean. Mean reached into the trash can. Martin stayed away from him. Professor Mordecai came over and asked, how does the centrifuge feel? Martin said, very good. Next time you practice, adjust the speed and direction appropriately. Nolan also came over and said, during the filming, the speed and direction of the rotating corridor were irregular. Mordecai said, I set 12 irregular operation modes. He pointed at Mean and said, give him some time to adapt. Martin also went through this process. It's not a big problem. You'll get used to it. Mean retched for a while and gradually recovered. He took the water handed to him by Bruce and drank a few sips. The three of them went to the rest area, rested for a while, and then continued. As soon as Martin sat down, he heard Mean say, has Professor Mordecai found true love? Bruce said, it's normal for a beautiful girl to admire an old professor with rich knowledge. This can improve the IQ of the next generation. Martin looked at old Bruce and said, is there no hope for our next generation? Bruce asked, are you planning to have a next generation? Martin shook his head quickly. This topic is not within the scope of our discussion. Mean said, it always feels a bit abnormal for an old man to have a young wife. Bruce gave him a correct answer, because in your eyes, an old wife and a young husband is normal. Martin ignored them, glanced at Giselle who was wiping Professor Mordecai's sweat, picked up the notebook next to him, and wrote the next training plan. Ellen Page, Cillian Murphy, Tom Hardy, Ken Watanabe and others will also join the training. Their movements are simpler, as long as they can lie flat with the help of the wire clothes. After lunch, all these people came to the studio and trained with Martin. Many people were not used to hanging in the rotating corridor and vomited. Nolan waved his hand and called the assistant, saying, write this down. Martin personally took on some of the action direction work during the filming. The strict training made the main actors, including Mene and Ellen Page, vomit. The assistant quickly wrote it down, and after writing it down, he said, Director, there are a lot fewer behind the scenes footage that can be used for publicity this time. Nolan had already discovered this and sighed. I didn't expect that Martin would not make trouble this time. He shook his head. Why didn't Martin make trouble? The assistant didn't respond, but he was very perceptive and could see the reason. Martin was the only one in the crew and also served as the production manager. Even Louise Mayer, who supported Martin, let her Pacific Pictures participate in part of the investment. Several British actors didn't like Martin, but the old actor Michael Caine reminded them, and the conflict between Bale and Martin was not a secret, so no one wanted to be the second Bale. For example, Tom Hardy always looked at Martin with disdain, but he didn't dare to make trouble. Thinking of the ups and downs during the filming of The Dark Knight, Nolan was a little uncomfortable with the crew's calm and smooth filming now. If the actors don't fight, he, as a director, will feel uncomfortable, and there will be no themes for marketing. Nolan was thinking about whether to stir up trouble and let the American and British gangs quarrel. There was no way. He reaped a lot of dividends in this aspect in The Dark Knight. After reaping it once, he naturally wanted to reap it again. The question was who in the crew could fight against Martin? Nolan grabbed his hair in worry and felt that he had to think about this matter carefully and couldn't let the crew be too calm. The crew finished work in the afternoon. Martin returned to the hotel where he was staying and found that Angelina Jolie was there. "Why did you come to Morocco?" He went over to hug Jolie. "Such a big surprise for me." Jolie smiled with pursed lips but did not answer. Martin ignored the eyes of other people in the crew and pulled Jolie upstairs and entered his suite. When it was completely dark, the dinner Martin ordered was brought to his room by the waiter. Jolie, who had dressed up, had a ruddy complexion and bright eyes, and sat at the dining table enjoying dinner. Martin looked at the vegan dinner she ordered and asked, "When did you change to a vegetarian diet?" Julie said, "It's a new attempt." She had talked to Martin about Elisha Cuthbert and added, "Don't worry, it's your freedom to eat whatever you want, and I won't interfere with your freedom." Martin ate seafood and said, "You will lose collagen and age very quickly. I eat eggs and milk." Julie reached out and snatched a portion of fried fish from Martin. "I'm not in public, so I don't have so many taboos." She suddenly frowned. "Your seafood taste is too strong. Eat less fish and shrimp." Martin has always been a good man who considers his female companions. He continued what Julie said before. "I heard that you changed to a vegetarian diet, so I specially adjusted your diet and ate more seafood to supplement your protein." Julie couldn't help but swear, "You are such a good person." Martin was so thick-skinned. "I always thought so." Julie was so angry that she wanted to call Aniston to fly over so that the two of them could give Martin a hard time together. But thinking of Aniston being a traitor every time, he gave up the idea. She said, "I'm going to Jerusalem this time. I heard you were filming a movie in Morocco, so I came to see you." Martin took out a crab claw and put it on Julie's plate. "I'm very grateful." After Julie finished eating, he reminded her, "Be careful over there. I heard that small-scale wars have been going on." Julie nodded and said, "I saw reports in the North American media. Are you going to receive the Distinguished Presidential Medal of Freedom?" Martin said, "I'll go to Washington to attend the celebration soon and receive the award by the way. I also want to get a Presidential Medal of Freedom." Julie's path is to use the political and social situation to show off her style. "If I get the medal, it will be of great help to my career." Martin told the truth. "I would rather not get this Medal of Freedom." Julie looked at him, puzzled. Martin smiled and said, "If I had a little less luck, I would have died on the Santa Monica Pier." Julie had been to war zones, and although they were all safe, she had also seen some injured refugees, and said, "I understand how you feel." Martin picked up his glass, clinked it with Julie's, and said, "I wish you to win the Nobel Peace Prize soon." "Wow, you're exaggerating." Julie couldn't help laughing, drank the wine in the glass, and said, "If I can win the Nobel Peace Prize as you said, you can do anything you want to me in the future." She thought of Martin's many lovers and female companions, but he only lived with Aniston, and her heart was suddenly hot. "I can be your mistress forever, until the day you despise me for being old." Martin poured her another glass of wine. "I wish you to realize this dream soon." Julie smiled happily. If this could come true, she would not only become the top star in Hollywood, but even enter politics. By then, she would not be Martin's mistress, but Martin would be her lover. After dinner, the two went downstairs for a walk together, and met Marion Cotillard, who was also out for a walk. After a few simple chats, the two sides soon separated. Julie asked, "Didn't you try to seduce her? She's married." Martin acted like a good guy. "I won't destroy other people's families." Julie didn't believe even half of what he said, and her nature came out. "Go and try. Have you eaten too much seafood?" Seeing that it was getting late and the volcano was about to erupt, Martin said, "Let's go back." Julie thought so too. "I will stay in the Middle East for many days in the future. I have to maintain my image as a vegetarian in public. In order to prevent the loss of collagen, I have to eat more protein. See, it's right for me to eat more seafood, right?" How could Martin refuse Julie's request? The conditions in the war-torn areas of the Middle East are difficult, and Martin has paid a lot for Julie's health. After Julie left, he was ready to leave the crew and go to Washington at the end of June. Chapter 511 Coke infiltrates the Secret Service. Los Angeles, Beverly Hills. After dinner, Thomas went upstairs to pack his luggage. His girlfriend Victoria followed him from behind, watched Thomas find the suitcase, and went into the cloakroom and said, "You finally get to take a year off. Why don't we go on vacation to the Caribbean?" She opened a cabinet and took out the route map she had planned. From Nassau to Puerto Rico, there are beautiful scenery all the way. Thomas said, "Didn't I say it? We are going to Washington for vacation." Washington? What's fun and interesting about that damn place? Victoria was very unhappy and raised her voice. "Washington Monument? Lincoln Memorial? Capitol Hill? I have no interest in these damn places." Thomas finally found a love and tried to communicate calmly. "We can go to the Independence Day celebration at the White House. Ordinary people have no chance at all." Victoria asked, "Because of Martin, right?" Thomas touched his bald forehead. "Martin is about to receive the Outstanding Presidential Medal of Freedom. He gets it, not you." Victoria couldn't tolerate her boyfriend caring more about others. "Can't you accommodate me once?" Thomas also compromised slightly. "Next time, I promise." Instead of pacifying Victoria, these words made her even more angry. "Go find your Martin. See if he can sleep with you. Shut your stinky mouth." Thomas was really angry this time, pointing at the door and saying, "You can leave now." Victoria questioned, "You want me to leave?" Thomas took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and said, "Let's stop here." He regretted very much at this moment. He should have broken up with this woman after the last Hefner party, instead of choosing to stay together for that kind of thing. No. Thomas found out that he was wrong and shouldn't have been in a relationship at all. Victoria asked, "What do you mean?" "We broke up." Thomas said this, feeling inexplicably happy. The pressure on his shoulders disappeared. The gloomy sky above his head also cleared up, and the whole person instantly became energetic. He immediately understood that breaking up was a real and urgent desire in his heart. "We are finished. You can move out." Victoria was angry and went to pack her things without saying a word. Thomas watched all this coldly. Because of his head being overwhelmed by love, he remembered a lot of things at this moment. How many parties had he refused for his girlfriend? How many invitations from beautiful women had he refused? It's not worth giving up a whole forest for a tree. Victoria quickly packed up her things and went downstairs with her bag. Thomas followed her. "Don't regret it." Victoria gave Thomas a middle finger. "Go to hell." Thomas softened his heart for a moment, but when he saw the bald head in the mirror at the entrance, he held back the words on his lips. The sound of a car starting was heard outside, and Thomas went out. Victoria drove out, raised her middle finger to Thomas, and shouted, "Super Agent Thomas, a man who needs vigor to be strong. Super Agent Thomas." Thomas was angry, rushed out the door, and yelled at the car. She could say he was bald because it represented his hard work, but she couldn't say he was incompetent. Many neighbors came out to watch the fun. Thomas hurried home, and there was still a lot of luggage to pack. He swore that he would never find a girlfriend again. One night of love is much more comfortable than this. Once again came to Washington, and this time Martin was received by a Secret Service security guard named Benjamin. The car crossed the Potomac River, turned onto Pennsylvania Avenue, and arrived at the Hilton Hotel. Before getting off the car, Benjamin specifically instructed, "Mr. Davis, I will come to pick you up at 8 o'clock on the morning of July 4th to attend the celebration. You can move freely during this period." Martin shook his hand and said, "Thank you." Benjamin left him a business card with a phone number, and his words suddenly changed. He whispered, "Master, this is what I should do." He patted his chest and said, "Long live the Coca-Cola Church." Martin was slightly stunned by this, and then nodded and said, "Are you a member of the Coca-Cola Church?" Benjamin suddenly took off his clothes. Bruce was startled, and his hand subconsciously touched his pocket. Benjamin unbuttoned his black coat and white shirt, revealing the red t-shirt he was wearing inside, and said seriously, "Forever Coca-Cola Church. Forever Coca-Cola God of War." Martin did not expect that his followers had developed into the White House Secret Service. He nodded slightly with great momentum. "Ben, you did a good job." He winked at Bruce. Bruce took out a business card with his contact information and handed it to Benjamin. "Call this number when you need it." Benjamin said, "Yes, Master." Martin was ready to get off the car. Benjamin said, many brothers in the Secret Service have joined the Coca-Cola cult, and they really want to meet the master. Martin thought for a moment and said, when the opportunity is right, you can introduce them to me. Benjamin was very happy. Yes, master, I will find the right opportunity. Bruce looked at the Secret Service agent. Because he had seen many performances and agents were not politicians, he could tell that this person was not acting or talking nonsense. Did the Coca-Cola cult infiltrate the Secret Service and the White House Secret Service? Benjamin accompanied Martin and Bruce into the Hilton Hotel, received the key to the suite, gave a few instructions, and said goodbye. Martin and Bruce went upstairs and stayed in the same room as the last time they came. Bruce took out the equipment he had prepared in advance and carefully checked all the rooms to make sure there was no problem. When he was in Los Angeles, the two bodyguards who were guarding the house's doorman also rushed over and lived diagonally opposite. Martin said, I hope we won't encounter the same bad thing as last time. Bruce opened the window and looked outside and said, that shouldn't happen. Those people were too crazy last time. They dared to be crazy with me, but they didn't dare to do the same to Harvey Weinstein. Martin knew that Bruce was talking about the reporters from the News of the World. The team of reporters who took pictures of him last time were not only caught by the FBI, but also labeled as Russian spies. He asked, old Bruce, why doesn't the News of the World take any action against Harvey? Bruce had been paying attention. Maybe they are collecting evidence, or maybe they have collected evidence, but they haven't launched it yet because of the relationship between Harvey and him. After all, it involves all aspects. Martin said directly, I really want to get rid of that bastard Harvey. Bruce told the truth. It's difficult, or impossible, to do it alone. Martin nodded. Find a suitable opportunity. He changed the subject. I didn't expect that the Coca-Cola cult has infiltrated the Secret Service and the White House. Bruce was also surprised. I didn't expect it either. It seems that they like you very much, or even worship you as the leader. Martin joked. Unfortunately, the Coca-Cola cult is a loose organization. Do you really want to capture the White House and dissolve the United States? Bruce has heard Martin's nonsense after getting drunk. That requires an army of beautiful women to do it. Martin also took the opportunity to talk nonsense. Maybe Coca-Cola can hold a few more Coca-Cola cult promotion activities in Washington to attract more young people from more departments to join the Coca-Cola cult. At this point, he suddenly thought, even if we can't do anything, when we encounter a situation in the future, maybe someone can help say a few words, and maybe one of them can work. Bruce thought for a while. Thomas still needs to communicate about this matter. Speaking of the agent, he sighed. Thomas broke up with his new girlfriend. Martin laughed. When he comes to Washington, we must celebrate his return to singleness. Thomas, who is single and bald, seems to be more powerful. Martin's cell phone rang. He took a look and picked up. Hi, Nevs, I'm in Washington. Are you calling to treat me? On the other side was Nevs from the FBI. I'm at the Hilton Hotel. Let's meet and talk. Martin said, let's go to the coffee shop next door. The other side replied, okay. Martin and Bruce went downstairs and went to the Starbucks next door. Nevs was sitting at a table in the corner and waved to the two. Martin walked over quickly, sat opposite him, and said, old man, congratulations on your promotion. Nev said, I should thank you very much. Martin waved his hand. No need to be polite between us. Nev smiled and said, without those Russian spies, I would not have been promoted to the position of assistant director. This was obvious. He would not tell Martin about some of the things in secret, such as the fact that he was appreciated by several bigwigs in the White House, and at least it would be much smoother for him to climb up in the next 4 years. Martin did not continue the topic, but asked, how is your research on the film adaptation of the related incident going? Both parties had communicated about this matter a long time ago, and Nevs had also considered it carefully, saying, the time for this matter is too short, and some aspects of the adaptation are more troublesome. My suggestion is to wait a few years. Martin expressed his understanding. Nevs continued, I have competitors within the FBI. We have unspoken rules. Similar incidents have happened too many times and no one would take the initiative to expose them. But I was promoted, so I blocked his way forward. Martin understood what he meant. Will this person cause me trouble? not to the point of causing you trouble. Nev's reminded, maybe he will create some obstacles for you, such as sweeping away the limelight of you as an American hero and teaching you a little lesson. As long as they have a legitimate reason and it's not too extreme, the White House won't say anything. Martin said, I'm in Washington. Should I keep a low profile? Nev suggested, not to be low-key, but to be careful. America is a society ruled by law. They won't take action against national-level public figures like you, unless they break the law. He smiled, but don't forget, we are the FBI, and we are best at fishing. Martin nodded, I'll be careful. If there is an emergency, I'll call you the first time. Nev's added, the key is not to give them a chance. Chapter 512 Fishing and Bait. After passing through the side door of the cafe, Martin returned to the Hilton Hotel and went to the rooftop restaurant for dinner. Thomas, Lily and others would not arrive until tomorrow. Just after Martin and Bruce entered the restaurant leading to the rooftop, a waiter in the lobby flashed into the security passage next to it, took out his cell phone, and sent a text message. The content was brief. Top floor restaurant. Martin and Bruce chose a seat by the window, through which they could see the Washington Monument. It was getting dark, and the night view was also beautiful after the lights on the National Mall were turned on. Martin looked over there and said, this place deserves an extra large firework. Bruce understood that the fireworks he was talking about were not the kind set off at the Independence Day celebration, and reminded him, man, your thoughts are becoming more and more dangerous. Are you planning to commit treason? Martin shrugged, maybe I came from the slums, and I have a special feeling for this hot land of America, and I always want to give it a little boy or a fat man. Bruce coughed lightly, I need to let you know that you are now a national hero of the United States, and you are about to receive the Distinguished Presidential Medal of Freedom. Martin laughed. The Church of Coca-Cola must continue to develop in Washington and organize more activities. He was obviously joking. If you want to catch me in the future, you must first eliminate the members of the Church of Coca-Cola, but 99% of them are. Bruce was also amused by the cold joke, unless you can become a leader like Hubbard. Martin pondered for a moment. Scientology is a cult, and the Church of Coca-Cola is upright, just like me in the way I live and work. He won the Oscar and the Cannes Best Actor in an upright manner. Just as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of high heels. His eyes turned casually, and he saw two long legs in black stockings, and a pair of long white legs next to them. The latter went to the next table across the street, and suddenly turned to this side. Martin found that it was an acquaintance. He had met Kate, a female reporter from the Washington News, several times when he came to Washington last time. What a coincidence, we meet again. Kate took the initiative to come over and say hello. Martin, congratulations. Martin stood up and shook hands with her. Thank you. Kate was obviously dressed up carefully, wearing a professional suit, which made her look long-legged, hip-shaped and big-chested. She also wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. At first glance, she looked like Louise. To be honest, her appearance and figure were no worse than Louise's. Kate noticed Martin's scrutiny and pulled over her companion in black stockings. This is my friend Rachel. She works in book discovery and publishing. Rachel stretched out her hand and smiled faintly. Martin, nice to meet you. Martin shook her hand and felt that the other's hand was very strong. Nice to meet you. He looked at Kate. Are you coming for dinner? I'm a little reporter, and I'd like to invite Rachel to dinner. The last time Martin came to Washington, Kate talked a lot with him, and the two were familiar with each other, so she said, how about we share a table? She asked. Bruce, Rachel, do you mind? Martin nodded. That's right. I want to know the latest situation in Washington. Rachel said, I also want to know about Hollywood literary adaptations. Bruce moved to Martin's side and gave the other side to the two ladies. After Kate and Rachel finished ordering, Martin casually asked about some things in Washington politics, especially after Guan came on stage this year. Kate introduced some of them and then said, you caught another spy at the Santa Monica Pier. Is there any top secret content? You know I'm a reporter, and it's hard to work in the newspaper without exclusive news. Rachel said, Kate has been under a lot of work pressure recently. Kate said earnestly, help your old friend. Okay. Martin seemed to be dazzled by the beauty. Under the table, Kate gently touched Rachel's leg, and Rachel rubbed her back. I was very scared at the time, scared to death. Martin said seriously, I'm not a fearless hero like the media said. I'm also very afraid of death. I fought hard and bravely at the time, just because I wanted to survive. Kate was slightly stunned. What kind of secret is this? If the report is sent out, it will only make Martin more like a living hero, not a special symbol. She asked again, nothing else? Martin thought about it carefully and said, everything else has been reported before. Kate was somewhat disappointed. Rachel kicked her lightly under the table, but she still kept smiling. Thank you for the exclusive. Martin smiled. You're welcome. The waiter brought the meals to the two ladies. The topic also turned from Rachel to the film adaptation of literature. Rachel asked, I saw a report in the media that you and David Fincher are going to adapt Gone Girl. This novel has been published and released. Since the news that Martin and David Fincher are going to cooperate in adapting a movie was released, it has rushed to the New York Times bestseller list and is currently in the top 20. Therefore, Martin responded, the script has been completed. Director Finch has called the crew to make preliminary preparations. The filming may start in the second half of the year. Rachel said, my publishing house also has several good novels. I think they are more suitable for film adaptation. I wonder if you are interested, Martin? Martin said, when you have time, bring them to me for a look. Rachel found a reason for the two to meet again. I will contact the author first, and then call you. She asked for the phone number naturally, and took out the mobile phone from her bag. Can you tell me your phone number? Kate had his contact information, and Martin directly reported a string of numbers. Rachel called, and when Martin's mobile phone rang, she hung up the phone. After chatting for a while, Kate invited, are you busy tonight? Let's find a place to have a drink together after dinner. When she spoke, she held her head high and her advantages were outstanding, making it difficult to refuse. Before Martin could speak, a foot in stockings, stretched out from below, got into his trouser legs and rubbed up and down. Martin turned his eyes to Rachel. Rachel just smiled at him, as if the foot under the table had nothing to do with her. At this moment, Martin almost agreed. Two beautiful and elegant women took the initiative to invite and hint. How many normal men could resist? But Martin was a bastard, but he was more stable than an old dog when he was hiding. He thought of Nevs's reminder just now. The FBI is the originator of similar industries in the world and the sport of fishing. Almost at the same time he thought of these. Bruce, who had always had a tacit understanding with Martin, seemed to choke when drinking water and coughed twice. Martin could tell that old bull was reminding him, and smiled and said, I have urgent work to deal with tonight, so I can only say sorry. It's okay, call me when you finish your work. Kate was obviously not as calm as Rachel, and was a little anxious. Rachel and I will go to your place with some wine. Rachel smiled and interrupted Kate. Martin's work is important. Let's not disturb him. Kate slapped her forehead. Look at me. The work pressure is too great, and my head is confused. Martin was polite. Thank you for your understanding. Rachel did not retract her feet under the table, but climbed up along Martin's legs. She smiled charmingly. Wait for my call. I will contact the novel authors as soon as possible, and then come to you to discuss the adaptation. Martin smiled and replied, I'll wait for your good news. Rachel retracted her feet and wanted to ask the waiter to pay the bill. Martin took the initiative to pay for the two people, and the four of them left the restaurant together and parted in the elevator. Kate and Rachel took the elevator downstairs. Because there were other people in the elevator, the two did not speak until they left the hotel and got into the car they drove. The latter unbuttoned his business jacket, took out the macro recorder hidden in the inner pocket, threw it aside, and said, there's nothing useful. Kate let out a long sigh and said, I can see that his eyes are almost glued to us. He is obviously a pervert, but he is so timid. You are too anxious, especially when you said you were going to his room at the end. Rachel reminded, it will be easy for you to arouse Martin's vigilance. She emphasized, Martin is indeed a pervert, but he is also a ruthless man who killed 6 or 7 armed bandits alone. Kate suddenly regretted it. Will he kill me? Rachel touched her face. Don't worry, we don't have to do anything. We just need to seduce him to bed. Isn't this what you are best at? Seduce employees or supervisors from various departments and get news from them. Kate took her hand away and confirmed again, I will cooperate with you. You promised me that no matter whether you succeed or not, you will no longer pursue the things I did. Rachel smiled and said, we always do what we say. Okay, I'll be more proactive next time. Kate was determined. She couldn't have a criminal record, and she couldn't lose this job, otherwise she would go bankrupt. Wolves always eat meat. Rachel's cell phone rang. She took it out and looked at the caller ID, got out of the car, closed the door, answered it, and said, boss. The other side said, you came out. Rachel said, things are not going well. He hasn't taken the bait yet, but I left the bait. I'll wait for next time. So difficult. The other side was puzzled. He doesn't like your style? Tonight Rachel and Kate's professional outfits were carefully prepared, imitating Louise and Kelly. Rachel said, in order not to alert him, I can only withdraw first. She said the key point, the bait I left, is a literary adaptation movie. We need to find a suitable work that can attract Martin Davis' attention as soon as possible. The other side said, I'll ask someone to do it. Back in the room, Martin took off his coat and looked at his pants. There seemed to be something strange at the hem of his pants. Bruce said, those two women are seducing you. The last time I came to Washington, Kate seduced me. Martin sat on the sofa. It's not surprising that she came to seduce me again, but this timing. He was still very careful. Nev's reminded us. Bruce said, I'm also worried that they are bait. Martin nodded. We'll see what happens. Pay more attention. The next morning, Rachel called and told Martin that she had contacted an author who was willing to adapt his work into a novel. Martin decided to drag it out, saying that there were a lot of activities in the past 2 days and he would talk about it after the celebration. He contacted Nevs and sent him the photos of Kate and Rachel that old Bruce had secretly taken. In addition, Martin did have a lot of activities. Elizabeth and Lily rushed over, and Thomas and Ari Emanuel also came on the same plane. The latter issued an invitation on behalf of his brother Am Emanuel. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Hawking verifies Martin. As the lights came on, the Escalade that Martin and Elizabeth were riding in stopped next to a club on Pennsylvania Avenue. Ali and Thomas got out of another car. Martin and the other man followed them into the club. They arrived at the door of a reception room. The man in a black suit guarding the door should be the White House Secret Service. Rahm Emanuel is now the White House Chief of Staff. Ali opened the door and said to the few people, please come in. Martin and Elizabeth walked in at the back. When passing the door, the Secret Service nodded slightly, patted his chest first, and then raised his right hand to secretly make a drinking gesture. Martin was very familiar with it. He used a similar gesture when he drank coke on the red carpet. Obviously, this is a member of the coke cult. Martin smiled at him and followed him into the reception room. After the Santa Monica Pier incident, there have been tens of millions of coke cult members in the United States. Rahm Emanuel and his wife stood in the reception room and said with a smile, "Hi, Martin, we meet again." Martin took a few quick steps and went forward to shake hands with Rahm. "I originally thought that I would wait for Ali to come over and then I would pay a visit." "Don't be so polite," Rahm invited. "Sit anywhere." His wife came over and said to Elizabeth, "There are programs suitable for ladies to relax here, so we don't need to participate in their boring topics." Elizabeth smiled and responded and followed Mrs. Emanuel out of the reception room through the side door. Rahm went straight to the point. "Martin, you have been doing better and better in the past 2 years and have become a cultural phenomenon." Martin smiled and replied, "It is mainly due to the support of WMA. Ali has invested a lot of resources in me in the past few years. Without his help, I would not be where I'm today, so I have been cooperating with WMA. Even though CAA keeps tempting me, I have not changed my mind." Ali continued, "Martin is now the trump card of WMA. I have a plan to build the Martin brand into a cultural symbol like Star Wars. Thomas talked to Martin about this matter. Martin himself was not interested in Star Wars, but he knew the importance of Star Wars in the eyes of Americans. It is not an exaggeration to say that Star Wars is the first benchmark of American film culture, and it is not even enough to reflect its influence. Martin's words are very appropriate. I will fully cooperate with the company. Ali is the largest shareholder of WMA. Does WMA's interests involve RAM? Martin is certainly not stupid enough to ask. We gained a lot on our last trip to California. Ram talked about the previous election. Your inclinations have influenced many members of the Coca-Cola cult. He laughed. This loose alliance organization admires you very much. Martin seemed casual and humble. The Coca-Cola cult is just a facade. They gather on the internet because they like my character and Coca-Cola. They lack organization and cohesion. Ram has seen the power of these people in the general election. Members of the Coca-Cola cult are all over the United States, and voters can influence voters. Ali interrupted. If it weren't for the Entertainment Act, I would have invited you to become a partner of the company. Martin laughed. The company supports me very much. Ram added. You are now one of the most famous Democrats in the United States. Martin said. When I voted in the election, the party was indicated on the ballot. Since Atlanta, Martin has been entangled with the Donkey Party. Kelly Gray, who has always maintained a lover relationship, and later Louise Mayer, and Jennifer Aniston, etc., are all members of the Donkey Party. There are many members and supporters of the Donkey Party in Hollywood, including Tom Hanks, Sean Penn, the Roberts family, Spielberg and Lucas, Meryl Streep, Scarlett Johansson, George Clooney, etc. The support and promotion of celebrities are actually very effective. Every time there is a general election, Hollywood stars are always invited to stand on the stage. To put it bluntly, the Hollywood Oscars use the rules of the general election. Considering Martin's growing influence, especially his influence on the members of the Coca-Cola cult, Ram gave him a favor. In 2 days, it will be the Independence Day celebration, and Barack will personally award you the medal. Martin said, when I was injured and hospitalized, Barack took time out of his busy schedule to visit me. I have always wanted to thank him in person. Ram followed up his words and said, the opportunity to thank you will come soon. Martin cursed inwardly. These people who are involved in politics are much more evil than those who play entertainment. Ram said, Barack's eldest daughter Mariah is about to have her summer vacation and is preparing to participate in a summer internship. She is very curious about film shooting and production and wants to go to a film company for internship. Martin responded very quickly, leave it to me. Whether she wants to go to a first-class big production crew or an art crew, it's not a problem. The two sides chatted for a while. Basically, you support me, I give you a hand and so on. The huge influence of the Coke God Church gave Martin some capital. Just at 8:30, Martin said goodbye and left the club. On the way back to the Escalade, Elizabeth said, I have an appointment with Mrs. Emanuel. When she and the children go to Los Angeles for a trip, I will host them throughout the trip. Martin found that the little witch knew more than just washing her face. Elizabeth held his arm tightly and said, some things are not convenient for you to do. I can help. She said intentionally or unintentionally. Mom and Dad have said that sometimes it is easier to get closer through ladies' diplomacy. Martin patted her hands. Just do it. Tell me if you need anything. At this point, he remembered what Ram had just mentioned. It would be more appropriate for Elizabeth to do it. Martin pondered and said, after the Independence Day celebration ceremony, there will be a reception lunch at the White House. Juan Hayes' whole family will attend. His eldest daughter Marissa wants to participate in film-related practical activities during this summer internship. Elizabeth remembered everything in her heart. When Martin finished speaking, she thought about it carefully and said, leave it to me. It is more convenient for girls to talk to each other. Back at the hotel, Bruce opened the door and found Lily fiddling with the camera inside. She nodded to Martin. Martin took off his coat and hung it up and asked, are you going out to take pictures so late? Lily said, when you are awarded the medal, I will take pictures and use them as a blueprint for the sculpture. Elizabeth replied, then we will buy it and keep it as a collection. Lily deliberately gave Elizabeth a thumbs up. Elizabeth winked at her. Martin saw it, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. He went back to his room to take a shower and change clothes, and said to Lily, "It's okay to go back to your room early." Lily put away the camera and said, "I will sleep on my side at night." She added, "I promised Elizabeth." Martin remembered something in Atlanta and said to Elizabeth, "You don't know her." Elizabeth said, "Lily promised me." Lily smiled at her. Martin shook his head and went into the master bedroom. Elizabeth did not sleep well that night, mainly because she was tortured to death by Martin. Even in the morning, her voice was a little hoarse when she spoke. Lily did not sleep well either. She had 2 big dark circles under her eyes. She came out of the room and stared at Elizabeth. She couldn't understand why the girl who looked quiet and gentle could scream so loudly. On this day, Martin took the 2 of them to buy suitable clothes and visited several famous attractions in Washington. During this time, Benjamin called, and Martin went to the north gate of the White House to meet Benjamin. Benjamin brought a dozen members of the White House Secret Service who were not on duty and waited near the north gate. After Martin went there, these relatively young agents, although not as crazy and enthusiastic as the fans, were more uniform. They said together, "Forever Coke God Cult. Forever Coke God of War." Martin took photos with them one by one and asked their names. When signing, each person wrote a different blessing. For a poor student, writing a variety of inspiring blessings, I don't know how many brain cells died. Benjamin also asked for signatures and photos for other members of the Coke God cult on duty. Martin met their requests one by one. Although he and Bruce had said some jokes, they didn't take it seriously. After all, the Coke God cult was a loose organization. Not long after, Martin said goodbye and left. The atmosphere of Independence Day on the streets of Washington was even stronger than that in Los Angeles. Early in the morning of July 4th, Benjamin arrived at the Hilton Hotel on time to pick up Martin and go to the White House to attend the celebration. When they came to the North Lawn again, Martin was arranged to sit in the front row. Lily and Elizabeth were in the family area a little further back. Not long after Martin sat down, more people came over, many of whom he knew. The one in the wheelchair was Stephen Hawking. The Presidential Medal of Freedom is not only awarded to Americans. The one who came to Martin was the famous Spielberg. Martin first went to Hawking and expressed his respect, hoping to get a comment similar to Charlize Theron's. For example, in the Endless Parallel universe, Martin Davis is a hero or something like that. But the electronic sound that sounded was, "Hello, leader." The nearby photographer recorded it, and Martin turned around and gestured to Bruce. Bruce understood and immediately went to the photographer to ask for a copy. "This is a leader of the Coke God cult certified by Hawking." Martin came back and shook hands with Spielberg again. "Steven, you are my idol and the director I want to work with the most. Jaws, Et, Indiana Jones and Jurassic Park, you have brought me all the joy in my childhood." Spielberg said, "Today, I'm your supporting actor." Both he and Hawking received the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That is the kind of medal that Martin received last time. Martin said the truth, "I don't want it. Who wants to face that kind of situation?" Spielberg watched the relevant video and said, "You are amazing. Let's have a good chat when we have time. I have heard Catherine praise you more than once." Catherine Kennedy, the producer of The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, is Spielberg's right-hand man. As Guan Hay walked onto the podium, the scene quickly became quiet. Chapter 514 Highest Honor. After Hawking and Spielberg, who were all awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, stepped down, Guan Hay stood in front of the podium again. He looked solemn, his eyes were far-reaching, and his voice was long. For more than 200 years, many people have defended our country and protected our citizens. We are always proud and grateful to them. The lens of a live camera turned to Martin and gave him a large close-up. Guan Hay's speech continued. "The hero among us represents the spirit, courage and love of America. He believes in America, he loves this land, and he will never stop defending our freedom." Warm applause broke out at the scene. Lily raised her camera and kept taking pictures. "That's why we respect our heroes." Guan Hay made a gesture of invitation. "Please welcome the hero of America, Martin Davis, the winner of the Outstanding Medal of Freedom." Chief of Staff Rahm Emanuel, who was sitting in the front row, stood up and applauded first, and other White House officials also stood up and applauded. Everyone on the South Lawn stood up and applauded. The outstanding Medal of Freedom is not given every year, and today only Martin was awarded. Elizabeth also stood up and applauded Martin. This scene made her particularly excited, and she felt that this was also her honor. Lily raised her camera and kept pressing the shutter to record Martin's glorious moments. Martin walked up to the podium amid applause, stood in the center, and said, "Mr. President." Guanhe shook hands with him and said with a smile, "Martin, you have shown us the courage and determination of America." Martin stood up straight and asked Guanhe to put on the big medal and the star on him. The applause on the South Lawn became even more enthusiastic. Martin took 2 steps forward and came to the podium and said, "The strength of America comes from the beliefs and spirit of all of us. I'm not as brave as you say. All I have done is to keep myself alive, but you have given me great honor. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America." Amid applause, Martin walked down to the podium. Lily put down the camera and said, "Who would have thought that the jerk in the community could receive the highest honor for civilians in this country?" Elizabeth's palms turned red from taking photos, and her face flushed with excitement. "Don't you think Martin is super charming? He is a hero of America and my hero." Lily looked down at the camera and played back the photos she had just taken one by one. Martin returned to the viewing seat. Spielberg hugged him, and others shook hands with him. Hawking's electronic voice sounded again, "Heroic leader." Martin nodded over there, "Thank you." The ceremony was still going on, and a staff member came over to remind Martin to go to the banquet hall to attend the reception lunch after the ceremony. Los Angeles, Burbank. Tony, with a big belly, sat on the sofa and watched the Independence Day celebration on TV intently. Seeing Martin wearing a large medal, she was intoxicated for a while. "So cool, my hero." She gently stroked her belly and murmured, "Son, come out and see. Your father is a hero, a real hero." In the panoramic close-up of the TV screen, Martin was wearing a large medal and a star on his chest, and his masculine charm was pulled to the extreme. In contrast, Guanhe next to him was dark and ugly, which was a good background. Tony couldn't drink alcohol now, so she poured a large glass of juice, raised it to the TV, and said, "Congratulations, my hero, the father of my son." Just in time, the close-up captured the image of Martin's smile. Tony seemed to have received a response and drank the whole glass of juice in one breath. She felt happy, as if she had eaten ice cream. She calculated that her son would be able to come out this year to see his father. It was really great. Tony looked at this expensive rented apartment. She originally thought it was very spacious, but now it seemed so cramped. The height was too low, the space was too small, the furniture and appliances were too different, and the food, clothing and daily necessities were not first-line big brands. It was really unsatisfactory wherever she looked. As long as her son is born, all this can change. Tony thought of the Coty community in Sherman where Martin has a single family house worth at most $3 million. She will not be greedy, as long as her son can live there. As a father, you should give what you should. The live broadcast on TV continued, but without Martin's camera. Tony stood up and prepared to go out for some exercise. The doctor asked her to ensure the basic amount of exercise. 2 floors upstairs, in another room, Ben Affleck picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Martin Davis received the highest national honor that a civilian could receive, and he was in the White House and in front of everyone in the United States. This made Ben very depressed, even more uncomfortable than not being able to breathe. Ben subconsciously came to the wine cabinet and opened the lattice glass cabinet door. The cabinet was empty, without a bottle of wine. People who are addicted to alcohol need alcohol when they are depressed and happy. Ben's long horse face was pulled down, and his temper rushed to his forehead, and he was about to explode. But he saw the lines of words written on the inside of the wine cabinet. "Have you forgotten the humiliation Martin Davis brought you? Martin Davis was in glory, but you fell off a cliff. Ben Affleck, do you still want revenge?" And the key sentence, "Do you want Jennifer Garner to become like Brad Pitt's ex-wife?" These heart-piercing words written by hand, when they were calm and full of hatred, instantly dissipated Ben's alcohol addiction, and he was refreshed and regained his sobriety. Ben closed the door of the wine cabinet and said, "I will never forget. I must take revenge." But it is easy to think, but difficult to do. In the past month, he asked someone to secretly contact Elisha Cuthbert and Anne Hathaway. The former had no good or bad feelings towards Martin, and was already a passerby. He didn't want to offend his powerful ex-boyfriend, because of his downtrodden man. The latter was so stupid, that she thought she owed Martin. Originally, Ben wanted to send someone to Atlanta, but suddenly remembered that he had no foundation in Atlanta, while Atlanta was the place where Martin Davis made his fortune, so he gave up the idea. What to do? Ben followed suit, just like he and Pete fell, and planned to start with the women around Martin Davis. For example, assistants and housekeepers. As a result, he saw a Hollywood alternative. A bastard who hangs the name of Playboy and does Playboy deeds has never forced any woman. This is incredible. This is so un-Hollywood. Let me ask, which big star, director, and producer in the circle dares to say that he has not forced others sexually? Is this still a Hollywood star? It is clearly a weirdo psychopath like Johnny Depp. Ben is still thinking about touching the spa incident, just in case there is something strange. Before he really got close, he found the figures of LAPD and FBI. One is the largest armed violent organization in Los Angeles, and the other is a member of the largest armed violent organization in the United States. Ben can't afford to offend. Looking at the time, he went out to go to the supermarket. Taking the elevator downstairs, when he was out of the apartment door, Ben found a big-bellied blonde woman sitting by the door, who seemed to be in great pain. Ben knew this person. He had met him more than once, when he went in and out. The residents of this apartment sometimes looked at him like a criminal. At other times, Ben would not care at all, but the woman's painful appearance with a big belly reminded him of before his daughter was born. People with bad tempers also have a soft side. Ben stepped forward and asked, "Are you okay?" Tony looked at Ben and said, "I was too excited just now, and drank some desserts. It may have caused contractions. Please take me to the hospital." Ben said, "I'll call 911 for you. They are too slow to come and go." Tony cried, "Please, take me to the hospital. I can't lose this child." Ben hesitated for a moment, and helped her up with force. "Hold on." Tony put one hand on Ben's shoulder and the other hand in front of her belly. "I can hold on." The woman was particularly strong at this time. "I can definitely hold on." Ben helped her into his car, started the car and drove quickly to the nearest hospital. Less than 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the hospital emergency room. Ben shouted loudly, "Doctor, help, help." Someone immediately ran out. Soon, Tony was lying in the emergency room and was given abortion-preserving drugs. Ben breathed a sigh of relief. The doctor came over and said, "The problem is not very serious, but you should also be careful. Pregnant women should not have too much emotional fluctuations, which can easily cause problems." Tony's heart returned to her stomach. "Doctor, is my baby okay?" The doctor said, "No problem. You should have a good rest and pay attention to your emotions. Call me if you have any problems." Tony nodded. "Okay." The doctor gave the nurse a few words and left soon. Tony turned her gaze to Ben, and thinking of the previous misunderstanding, she said, "Ben, thank you." Ben did a good thing, and was in a good mood. "We are all neighbors. You are welcome." He couldn't stay here with Tony for a long time, so he asked, "Where is your husband or boyfriend? Give him a call, and ask him to come over soon. He should know about this kind of thing." Tony didn't have a husband or boyfriend now, but thinking of the live TV just now, she said, "He went to Washington on a business trip, not in Los Angeles." Ben asked one more question. "Business trip? Leaving you alone at home?" Tony said, "I can't blame him. He went to the White House to attend the Independence Day celebration." Ben thought of the live TV just watched and said, "Amazing." The baby in her belly made Tony's head full of inexplicable thoughts, and she said some unconsciously, "He also appeared on the live TV." Ben felt that Tony's man might be a big shot, and couldn't help saying, "Wait until he comes back to introduce him." Tony nodded unconsciously. "When the opportunity is right, I will introduce you to each other." Ben looked at his watch. "No problem on your side. I'll leave." Tony took the bag and took out her phone. "Shall we exchange contact information?" This time she realized that a person might face unknown problems, so leaving a phone number of someone in the same building could be used at a critical moment. Okay. Big Ben thought of her husband or boyfriend who could attend the Independence Day celebration at the White House. Chapter 515 Marty in Rescue. The White House. Banquet Hall. The girls dressed up gathered together and talked about topics of mutual interest. Elizabeth talked about some interesting stories about the Hollywood crew, which attracted the attention of Guan Hei's eldest daughter Mariah. The two soon started a heated discussion on this topic. On the other side, Chief of Staff Ram whispered a few words in Guan Hei's ear. Guan Hai nodded slightly. I'll go talk to Martin for a while. Although he just took office at the beginning of the year, Guan Hei's team is already preparing for the next term. The Coca-Cola cult, which has a broad popular base, is a force that cannot be ignored. Guan Hai has talked with several major shareholders and executives of Coca-Cola, and they all admit one thing, that even the Coca-Cola group has far less influence on the Coca-Cola cult than the leader Martin. Coca-Cola hired Martin as a lifetime spokesperson because it was an urgent need for itself. Martin saw Guan Hai coming over, turned around and took the initiative to say hello, Mr. President. Guan Hai smiled and said, we are all old friends, call me Barack. The people around him automatically dispersed a little, including Spielberg who had talked about movies with Martin before. Guan Hai chatted with Martin. Others around were envious. The influence of this Hollywood star far exceeded the movie itself. 19-year-old Sasha Spielberg came to her father, somewhat indignant. Martin Davis has only been famous for a few years. Why is he so warmly received? Spielberg was so clear-headed and pointed to the big seal on Martin's body. First, he fought for it with his life. Second, he has a Coke cult with tens of millions of people behind him, and he is the leader. Although the organizational structure is very loose, his influence cannot be ignored. Sasha still couldn't figure it out. Spielberg turned his head and looked at Elizabeth Olsen who was chatting with Mariah. She was only 1 year older than Sasha, but she was much more sensible. Sasha was protected too well by the couple. Spielberg felt that if Martin turned to politics, he would have a much stronger foundation than George Clooney who was jumping around to enter politics. The luncheon didn't last too long. Before 1:30, the guests said goodbye and left. When Martin was leaving, Benjamin sent him to the parking lot and whispered, Master, the brothers who didn't take a photo with you yesterday are very happy to get your autographed photo. Let me express my gratitude to you. Elizabeth thought that Martin's followers had all come to the White House. Martin nodded. In a while, the Coca-Cola Church will hold several events in Washington. I'll have someone send you an invitation. Benjamin was very happy. Okay. The work of the special forces is actually very boring, and the Coca-Cola Church can bring a lot of fun. Martin got in the car and asked Old Bull to drive back to the hotel. When the car left the White House, Elizabeth said, I talked to Mariah. She is very interested in joining a large Hollywood crew and doing summer practice. Martin thought for a while and said, Nolan's crew will move to Los Angeles and Canada for filming. I have said hello to Nolan and Warner and asked her to join the crew for practice. Elizabeth said, okay, I will bring a few people of similar age to play together in the crew. Martin praised sincerely, Les, you did a great job. Elizabeth hugged his arm. Actually, I learned it from my sisters. They are much better than me. I can learn half of what they can do. It's good. Martin kissed her on the face. Lily in the passenger seat couldn't stand it anymore and said, I had a full lunch. If you feed me dog food again, I will vomit. Martin said, do you want to let you out of the car? You took a lot of photos? Elizabeth changed the subject and asked Lily while lying on the passenger seat, let's take a look at them together when we get back and select materials for your creation. Lily just smiled happily. In the White House, in the lounge, Michelle listened to what Mariah said, thought about it carefully for a while, and found her husband. While her husband was resting, she quietly went over and talked about this family matter. Martin Davis' girlfriend Elizabeth. Guan Hai listened to his wife's description. Christopher Nolan's crew. Michelle said, Warner Brothers project. Nolan is the director who filmed The Dark Knight. Guan Hai knew that his eldest daughter wanted to go to the film crew for summer practice a few days ago, and casually mentioned it to Chief of Staff Ram. After all, his brother Raleigh is a well-known entertainment agent in Hollywood. Hollywood's top crew, first-line directors, and first-line stars are indeed very suitable. Guan called Ram, and after hanging up, he said, Mariah is interested, let her go. Michelle said, she must be very happy to know that you agree. Guan was in a good mood today and said, Martin Davis is a very sensible person, a little interesting. Michelle nodded, left to find her daughter, and called Elizabeth Olsen by the way, to negotiate about her daughter joining the crew, after going to Los Angeles. In the hotel room, Elizabeth put down the phone and said, done. Martin came back, and contacted Nalan again, gently tapped her cheek. Thank you for your hard work. Elizabeth asked, are you going back to Africa next? Martin replied, going back to continue filming. Nalan said he can't live without me. He said the crew would be dead silent without me, lacking fun and excitement. Elizabeth went to change into her daily clothes and said, that sounds strange. Maybe it's because I'm not in the crew and no one is making trouble. Nalan is not used to it. Martin could vaguely guess some of Nalan's thoughts. If there is no trouble, there will be no publicity points, and the director will be under a lot of pressure. Elizabeth almost burst out laughing. What a strange director. Martin added one more sentence. Hollywood has never had a director like Nalan in the past. He is a brand new type. Elizabeth didn't quite understand. He is not as good as the 4 major directors, right? That's not what I'm talking about. Martin was talking about another aspect. He has die-hard fans similar to those of stars, the kind that only have me but not him. His fans will not tolerate anyone saying anything bad about him. Elizabeth thought of the 3-way battle on IMDb, just like what the fans of The Dark Knight did on IMDb against The Godfather and The Shawshank Redemption. Martin nodded, almost. He put away the Grand Seal and the Star Seal, and gave them to Elizabeth. I can't stay in Morocco for long. The crew will return to Los Angeles to shoot soon. You and Lily should not go there. Those places in Africa are not safe. Elizabeth put the Grand Seal and the Star Seal into the suitcase. Okay, I'll go back to Los Angeles and prepare to receive Mariah. Bruce knocked on the door and said, you have a call. Martin opened the door and asked, who called? Bruce glanced at Elizabeth, and seeing that Martin did not say anything, he said directly, the female editor, that is Rachel who mentioned the literary adaptation a few days ago. Didn't she claim that she had a suitable novel for you to see? Martin asked Elizabeth, are you interested in accompanying me to see a project? Elizabeth smiled and shook her head. I have to pack my luggage. You and old Bruce go. Martin picked up his coat and left the room with Bruce. Halfway through, Martin changed the trio's special mobile phone that Nicholson sent after the Santa Monica Pier incident and called Neves. Man, the fisherman is here again, he said. Neves had heard Martin's details before. If the bait is suitable, you can eat the bait and throw away the hook. He emphasized, never bring the hook to private occasions. You have seen the style of the FBI. Martin actually participated in 2 cases, and Russia was unlucky both times. Neves added, the leader of that group is 1 level lower than me. As long as you don't get hooked by the hook, everything else will be fine. I will fight back soon, and send him overseas to be a liaison officer. Martin had a bottom line in his heart, and went downstairs with old Bull to the coffee shop next door, and met Kate and Rachel again. Seeing the 2 enter the door, Rachel whispered, as expected, he didn't bring his girlfriend here, and he still has thoughts about us. Kate asked, are you ready? After the last meeting, Rachel and her boss carefully analyzed it, and felt that they should not act too hastily. 1 or 2 times may not be enough to dispel Martin Davis's vigilance. When the 2 sides are more familiar with each other, some things will happen naturally. After Martin came over, he shook hands with Kate and Rachel, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite them. Today, the 2 women changed their style, wearing long skirts, light makeup, and smiling sweetly, a bit like Elizabeth Olsen's daily style. Martin suspected that next time they might change to the style and temperament of Charlie and Aniston. Kate smiled sweetly and said, congratulations on winning the Outstanding Presidential Medal of Freedom. Rachel also said something similar. Thank you. Martin asked Bruce to order a few cups of coffee, and then got to the point and asked Rachel, you said on the phone that you brought a literary project suitable for film adaptation? Rachel nodded and said, yes, we have discussed it internally and think it has great potential for adaptation. This is a work that her team found overnight. In order to be authentic, they even forged the name of the publishing house and contacted the author. Of course, they dare not use the works of famous writers. Once there is a problem, it will be very troublesome. Therefore, especially found a science fiction novel that has a little reputation on the internet, has not yet attracted the attention of publishers, and is only updated on personal websites. The FBI has a special Hollywood liaison office, where Rachel once worked as an assistant. She roughly estimated that, if this novel is really adapted into a movie, it will require an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars. Such a project will definitely not be negotiated in a short time, and she can work with Martin to improve their relationship. Martin asked directly, "Did you bring the work?" Rachel opened her briefcase, took out a file bag, and handed it over. Martin then found that it was full of printed manuscripts, and looked across in confusion. Rachel explained, "It has not been published yet, and it is being serialized on the internet." Martin nodded, took out the bound printed manuscript, and saw the name on the cover, The Martian. Chapter 516, Fishing? Feed the fish. I'm fucked, this is my conclusion. After thinking it over again and again, fucked. These 6 days should have been the beginning of the most glorious 6 months of my life, but it turned out to be the prelude to a nightmare. The other teammates must have thought I was dead, and I can't blame them. Maybe there will be a state funeral in a while, and my introduction page will also say, Mark Watney is the only person who has died on Mars so far. Martin carefully read the first 2 chapters, and Matt Damon's honest face automatically popped up in front of him. Combined with the name of the novel, it is not difficult to determine that this is the potato growing on Mars. Then, he looked at Rachel opposite him, thinking, what are these FBI doing? Martin looked for this novel, but he couldn't find it in the publishing market at all. As a result, several FBI who wanted to fish for private interests used it as bait to catch their own fish. Or are these FBI expressing goodwill to him? First give him beautiful women, then give him projects. What a good person. Although his mind was turning, Martin's acting skills were completely online, and his face was very calm, as if this work was mediocre. Rachel had been observing Martin, and found that he was just reading the manuscript calmly, and didn't seem to be very interested. This was not an FBI action, but her boss found a few loyal subordinates to teach this man who blocked his promotion a lesson. The resources that could be mobilized were limited. Rachel's first thought was that a simple seduction would be enough to hook him. After all, the other party's reputation as a playboy was very loud. Martin read 2 more chapters to make sure he was not wrong. He closed the printed text and said, "It is a literary work that is slightly biased towards hard science fiction. The adaptation potential is average. Over the years, Hollywood movies that are biased towards hard science fiction have always had high investment and low returns, and there are very few truly successful ones." Rachel still did some preparation and said, "Don't you think this is like a Martian version of Robinson Crusoe? It is very well written. When I read it, I felt that it had a dramatic thrust like a rocket taking off." Martin asked, "Has this work been published? Are there any readers? Is the author famous?" Facing people in the industry, Rachel couldn't make up anything, and could only say, "It has not been published, and the author is a nobody. You see, these are the problems." Martin spread his hands. "Even if I want to adapt it into a movie, there is still a long way to go." Rachel thought to herself that, as long as you don't refuse it outright, it will be fine. She didn't care whether Martin would adapt it in the end or not. Rachel said, "We can agree on a plan to move it towards the direction of adaptation." Martin quickly flipped through the printed manuscript and found that there was no ending at the end. He asked, "Who is the author?" "There is not even an ending." "Rachel, you are making it very difficult for me." Rachel was about to stretch out her foot, but she retracted it. Martin continued, "I need to meet the author and talk to him face to face to make sure that he can complete this work and write a qualified ending so that I can promote the adaptation." He looked at Rachel and said, "You are a senior editor and should understand the operation of Hollywood. Every step forward for a slightly larger film project will cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars." Rachel thought for a moment and said, "Our publishing house is also communicating with the original author on these matters. I can assure you that all of what you said is not a problem." Seeing that the other party used something he was good at as an excuse, Martin simply said, "How about this? For the initial recommendation, we will both contribute funds. When the film project is in operation later, I can introduce your publishing house as an investment shareholder." This was completely beyond Rachel's expectations. It was not enough to push a novel to the other party, but also to contribute money to help operate the project? Is this fishing or feeding the fish? But she worked as a junior assistant in the FBI Hollywood office and knew that this was a normal and sincere way of operating in Hollywood. Rachel certainly couldn't take out hundreds of thousands of dollars. Maybe her boss had some in his treasury, but his boss would definitely not pay. Bruce glanced at Martin and said nothing, because the opposite was the individual behavior of a few individuals in the FBI. If it were the official behavior of the FBI, the two would have found a way to settle the incident long ago. Things always go beyond the plan. Rachel is a little confused. She looks at Martin opposite, who is full of sincerity. She has no choice but to say, "I need to ask my superiors." Martin said, "Don't worry." He picked up the printed document. "I'll take it back and take a closer look." It would definitely not work if she didn't let someone take it back. Rachel nodded and said, "You take it with you." Martin put the document into the file bag and gently touched Bruce's foot with his foot. Bruce remained calm, and the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and said a few words, then said to Martin, "It's a call from the White House. Mr. President invites you to watch the fireworks show tonight." Rachel's eyebrows jumped, but she didn't worry too much because her superior was not on the White House line. Martin picked up the file bag and shook hands with Rachel, who stood up. "If you are willing to invest, please notify me in time so that I can have someone prepare." Rachel smiled and said, "I will report to my superiors." Martin and Bruce left. After the people disappeared, Kate sat back in the chair and said, "You made too much trouble. It could have been solved by taking off your pants." Rachel was very angry and stared at Kate. In the end, she said nothing, picked up her briefcase, and left the cafe. Martin and Bruce entered the hotel lobby and went to the lounge first. Bruce carefully checked the file bag and made sure there was no problem. Then the two went upstairs. "Did you finish the discussion so soon?" Elizabeth hadn't finished packing her luggage. Martin nodded and said to Bruce, "Call Thomas over." Elizabeth knew that he had something important to do and pointed to the bedroom. "I'll go see if Lily has packed up." A few minutes later, Thomas came in from outside and Martin called him to go into the study of the suite. Bruce handed the file bag to Thomas. "It contains the manuscript of a novel." Thomas took it out and asked, "Do you want to buy the copyright?" Martin nodded slightly. "This manuscript has not yet been published, and the copyright should still be in the hands of the author, but I don't know who the author is." He asked specifically, but Rachel beat around the bush and didn't say. "Find the author and negotiate with him for the film and television adaptation rights as quickly as possible." "Okay." Thomas flipped through the manuscript. Martin's mind flashed again with Matt Damon's honest face. Remembering that the other party was a member of the Foot Gang, he sighed that it was not only fate, but even the FBI wanted him to stand on the opposite side of the Foot Gang. Thomas read the manuscript for a while, turned on the computer in the study, logged into the Google website, entered a paragraph of the manuscript, used Google search, and opened a personal blog. He looked carefully and said, "We found the author." Martin replied, "Who is it?" Thomas said, "A man named Andy Weir." Because he has no publisher to support him, he serializes and updates the Martian through his personal blog. He has only updated to the last chapter of the manuscript. There was a brief introduction of the author. He read it and said, "This man graduated from the University of California and currently works at Blizzard Entertainment." Martin asked, "Blizzard Entertainment, which produced the Warcraft game?" "Yes." Thomas confirmed this. "He is a game programmer at Blizzard." Martin thought for a moment and said, "You go back to California immediately, find this person, deal with him, and buy the copyright." Thomas put away the manuscript. "I'll book a flight right away." Martin remembered another thing. "By the way, confirm Ridley Scott's future work schedule." Thomas nodded and left the room. Martin thought carefully again and made sure he was not mistaken. Ridley Scott was the director. Director Ridley was known in the industry for his unstable performance. The movies he directed were always good and bad, which led to his great reputation, but he could not get the final editing rights. However, one thing is clear, Ray's failed films are basically epic masterpieces, especially costume films. It seems that only Gladiator has achieved great commercial success. On the contrary, Ray rarely fails in science fiction films. Martin remembers that Ray is a very ambitious director. Every time he succeeds in science fiction films, he jumps into the pit of epic films without hesitation. Kingdom of Heaven, Robin Hood, Pharaohs and Gods, The Last Duel, all of them are box office disasters with production costs of hundreds of millions of dollars. Martin took out the trio's special mobile phone and called Nevs again. After chatting for a while, he felt relieved. Thomas took a flight back to Los Angeles that afternoon. Martin and his group had dinner in advance and came to the White House again to enjoy the Independence Day fireworks show with Guan Hay and others. Elizabeth also communicated with Michelle in person that Mariah would go to Los Angeles in mid-July to join the Inception crew for summer practice. Nolan, Martin and several senior executives of Warner Brothers will all sign her practice record. It is conceivable that she will definitely enter an Ivy League school in the future. The next morning, Martin sent Lily and Elizabeth away first, then took a flight to leave North America and return to Morocco to continue filming Inception. While changing planes in Rabat, he received a call from Nevs. The fishermen who went fishing were sent to South Korea as liaison officers because they failed in the internal competition among fishermen, and they would not return to North America for a long time. The fish hook was gone, so Martin had to take the bait. Thomas contacted Andy Weir, who is still a part-time writer. It is difficult to see hope for the serialized novel, and the talks went smoothly. Chapter 517. Catch Him Alive. Irvine, Orange County, California. After lunch, Andy Weir came to the office window and looked into the distance to relax his eyes. In the small square in front of the office building, the Orc-Wolf Rider statue raised his battle axe, and the Lich King on the other side pointed his sword into the distance. Andy Weir lowered his head and took out a card, which recorded the phone number of a publishing house that contacted him actively. The other party wanted to promote the publication of the Marty, in which he serialized part-time. That was his most precious child, and he poured countless efforts into it. Andy Weir stared at the statue of the Lich King and murmured, "My child, I wish that the whole of America would read your name on the day you were born." The wish was very beautiful, but the reality was very cruel. Andy Weir took out his mobile phone and called the publishing house, but there was a busy tone. After waiting for a while, he called again, but it was still busy. Andy Weir had a bad association that the publishing house might have rejected his work. He was given hope and then lost hope, and his mentality was confused. Before going to work in the afternoon, Andy Weir called the number for the last time, but still couldn't get through. Just as he was about to put down his phone, it vibrated. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Andy answered. "This is Andy Weir." The voice on the other end was also unfamiliar. "Hello, Mr. Weir, I'm Thomas Lane, Martin Davis' agent. I'm here on behalf of Martin to discuss matters related to the Martian with you." Andy was stunned. "Martin Davis? The Martin from Hollywood?" "Yes, the Martin you know, the American national hero Martin." The person on the other end asked, "Do you have time now? Let's find a place to talk." When hope was shattered, a greater hope popped up. Andy almost didn't think about it and said, okay, I'll go and ask for leave now." Throwing all the work aside, Andy asked for leave from his supervisor and drove to the agreed place. He thought of one thing. Wanted and Limitless starring Martin Davis were both adapted from literary works. The unknown Gillian Flynn became a writer on the New York bestseller list because Martin and David Fincher wanted to change her novel Gone Girl. Being a programmer for life or becoming famous with one book, there is no need to choose. When the car stopped outside the agreed coffee shop, Andy did not go in immediately. After the initial excitement, he calmed down a little and took out his mobile phone to search Martin's agent. There are many pictures of Martin and his agent on the internet. Andy remembered the appearance of the person, got off the car, and entered the coffee shop. At a glance, he found an identical face. However, the hair seemed to be less than that on the internet. There was hair on the forehead on the internet, but now he is bald. Thomas also saw Andy, stood up and shook hands with him, invited him to sit down, and went straight to the point. When Martin was in Washington, he saw the serialization of the Martian on your personal blog. He was very interested in it and wanted to promote the publication of the book in the film adaptation. Andy asked eagerly, "Is Martin playing the leading role?" Thomas got a definite answer from Martin and replied, "Yes, I can be 100% sure of this." Andy knew that the opportunity to change his fate was right in front of him. The publisher who had contacted him and lost contact was thrown out of his mind. "I'm willing to cooperate with Martin." Only he himself knew how much he had paid to write the Martian. In order to write this novel well, Andy taught himself orbital dynamics, botany, the history of space development, an overview of Mars, and so on. A wise decision. Thomas said with a smile, "You can ask your agent to come over, and we can discuss the copyright authorization together." Andy smiled helplessly, "I don't have an agent." Thomas followed the formal procedures to avoid subsequent disputes. A lawyer is also fine. Blizzard has a professional copyright lawyer, and Andy immediately called for help. The next day, he started formal authorization negotiations with Thomas. Morocco, Astrat Studios. While the crew was taking a break, Martin quietly entered the studio equipped with a centrifuge. Nolan, who was originally listless, immediately became energetic when he saw Martin and hurriedly greeted him, opened his arms, and gave Martin a bear hug. "I have been waiting for you to come back." Martin smiled and said, "As soon as I finished in Washington, I rushed back immediately." Mean and Ellen Page both ran over at this time to congratulate Martin on winning the Distinguished Presidential Medal of Freedom. Nolan was about to wave, but found that his assistant was standing behind him with a pen and a notebook. "Write it down." Nolan said directly, "During the filming, Martin Davis received the Medal of Freedom in Washington." After returning to the crew held a grand celebration for him. The assistant quickly recorded it while looking at the other side of the studio. Some British actors, led by Cillian Murphy and Tom Hardy, obviously had no intention of congratulating Martin. Nolan paused for a moment and thought of an extremely important tidbit that could be used as publicity. He said, "Mariah, the daughter of the sea, used the summer vacation to come to the crew for holiday practice." The assistant felt that, as of now, Martin's receiving the Medal of Freedom and the daughter of the sea came to the crew for practice are the most eye-catching. Let's just take these first. The daughter of the sea came to the crew for practice and could write dozens of different tidbits and news. Nolan felt that Martin, who did not cause trouble, could also create an eye-catching effect, which made him feel much more at ease. Recently, Nolan even considered personally going to fight with Martin to create some news and highlights. But he was also very worried that, if he really angered Martin, he would become the next Bale. After the studio was quiet for a while, Nolan found Martin again and said, "The crew has had good news recently. You won the Medal of Freedom, and Professor Mordechai won the Moroccan National Physics Award. These can all be used in publicity and marketing. Where's the professor?" Martin didn't see Mordechai. "I want to congratulate him." Nolan looked for him and pointed to the back of the centrifuge. "There," he added. "The professor won't stay in the crew for too long. He will go to Terran for academic exchanges in a while." Terran. When Martin looked over there, he saw Mordechai and the beautiful woman named Giselle walking out together. Mordechai also saw Martin and walked over here. "Congratulations." Not only did he say congratulations, he took out a small box from his pocket. "For you." Martin continued, "Professor, I also want to congratulate you on winning the award." When Bruce saw Mordechai take out the gift box, he opened his bag, took out the Coke cult version of the clown gift box, and walked over quickly. After Martin finished congratulating, Bruce, who cooperated well with him, had already handed the gift box to him. He gave it to Mordechai again. "My family cut it by hand." Mordechai smiled and said, "Then I'm welcome." After accepting it, he handed it to Giselle next to him. After a break, the crew was almost ready. Nolan raised the megaphone and notified the actors to get ready. Mean as the absolute protagonist and the action scene to be filmed next. Several actors all entered the revolving corridor. Martin's scene was not rehearsed today. Martin came behind the director's monitor and quietly watched Nolan dispatch the entire crew. The director is the general commander of the set. Even the producer will mainly follow the director's opinion on the set. After a period of training, Ming can already handle the action scene in the revolving corridor. However, Nolan designed hundreds of shots for this scene, and other actors, including Martin, had to cooperate with Ming. Martin watched for a while through the director's monitor. Whether it was action scenes or wire scenes, Ming did a pretty good job. During the break in filming, Giselle went to help Mordecai make coffee. Another ordinary looking female assistant came over and asked in French, "How is the progress?" Giselle also spoke in French. "He trusts me now. I will try again." The person looked outside and said, "The intelligence we got from above is correct. Mordecai has made breakthroughs in some aspects. There are instructions from above. It is best to take him out. He is valuable to us. If not, we must try to catch him alive." She emphasized, "He will go to Tehran for academic exchanges next month. We don't have much time left." There were footsteps outside. Giselle nodded slightly and left with the brewed coffee. At lunch, she went to the restaurant to get the food and brought it to Mordecai's office to eat together. In the few days when Martin was away, Giselle and Mordecai's relationship made rapid progress. Just like a couple, there are at most 10 days left to finish the scenes using the centrifuge. Giselle said while eating, "You said last time that you would take me to the Mediterranean after the filming was over." Mordecai scratched his head and said apologetically, "Maybe I can't go. I have to go to Tehran for academic exchange." Giselle was very surprised, but she didn't show it on her face. "Going to Tehran? Originally, I was going there next month," Mordecai explained, "but after the University of Casablanca and the University of Tehran discussed, they changed the schedule. Some things have to be dealt with 2 weeks in advance." Giselle's face flashed with disappointment. "Is that so?" Mordecai is a very famous physicist in Morocco. He is very knowledgeable about centrifuges, and that's why the crew invited him here. Giselle was worried that some centrifuges can be used in special industries. Mordecai said again, "When you come back from the academic exchange, I will take you to Europe for a tour." Giselle couldn't object, so she agreed first. "Okay." After lunch, when she went to throw away the garbage, Giselle met the ordinary female assistant again. "Yes?" the female assistant asked. "The situation has changed." Giselle lowered her voice and said quickly, "Mordecai has to go to Tehran in advance. He may have something very important to deal with." Hearing this, the female assistant hesitated for a moment and made up her mind. "We can't wait any longer. We need to find a chance tonight." Giselle said, "You'd better have a plan." The female assistant nodded. "I will go back to the hotel in advance and think of a way to prevent Mordecai from returning to Casablanca." Chapter 518 Kidnapping. After dinner, Martin, Nolan, Emma Thomas and Mordecai went upstairs together. "When you go to Casablanca, you must come to my house," Mordecai invited very enthusiastically. "Give me a chance to entertain you." Martin smiled. "Professor, you are too polite." Nolan said, "That will have to wait until I come to Morocco to shoot next time." Mordecai was very sincere. "When you leave Morocco, you can transfer in Casablanca." Nolan declined politely. Mordecai got off the elevator first. Martin and the Nolan couple's rooms are on the upper floor. Back in the room, Bruce opened a bag, took out the gift from Professor Mordecai, and gave it to Martin. Martin opened it and took a look. It was a piece of old coral, a specialty of Morocco. Bruce said, "It's beautiful." Martin returned it to him. "Keep it." He went to take a shower, and when he came out, his cell phone rang. It was Thomas who called at the right time. Thomas basically agreed to the adaptation of The Martian. With the experience of operating Gone Girl, Davis Studio will recommend the novel to Random House. After it is published and listed, it will be adapted into a movie. Martin hung up the phone and said, "Those people in the FBI are really good people." Bruce asked, "Is that novel good?" Martin found the manuscript and handed it to him. "Read it carefully." Bruce didn't even take it. "Kill me," Martin said contemptuously. "Student scum." An ordinary van drove to the dimly lit area of the hotel, and several women got on the car one after another. The ordinary looking female assistant stood on the car, and a floor plan of the hotel was posted on the smooth metal wall. Giselle and 3 other people got on the car. The female assistant asked Giselle in French, "Do you have an appointment?" Giselle nodded. I'll go up in half an hour. The female assistant took out a lipstick and handed it to her. There is a sleeping pill in it. It will take effect soon after taking it. People can sleep soundly all night and won't wake up easily. Giselle checked the lipstick and made sure it was okay. Another woman took out a large trolley case from the side. The female assistant said, after you finish, we will pretend to be passengers on the same floor and go up with the suitcases. Giselle checked the suitcase. Mordecai is thin and small, so it's no problem to put him in this, but I need help to move him. The unconscious person's body is dead heavy. Even if they have undergone certain training, it is difficult for one person to put him in. The female assistant said, and they will go up to help you. She came to the hotel floor plan and pointed to a location on it. This is a freight elevator of the hotel. From 11 PM to 5 AM. Basically no one uses it. We will retreat through this freight elevator and exit from the side rear door for unloading. After getting on the car, we will immediately go east. Ours is it is not far from Algeria, and there will be someone to meet us at the border over there. Several women remembered it firmly. The female assistant finally said, let me remind you again, that communication must be in French. If there is an unexpected situation, we will be French personal behavior. Understood. Giselle responded, put away her lipstick, and after making sure that the outside of the car was normal, she got out of the car, turned to the front road, and entered the hotel. She came to the guest elevator with her bag, and waited for a while before an elevator came down. Mean, dressed in black, came out of the elevator, and saw Giselle at a glance, smiling and saying hello, good evening. Giselle was calm and smiled, are you going out? Mean smiled with 2 rows of white teeth. The air in the hotel is stuffy. Go out for a walk. Giselle saw that the elevator door was about to close, so she quickly pressed it and pointed inside. I'm going up. Mean quickly made way for the door and said, goodbye. Giselle entered the elevator. Mean walked out and couldn't help but sigh that Professor Mordecai had no taste. Wouldn't it be better for the professor to find someone of similar age? What's so good about such a young person? Mean came out of the hotel, looked at his watch, and found that it was still early. Emma Thomas couldn't come out at this time. While wandering aimlessly, he found headphones and plugged them into his mobile phone, turned on the phone to play, and learned French. This was also to prepare for the role he would work with Isabelle Huppert. Although Mean had reached a height that was difficult for ordinary actors to reach with his eloquence and Martin's recommendation, he also saw the hard-working side of Martin and would go all out when preparing. When people concentrate on doing something, time always passes very quickly. I don't know how long it took. Mean heard the ringing of his cell phone. He looked at the caller ID and quickly answered it, but he was not in a hurry to speak. Emma Thomas' voice rang out from the receiver. Chris and I have something else to do. We will be out later. You find a hidden place first, and I will come to you directly later. She also specifically instructed, don't go too far, just near the hotel. Mean replied, no problem. The other party hung up the phone quickly. Mean put away the headphones and looked around. The quietest place nearby was undoubtedly the side and back of the hotel. There were trees there, and the street lights were almost non-existent. No one would go there later, and it was close to the 5-star hotel, so there was no need to worry about public security issues. If something really happened, the hotel security would hear it if he shouted. Mean walked over there and found a truck. When he came to the back door, because he was thinking about his goddess Emma Thomas, Mean stopped subconsciously after seeing the car and stood behind a tree to see if there was anyone in the car. If there was someone, he would go to another place. If there was no one, the back of the car seemed to be a good place. It could block the view and would not destroy the atmosphere of the wild. In the hotel suite, Giselle went to the bathroom to take a shower. At first, she could hear Mordecai occasionally making noises. When she came out of the shower wrapped in a bath towel, Mordecai was already asleep sitting on the sofa. She quickly changed her clothes and went over to pat Mordecai. Professor. Professor. Mordecai was snoring and did not respond. Giselle pushed him again to make sure that he would not wake up, took out her mobile phone from her bag, and dialed with one key. After the ringing sounded 3 times, she hung up the phone. Giselle came to the door and looked out through the peephole. The corridor was very quiet. She hid behind the door and waited for the person to come up. In the van, the female assistant put away the phone, opened the partition window, and patted it gently. The female driver nodded slightly. The female assistant asked the other two to get out of the car. One of them got out and looked around. It was pitch black and there was nothing unusual. She said in French, "It's normal. Hurry up." The female assistant handed her a large suitcase. Seeing that she was going to drag it, she quickly reminded her, "Be careful with the wheels. Don't drag it on the bad road here. No matter how thin Mordecai is, he is still a man. If the wheels are broken, it will be very inconvenient to drag him and arouse suspicion." The man picked up the suitcase. The female assistant and the other person got out of the car, closed the rear door, and walked along the road towards the main entrance of the hotel. The three people passed by a tree soon. Mean, who was standing behind the tree, was motionless. He had been through a lot with Martin, so he still had basic psychological qualities. His natural advantage also made him more difficult to detect in the dark. The three women walked farther and farther away. Mean, who had been holding his breath, took a few breaths in a row. When they turned the corner, he took out his mobile phone and quietly followed them. The conversations of those people in French all fell into the ears of Uncle Mean. Is there going to be a problem with the crew? He is the second male lead. Martin is the male lead of the crew, and Emma Thomas is the producer. Mean is a man with a conscience, and he can't sit idly by and watch the crew really get into trouble. And he recognized the woman leading the group, who was clearly a female assistant of the crew. The target is Professor Mordecai. This reminded Mean of something. Giselle, who hooked up with the professor, sometimes whispered to this female assistant. Mean had some guesses, and when he came to the door of the hotel, he saw three women walking through the lobby and entering the elevator. He was an actor, and he followed the old bull's example, walking into the hotel slowly, as if he knew nothing, and walked towards the elevator with his pockets in his hands. When he turned to the elevator in trance, he saw the suitcase being dragged in at the end. Mean waited for a few seconds, walked in quickly, and stood in front of the elevator and waited patiently. The elevator showed that it was going up all the way, and stopped at the floor where Professor Mordecai and the British actors lived. Mean immediately got into another elevator, came to the floor where Martin lived, ran to Martin's room, and knocked on the door. Bruce opened the door, and saw that it was Mean. He was curious. "Aren't you going on a date?" Mean walked into the room quickly, and closed the door. "Old Bruce, boss, something happened." In a few words, he told what he had just encountered and his guess. Why did they kidnap the professor? Mean couldn't figure it out. Martin picked up the phone. "Let's go find the director and producer first, and see what they say." Mean asked, "Aren't we going there?" Bruce patted him from behind. "Will we get shot if we rush over? This is Africa." When Martin went out, he suddenly remembered Nolan's words. The professor was going to Tehran for academic exchanges? Is there any connection between them? North Africa and the Middle East are close to each other, and the relationship is complicated. While Martin was thinking, he had already knocked on Nolan's door. Nolan was surprised. "What's the matter?" Martin went in first, and waved his hand. Mean and Bruce followed in. When Nolan closed the door, Mean had repeated it. Emma Thomas glanced at Mean, unable to understand why. Nolan shook his head. "I'm not sure." He tried his best to remain calm. Due to his lack of experience in dealing with similar incidents, he asked Martin, "You have experienced more similar incidents than me. What do you think we should do?" Time was urgent. Martin said, "My personal opinion is that if we let them take the professor away, we may be in trouble. The crew may be investigated by the Moroccan side for a long time." He said directly, "The bodyguards of the crew and the security personnel assigned to the crew by the Moroccan authorities live on the 2 floors below. They are all equipped with guns. As long as we notify them, it will not be difficult to stop these women." Nolan knew that he was far inferior to Martin in this regard, and motioned for him to continue. Martin knew Nolan, and it was easy for him to follow his own ideas. "We can record the whole process, Chris." During the filming of The Crew, the director personally led people to solve a kidnapping case. Nolan is not an ordinary director. He immediately thought of the popularity brought by this and said, "That makes sense. This matter still needs you and Emma to decide." Martin took the initiative to retreat because Narlan said that Mordecai was going to Terran for academic exchanges, and it seemed that he was very good at making centrifuges. As a director who perfectly combines ability and marketing, Narlan made a decision. Let's do it. He called to inform people in person. Chapter 519 Commander Narlan. It was not easy to put a sleeping man into a large suitcase. Even though there were 4 of them, it took Giselle a long time to stuff Professor Mordecai into the suitcase. However, everything was going well so far. After closing the password box and locking it, the female assistant looked at her watch and said, "Get ready to go." Giselle came to the door, looked out through the peephole, and pressed her hand behind her. The 2 people pulling the suitcase immediately quieted down. The female assistant took out a small pistol. Giselle continued to look outside. Tom Hardy and Cillian Murphy left the room and walked out together. These actors often go out for drinks, so she didn't find it strange. After waiting for a while, it became quiet outside. Giselle withdrew her hand and came back. Just as she was about to open the door, she heard hurried footsteps outside. In the peephole, the face of Narlan's assistant appeared. Giselle knew him. He often took a notebook and followed Narlan to take notes. A knock on the door sounded at this time. Giselle looked back and saw the female assistant and 2 other people hiding in a place where they couldn't see the door. "Who is it?" Giselle asked. The person outside said, "It's me, Assistant Director Anderson." In order not to arouse suspicion, Giselle opened the door. "The professor just went to bed, so I won't invite you in. So early," the assistant director muttered, and then said, "Giselle, please tell him that Director Narlan asked me to inform the professor to arrive at the set half an hour earlier tomorrow. The director has a new idea for the centrifuge scene. There was a time a few days ago." Giselle nodded slightly. "Okay, please." The assistant director left. Giselle closed the door, turned around and said, "It's okay." The female assistant was very careful and asked specifically, "Have you ever had a similar situation before?" Giselle nodded. "It happened twice recently." Narlan is a director with a very active mind and often has some new ideas on the spur of the moment. The female assistant was worried about running into other people in the crew again, so she said, "Wait a little before leaving." The room became quiet. It was also very quiet outside. Assistant Director Anderson walked through the elevator and turned into the security passage with a layer of cold sweat on his back. There were more than a dozen people gathered here, and Narlan was at the corner of the stairs. In order to create a big enough event to attract more eyeballs for the movie and to raise the box office and director status, Narlan personally took charge this time. He asked, "Anderson, what's the situation?" Anderson said, "The person is still there, and it's not Professor Mordecai who opened the door. There must be something wrong. This assistant has a strong ability to observe words and expressions." Narlan nodded slightly and said to the 2 security chiefs of the crew, "For women, are you okay?" The director and producer promised a high bonus. One security chief said, "We have more than a dozen people, more than a dozen guns, and we have a plan without intention. They can't run away." Another security chief held a tablet in his hand and observed the situation at the door of Professor Mordecai's room through the camera secretly placed by Anderson. Others took out their pistols and checked their guns. Narlan waved to the assistant director. "This is a very important task. You take the camera, follow them, and shoot the whole process. This is risky, and I won't force you." Anderson muttered in his heart, "Director, you have already said it. If I refuse, I will definitely lose your trust. Do I have any choice? It is too difficult to climb up in Hollywood. The fastest way to climb up is to work beside the superior." Anderson gritted his teeth. "Director, I have no problem. You can rest assured to leave it to me." Narlan patted his shoulder. "I have always believed in your ability." Emma Thomas took out a DV and handed it to Anderson. Anderson looked at the dozens of burly men in front of him and took it. Director Narlan has a very strong scheduling ability. In order to shoot movies such as Batman, he has also studied similar cases. Going up one floor, in Martin's room, Mean took out a can of cold beer, opened it, and said, "Boss, why did you give such a glorious opportunity to Narlan?" He considered the good side. "Narlan and Emma have the final say in the crew, but we can also follow them, and then you and Narlan will join forces. Martin interrupted Mean. No, this matter has nothing to do with us. Mean still felt strange. Martin added, our director has been waiting for a big event so that the crew can attract the attention of movie fans around the world. Nolan is not an ordinary director. Since I told him, there is no need to steal the limelight from him. In my current situation, I don't need to be in the limelight anymore. Compared to Mean, Bruce knew Martin better and didn't say much. Mean drank half a can of beer and said, boss, you have considered it more comprehensively than I have. I will listen to you. Thinking that Mean was the first to discover this matter, Martin still said a few words appropriately. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't tell anyone that you discovered it after you go out. Mean scratched his head. Boss, you confused me. Forget the following words after you leave this room. Martin has always been very good to his own people and simply said, the crew invited Professor Mordechai from the University of Casablanca because he has in-depth research on centrifuges. After the crew's work is completed, the professor will go to Tehran for academic exchanges. Bruce is a poor student, and Mean is an even worse student among poor students. Martin looked down on the two poor students. Can you have some common sense? The raw materials of the little boy need to be centrifuged. After hearing what he said, Bruce understood and recalled the appearance of Giselle and the female assistant. They don't look Arab. After all, he was a military man. Mossad? Mean was in Hollywood, so he had naturally heard of this organization. Them? Bruce said, Mossad is very good at using beauty traps. They have used beauty traps to seduce MiG-21 pilots, entrap nuclear experts, and assassinate mortal enemies. Martin said again, maybe not. He smiled. Director Nolan has wanted to make big news since I joined the crew. Let's give him such a good opportunity. Even if it is, Nolan will at most be on the blacklist of the Hoopo. Bruce said, then, Nolan's movie will hardly be shown there. Mean understood this time and said, boss, old Bruce, get out of this room. I will sew your mouth shut. Bruce grinned. I will kill people to silence them. Mean deliberately hugged his arms. I'm so scared. Martin glanced at his phone. No news has come yet? In the security passage, Nolan looked at another tablet, which had a floor plan distribution diagram taken. When he came down, the security director next to him was staring at the camera monitoring screen on the tablet and reminded him, Director, the people are out. Nolan hurriedly looked over there. On the screen, 4 women were pulling a suitcase out of the room and walking towards the side of the corridor, not the side leading to the elevator. As a director who has shot realistic crime films, Nolan's mind turned super fast. He immediately turned back to look at the floor plan and made a judgment. They are going to take the freight elevator. The security director picked up the intercom and said, is the freight elevator still on the first floor? The other side replied, yes. Nolan also heard it and ordered, go around the freight elevator and block them in the freight elevator. The security director immediately took a dozen people downstairs, ran wildly on the lower floor, rushed into the security passage next to the freight elevator, and saw that the freight elevator had just gone up from the first floor, so he walked upstairs lightly. Nolan was holding a DV camera in his hand, filming from a distance, and he was obviously a director who was not doing his job properly. Anderson followed closely behind these people, using the camera lens in his hand to faithfully record every scene. Giselle breathed a sigh of relief with a heavy suitcase at her feet. The freight elevator was going up 1 floor at a time. The 2 women next to her relaxed a little. After leaving the area where the guest rooms were located, the possibility of being discovered was further reduced. The female assistant stared at the elevator floor display. Compared with the infiltration work done by other female colleagues, their task this time was not difficult, and it was also very simple to do. Without spending too much effort, they captured Professor Mordechai alive. Terran could not wait for the centrifuge expert. There were still 2 floors of freight elevator, and the female assistant said, get ready to go. Giselle grabbed the handle of the suitcase, and the person next to her also grabbed it. It needed to be lifted when getting on the elevator. The freight elevator went up, and with a ding, the single door opened, revealing 5 or 6 black gun muzzles, and a shout rang out at the same time, don't move, let me see your hands. The female assistant subconsciously pulled out her gun, and the door of the security passage next to her banged open. Several strong men rushed out, pointing pistols at their faces. "Don't move. Raise your hands." The female assistant's hands were tightly grasped and twisted behind her. Giselle didn't understand what was going on, and she started to argue. Shut up." A gun was directly blocked in her mouth. The four women didn't dare to move. The security director successfully controlled the situation and had them search their bodies and personal belongings, and found 4 small pistols and a sharp dagger. Another person forcibly pried open the combination lock of the suitcase, and after opening the zipper, it was Professor Mordecai inside. Next to him, Anderson faithfully recorded it with a camera lens. The 4 women's hands were tied behind their backs with straps, and after a careful inspection, someone asked Narlan to come over. Narlan was shocked when he saw the unconscious Professor Mordecai. "What happened to him?" "He's breathing normally, as if he was drugged," someone answered. Narlan said, "Call a doctor." He looked at the 4 women and asked the security director, "Call the police." The security director was sent by the Moroccan Security Bureau to protect the Hollywood crew. He shook his head and said, "I've contacted my superiors, and they will send someone to deal with it soon." Narlan said the words very nicely. "Thank you for protecting the crew." The security director was very tactful. "Director, you noticed their conspiracy in time and directed us to capture them in one fell swoop." Narlan was so happy that he was about to laugh like crazy. The big news he had been waiting for, it's here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520. The Heat is Coming. Los Angeles, TMZ headquarters. After get off work in the afternoon, Jodie packed up her things, put on her computer bag, and left the company. When she arrived at the parking lot, someone waved at her. It was a news source from Warner Brothers. The man wore a baseball cap and had a paper bag under his arm. He walked quickly to Jodie's car and whispered, "Big news. Will you accept it?" Jodie asked, "What news?" The man quickly said, "The crew of the new film Inception, directed by Christopher Nolan and starring Martin Davis, was kidnapped while filming in Morocco. The physics professor hired by the crew was arrested before the kidnappers left the hotel." Jodie's first reaction was, "Martin got rid of another group of criminals?" She frowned slightly. Such a thing happening to Martin is not considered top news, and the price may not be particularly high. The man was slightly stunned and quickly said, "It has little to do with Martin. Director Nolan used the knowledge and experience he learned when shooting genre films to detect the unusual movement and commanded the crew's security personnel to set up an ambush, easily solving this major case. It's not that Martin's news is not attractive, but the same type of news happening to Martin is definitely not as attractive as before." When Jodie heard that the protagonist this time was Nolan, she became interested. "Is there a video? I need to see a clip." The man followed Jodie into the car, took out a USB flash drive from a paper bag, and handed it over. "Take a look." Jodie took out his computer, turned it on, and plugged in the USB flash drive. The video was very short, only a few dozen seconds, but bursts of shouting could be heard. In the elevator, 4 women were stopped by a dozen gun-wielding tough guys. Some controlled the women, and some opened a suitcase, revealing an old man inside. Then, Nolan entered the camera and arranged the relevant matters calmly. Jodie subconsciously suspected, "Isn't it a movie?" The man laughed. "You can read the news release issued by the Moroccan Security Bureau." Jodie took out his mobile phone and made a call. The colleague quickly checked the relevant news and replied, "The Moroccan Security Bureau just held a press conference at Astra Cinema and issued a series of statements on the incident of Professor Mordecai, the special physics consultant of the Inception crew. They said that they would thoroughly investigate the matter and severely punish the perpetrators." Jodie hung up the phone and said, "I want the video." The two sides agreed on the price, and the man got the check and left quickly. Jodie returned to the company with a storage disk in the paper bag and called the department staff one by one to inform them to come back for overtime. The poor office workers were forced to turn around before they even got home. That night, TMZ's homepage broke out entertainment news again, showing the whole process of Narlan solving the kidnapping case and arresting the criminals. In case anyone doubted, Jody also quoted the relevant news release of the Moroccan Security Department on the news page, where the video was located. As expected, North American public opinion exploded, and the popularity of Inception soared, climbing to the top of Google's hot search list the next morning. Narlan's fans have always been crazy, directly flooding the internet with related news. As expected of a director who can shoot a crime film like The Dark Knight, it's easy to deal with a few kidnappers. Narlan is so confident in command that the criminals can be captured easily. I think Narlan can completely adapt another crime-themed movie based on this incident. Inception has received a lot of attention, and Warner Brothers also took this opportunity to announce the premiere time of the film in North America. In the UK, The Sun also received a similar video. After the news was published, the British reacted even more strongly. Some newspapers also pointed their finger at Martin, who had just received the Medal of Freedom. Without the so-called American national hero Martin Davis noticing, Narlan had easily resolved a major crisis for the crew. It was clear who the hero was. Astracinema's Morocco. Before the crew started work in the morning, Narlan specifically found Martin and said, "I didn't expect the British media to be like this. I can explain it to them." Martin waved his hand and said, "No, mean, and I just provided a clue. Chris, you are the one who really made the decision. If it were me, I would just rush up with a gun. I don't have the ability to command and dispatch so many people to rescue the professor easily." He added a few more words. Anyway, the criminal was caught and the professor was rescued. The news has attracted a lot of attention to this film. We are all beneficiaries. Narlan thought of the news feedback from North America and the UK and said, "Martin, there are always unexpected gains when working with you." This time, his desire to make trouble was satisfied, and the most important thing was that the gains were far beyond his expectations. Even if he painstakingly fabricated 30 real tidbits, it would not be as good as this explosion. Martin went to the Macube trailer to prepare for today's shooting. Narlan put his hands on his waist and stood at the door of the studio. His seemingly serious face was covered with a barely noticeable smile. Emma Thomas and a middle-aged man came over at this time. Narlan knew him, the deputy director of the Security Bureau, Al Abbott. The latter took a few quick steps and stepped forward to shake hands with Narlan. "It is a negligence that the crew encountered such a problem. The criminals are too cunning. They actually took advantage of the opportunity of the crew's recruitment to sneak in." Narlan did not want to make things too awkward with the Moroccan officials, so he just said, "Mr. Deputy Director, I have only one request. These criminals must be severely punished." Abbott said, "We will definitely give an explanation to the crew. When the results come out, I will personally call Director Narlan and Ms. Thomas." Narlan got the sensational effect he wanted and did not ask for more. "Thank you for your support." Abbott smiled and said, "Morocco has always provided the best service for Hollywood crews." Narlan made a few more polite remarks. The working time was about to end, so he said goodbye and went into the studio to prepare for this morning's shooting. Abbott was relieved and drove back to Al-Azazat. As soon as he arrived at the temporary office, his assistant came to tell him that someone came to visit. The person who came was Hamel, a colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As soon as he came in, he said, "You just arrested 4 women? We didn't catch them, but an American crew did." Abbott had some guesses about what happened and pretended to be confused. They wanted to kidnap the crew members and were caught by the great director Christopher Nolan and the crew's bodyguards. Hamel said, "The situation is very complicated. Give them some punishment, such as financial, and then deport them." Abbott had different ideas and said, "Just over half an hour ago, I just met with Christopher Nolan and Emma Thomas. They made a request that the criminals must be severely punished." He emphasized, "Morocco spent a lot of money to become the Hollywood of Africa. If we don't give the murderer the punishment he deserves, the reputation accumulated over the years may be ruined." Hamel said, "This matter is very complicated." Abbott raised his hand to interrupt him. "It's useless to talk to me. The big Hollywood director is watching me. If it gets out, it will have a negative international impact." Hamill understood. I'll find a way. Arabot pushed the matter out and felt relieved. Who the hell wants to take the blame for this shit? Inside the studio of Astra Studios, Martin was sleeping on a chair. Mean came over and shook him hard, but he couldn't wake him up. The wooden walls were shaking, and outside the open glass window, a dozen extras made the sound of people running wildly. Mean grabbed Martin's chair and pushed it back hard. Martin fell back and fell into the large bathtub. When the water flooded over his face, Martin grabbed the edge of the bathtub with both hands, pushed himself up and sat up. He wiped the water off his face, as if he suddenly woke up from his sleep and said, "Why is it early?" Mean said, "The situation has changed. Stop, this one passed." Nolan was very satisfied with the shooting effect. Prepare for the next one. Wyatt and Abekin and another Arab actor entered the set. The camera turned to that side through the slide. Emma Thomas came over and said, "Chris, there's a call for you." Nolan said directly, "Let's talk after we finish shooting." Without looking at his wife, he asked loudly, "Are you ready?" Martin raised his thumb, and the other actors responded one after another. With the sound of the board, the shooting began again. Martin wore wet clothes and filmed one scene after another. He left the set an hour later to take a shower and change clothes. The crew took a break. Nolan took the phone from Emma Thomas and asked, "What's the matter? So urgent?" Emma said, "It's a call from your Jewish classmate at London City Hall." Nolan found a quiet place and called back. The call was quickly connected. After chatting for a few words, the matter was a bit troublesome. The other party said that they had seen the relevant incidents and politely asked Nolan not to pursue the matter too much. Before leaving get off work, a senior executive of Warner Brothers called again. Although the words were different, the meaning was similar. Nolan soon found that he had stirred up a hornet's nest. He received calls one after another at night. His classmates and friends in the UK, collaborators in the circle, executives, and investors of Warner Brothers. Even Martin's lover, Louise Mayer, one of the investors of this film, called him. Nolan, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, is not Jewish, but he can't stand such bombardment. In just a few days, he discovered one thing. The media was hyping up the kidnapping case, but it never spread to other aspects. It seems that the incident of Professor Mordechai was just a simple kidnapping case. Nolan was well aware of the huge Jewish power and did not put pressure on the Moroccan side. When Arabot called him again to communicate, he just said to handle it according to Morocco's procedures. The media in North America and the UK were hyping up Nolan and the crew's bravery and downplaying the four women. Although Nolan never said anything, Martin could see that the great director was quite annoyed by the constant pressure from the Jewish forces. Mean whispered to Martin, "I heard from Emma last night that the director was very angry and cursed the vampire several times in the room." Martin said, "This is none of our business." Mean whispered, "Boss, you have a good eye." Martin observed silently and had a very clear feeling that he might have changed Nolan in some ways, such as the deterioration of relations with Jewish forces. "I just don't know if this man will lose control one day and become the new Mel Gibson." Chapter 521 Saving Leonardo. The scenes in Morocco were completed smoothly. Martin and Old Bull left the crew early. Instead of going back to Los Angeles directly, they used their limited vacation time to go to the East Coast. Nicholson called and said that Leonardo was filming Shutter Island in New York and was said to have been seriously frightened. As a member of the trio, Martin of course had to visit Leonardo, mainly to find out what frightened Leonardo, so that he could prepare 10 more for him. Good brothers, loyal. New York, Kennedy Airport. Martin got off the plane and found Jack Nicholson in a VIP room. Jennifer Lawrence stood up and gave up the seat next to her. Martin smiled at her, sat down and asked, "Jack, is Leo okay?" Nicholson said, "He's mentally traumatized. Director Scorsese called me specifically. I think only the two of us can go together to heal his mental trauma." Martin was curious, what caused it? Did they find a transvestite when looking for a model? Just like Ronaldo last year. Mice. Nicholson shook his head. No one knows that he is afraid of mice. There was a scene where he was with mice, but a mouse ran over his feet. Leo was scared and screamed on the spot. He was not in the state of filming afterwards. Scorsese had no choice but to ask me for help. Martin was angry. He is a man, not a woman. This is a disease and must be treated. Nicholson fully agreed. It's a very serious disease. As brothers, we have the obligation to cure him. Martin thought about it seriously and said, special treatment is needed. General psychological counseling is unlikely to work. Nicholson has not thought of a good way. Do you have an idea? Martin took out his cell phone and called Alexandra Daddario in New York. I want to find a place to buy some rats that have no safety and hygiene problems. Do you have a suitable channel? Alexandra said, I'll ask someone. Nicholson saw him hang up the phone and asked, Leo finally got to 15 seconds for the 100 meters. Do you plan to get him back to 11 seconds? I plan to let him break the world record. Martin is a good brother and is particularly loyal. Let people like Bolt feel ashamed and inferior to Leo when they see him. He added, if it gets serious, I have a very professional psychologist who can introduce him to Leo. Nicholson praised, you bastard really think about your brothers. Alexandra quickly called back, come to the Long Island side of Brooklyn Bridge Park. I'll wait for you there. I'll be there soon. Martin put away his phone and called Nicholson. Let's go. The group left the terminal, and the car that Bruce had arranged was waiting in the parking lot. The driver handed the keys to Bruce and stepped aside. Bruce checked briefly, and the four people left Queens in the same car. On the way, Jennifer Lawrence said to Martin, last weekend, Elizabeth invited me to your house as a guest. Martin asked, was it a party to welcome Mariah Guanhay? Lawrence said, yes, Elizabeth held a grand welcome party at your house to welcome the first daughter to Los Angeles. Lily and Lorraine both attended. Elizabeth invited her two sisters, as well as Kristen Stewart from your next door, and her friends to come. Martin heard Elizabeth mention on the phone that Twilight brought Stallone's eldest daughter and second daughter, as well as Dakota Fanning and Elle Fanning. Nicholson said, it was all little girls playing around. Lawrence took his arm. We had a lot of fun. I feel that Elizabeth is so amazing. She can organize such a large party by herself. Nicholson said to Martin, your girlfriend is not simple. Martin smiled, I know. Nicholson saw that the old friend understood what he meant, so he didn't say anything more. Soon, the car arrived at the park on the Long Island side of the Brooklyn Bridge. Alexandra was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and denim shorts, and her figure was amazing. When God was shaping her body, he must have especially favored this girl. Alexandra's cup size was big enough, and she had a pair of long legs, and the curve of her legs was equally amazing. When Jennifer Lawrence saw her, she couldn't help but feel a little inferior. In terms of appearance and figure alone, there was a huge difference. Seeing Martin get off the car, Alexandra trotted over to hug Martin, and after Martin's introduction, she greeted Nicholson and Lawrence, and walked towards the beach of the park with the four of them. Nicholson noticed that Lawrence's eyes frequently swept over Alexandra's chest and buttocks, and said, when I was young, I found women who were more beautiful and sexy than her. Lawrence turned his head and looked at him, deliberately acting coquettishly. You mean I'm not beautiful and sexy enough? No, no, no. Nicholson laughed. You are the best in my eyes. In front, Alexandra asked Martin, how many days will you stay in New York this time? Martin thought for a while, about 3 days. Alexandra took his arm. I bought a small apartment. You haven't been there yet. Considering that he had to check Leonardo's treatment effect tonight, Martin said, I'll call you tomorrow. Alexandra was introduced by Martin last year and entered House of Magic produced by Wes Craven and got the first female lead in her life. Recently, she heard that New Line Cinema was going to join Craven to shoot A Nightmare on Elm Street. Martin didn't come to New York, and she also planned to find him in the near future. When she came to a place near the sea, someone was waiting by the guardrail. Alexandra asked Martin and the others to stop at a distance and walked over alone with her hands in her pockets, saying, Gordon, did you bring the things? Gordon pointed to a cage covered with black cloth at his feet and said, more than 30, all in it. The school bought it for experiments. I guarantee there will be no problems. Alexandra took out a few cash bills and stuffed them into Gordon's pockets. This is the money for buying things. No, really no. Gordon refused to take it, like a dog licking. Anna, it's such a small matter. You can think of me, and let me help you. I'm very happy, really. Alexandra's face sank, and her gem-like eyes flashed with cold light. Take it if I tell you to. Gordon's heart tightened, and he quickly took the money and stuffed it into his pocket, as if he felt the warmth of the goddess's hand. Alexandra picked up the cage, opened the cage, and took a quick look, confirmed that the things were correct, and turned and left. Gordon opened his mouth and closed it again, but he couldn't help it in the end. Are you free today? I'll treat you to dinner. Alexandra said, I don't have time these days. I'll call you when I have time. Gordon sighed hard and could only watch the goddess go away. She likes mice? Gordon considered whether to steal all the mice in the laboratory and give them to Alexandra. Turning around the building, Alexandra saw Martin and quickened her pace to walk over there. When she got a little closer, she picked up the cage and flattered Martin. I got what you wanted. Martin asked, how much did it cost? No need. Alexandra went over and took his arm. Just tell me what you want. I can think of many ways in New York. Martin took the cage from her hand and prepared to go to the Brooklyn studios. Alexandra wanted to follow him, her gemstone eyes like a husky trying to please its master. Where are you going next? I'll go with you. Martin declined. I'll call you tomorrow. Okay then. Alexandra took the initiative to come over and kissed Martin on the face. I'll wait for your call. You must remember to call me tomorrow. Martin nodded, carried the cage, and walked back with Nicholson, got in the car driven by Bruce, and rushed to Brooklyn studios. Alexandra put her hands in her pockets, feeling a little depressed. Martin didn't pay much attention to her. She went back to drive, and when she passed a Sacred Valley art film store, she stopped and went into the store, carefully selecting several films, intending to go back and study them carefully, so that she could leave a deeper impression on Martin tomorrow. Alexandra felt that, after using facial cleanser for a long time, she should also change a few more ways. The Sacred Valley artists are all good teachers, and they can teach her a lot of new knowledge. Martin scanned his face at the security guard, and the black business car drove into Brooklyn studios. Bruce was familiar with the way and drove into the parking lot. The four people got out of the car. Martin carried the cage and led the way with Nicholson, and soon they arrived near the studio where Shutter Island was filmed. Nicholson made a phone call halfway, and Graham was waiting for them in front of the studio. Director Scorsese is filming and will be here soon. He shook hands with Martin and Nicholson and said, Leonardo has been in a bad state recently, which has seriously affected the filming, so he called you. The studio door was closed, and the crew was obviously in the filming state. Martin and Nicholson waited for a while, and talked about Leonardo's details through Graham. In fact, Nicholson's words were exaggerated. Leonardo did not suffer serious mental trauma, but after he came into close contact with the rats, his performance state plummeted, resulting in an exponential increase in the number of NGs during filming, making the actor's role far behind the planned progress. Half an hour later, Scorsese came out of the studio and was relieved to see Martin and Nicholson. You are finally here. The trio is very capable of causing trouble. If there is no other way, Scorsese would not want to invite Martin and Nicholson, who are the most capable of causing trouble, to the crew. Because when these three people get together, the crew can explode. Martin asked directly, Director, where is Leo? Scorsese pointed to the front. He is in the office building over there. There is a separate lounge. He has been in a very bad state recently and often hides in it alone. Martin felt something was wrong. It's just because of the mice. Not Giselle Bundchen and Tom Craddy are engaged. What? Giselle Bundchen is engaged? Nicholson widened his eyes. She didn't even invite us to her pre-wedding party. What is the focus? Scorsese had a headache and felt that it might not be a good idea to invite Martin and Nicholson over. Chapter 522. Martin is a good doctor. In the not so spacious room, Leonardo sat alone on the sofa rocking chair, as if he was asleep, without making any noise. In a daze, he seemed to hear some noise. He opened his eyes and looked around, but didn't find anything unusual. He picked up the dart at hand and threw it out. Maybe he was lucky. The dart hit the center of the target. Leonardo closed his eyes again, thinking about where to go to meet models, after get off work and relax. As he was thinking, the faces of Martin and Nicholson suddenly flashed in front of him, and he shook his head vigorously. He was thinking about the blonde and long-legged supermodel. Why did he think of these two bastards? However, he hadn't seen them for a long time, and Leonardo missed them a little bit. Those two bastards, they didn't even come to visit. Leonardo heard the strange sound again, opened his eyes and looked again, and it seemed as if a rocket was lit on his butt, and he jumped up. He jumped too fast, and the sofa rocking chair tilted directly. More than a dozen rats were frightened, and ran out from the walls and corners. Some of them ran towards Leonardo in panic. Leonardo's hair stood up, and he instantly burst out at the fastest speed of 100 meters and 11 meters, rushing towards the door. He wanted to open the door, but found that it was locked from the outside. More rats were frightened out by him, dozens of them, running around in the small room. Two of them even bumped into Leonardo's feet. Leonardo jumped up like a frightened rabbit, grabbed the open window above the door with his hands, and struggled to move up. He shouted loudly, "Help! Help!" In a hurry, Leonardo burst out with great strength. His arms pulled his heavy body, and his head came out from the windowsill. Then it was his shoulders and chest. At this moment, Leonardo used his three-stroke trick again, frowning and glaring, and roaring, "Help!" But he stopped after just one shout. Just outside the door, Leonardo saw the two old friends he had been thinking about day and night, Martin and Nicholson. Leonardo found that the two men were wearing thick leather gloves, each holding a mouse in the gloves, and four eyes like the eyes of the century's demons were looking at his handsome face. Martin held the mouse by its tail, shook the poor mouse, and said to Leonardo, "I've been practicing throwing recently. My technique is not very good, but at this close, I think I should be able to hit your face." Nicholson replied, "Leo, open your mouth. My target is your mouth. Cooperate and open it quickly." Leonardo roared, "I treat you as brothers, do you treat me as a cat? Don't flatter yourself." Martin loudly refuted Leonardo, who didn't appreciate his brother's kindness, whose cat would scream when scared by a mouse. Leonardo couldn't get the hard way, so he tried soft, "You two have a conscience, and help your brother." Nicholson made a gesture to throw the mouse, and Leonardo was so scared that his hands loosened, and he fell down. After a muffled thud, there was a squeaking scream. Leonardo felt that he stepped on something under his feet. When he looked down, a mouse was smashed by his big foot and the lower half of its body was blown up. The internal organs and other things were sprayed out. Seeing this slightly bloody and disgusting scene, Leonardo didn't know why, but suddenly felt that the mouse was nothing at all, and raised his big feet, and dropped them again. Face fear, overcome fear, and become fear. The poor mouse's head turned into meat paste. The other mice all ran away. Leonardo felt inexplicably relieved. He grabbed the tail of the dead mouse, and threw it out of the window. "I'll give you a gift. Those two bastards are still outside. We can't let them have an easy time." Martin has sharp eyes and good skills. Seeing something flying out, he dodged and hid beside the door. The dead mouse slammed against the wall on the other side of the corridor, and there were a lot of blood spots on Nicholson's clothes. It seemed that something fell on his sunglasses. Nicholson, the old pervert, has experienced everything, and doesn't care at all. He turned his head to look at the mouse on the ground, and gave Martin a thumbs up. "Your special treatment worked." He stepped forward to unlock the door. Leonardo rushed out, and ran into Nicholson's arms. The latter hugged the former, and rubbed his face against Leonardo's face. "My good brother, you finally overcame the fear in your heart. Let me go. Let me go quickly." Leonardo felt something sticky rubbed from Nicholson's sunglasses onto his face. Martin was disgusted by these two bastards and said, "Go and clean it up quickly." Leonardo looked at Martin. "You come to visit me, don't you want a hug?" When the trio faced the inside, they were all fence sitters without a stance. Nicholson let go of Leonardo, and wanted to come over to pull Martin. Martin hurried away, and stayed away from them. Nicholson shouted angrily, "Disloyal bastard." Martin shouted, and the cleaning team and rat catching team that the crew had contacted in advance rushed into the lounge and started catching rats. Half an hour later, Nicholson and Leonardo, who had taken a shower and changed their clothes, came out and joined Martin. Leonardo pointed at the two bastards. "Is this your treatment plan?" Nicholson had no moral integrity and became a traitor. It was all Martin's idea and has nothing to do with me. Martin's nose was almost crooked with anger. You called me and asked me to come over to treat Leo together, and you also added details of the treatment plan, and you said it has nothing to do with you? Treatment? You two bastards think this is treatment? Leonardo glared, frowned and roared. Have you ever thought about what to do if my problem becomes more serious? Martin said seriously, brother, have you ever thought that the best way to overcome fear is to face it head on? Leonardo said, because I'm strong enough. If it were someone else, I would have driven you crazy. Martin patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I have contacted Dr. Laura. He specifically explained. Laura is my psychiatrist, and her medical skills are very superb. Nicholson took out his sunglasses and put them on. I have booked a room for you at the Presbyterian Hospital Mental Health Center, and Martin will pay for it. Leonardo was quite helpless. How did I get to know you two bastards? Martin asked. Are you still afraid of mice now? Of course not. Leonardo put his hands on his waist, as if the person who was scared by mice and cried for help was not him. Even if there are 100 more, I dare to beat them all to death. Martin asked them both at the same time. Is my treatment plan effective? Huh? Just tell me, is it top notch? Do you want to call me Dr. Martin? Nicholson and Leonardo looked at each other. Scorsese came over from the other side and saw Leonardo, Martin and Nicholson attacking each other, bragging and talking nonsense, which gave him a headache. These three idiots together would drive God crazy. He quickly asked, Leo, are you okay? Leonardo stretched and said, great, I feel like I'm back to normal. Scorsese looked at Martin, then at Nicholson, and felt that there was something wrong between these three bastards. Leonardo came over and put his arm around Scorsese's shoulders. Director, I'll take a break today. I'll be full of energy and work tomorrow. Okay. Scorsese was really worried about the trio, and he was also old friends with Martin and Nicholson, so he specifically said, don't make trouble in the crew. This is a serious crew. Except for Leo. No one can stand your nonsense. Martin patted his chest and said, Director, don't worry, I will restrain these two bastards who don't know what's going on when they make trouble. Without waiting for them to refute, Martin shouted, let's go. The three of them left the office building and walked towards the parking lot. On the way, they had to pass by several studios rented by the crew of Shutter Island. From a distance, Martin saw a familiar figure. Heath Ledger was holding a 3 or 4-year-old girl and walked towards him. He also saw Martin and the other two and stopped automatically. Martin ignored him and walked past him. Heath Ledger looked at Martin with complicated eyes as he walked farther and farther. Dad, what's wrong with you? The little girl asked. Take me to Mom. We'll go find Mom right now. Heath Ledger smiled at the little girl and walked towards the studio with her in his arms. On the other side, Martin asked, is Heath Ledger also in the crew? His ex-girlfriend Michelle Williams played a supporting role. Leonardo suddenly thought of a good idea to tease Martin. I heard that you and Heath Ledger had a very unhappy relationship. He has been visiting the crew frequently recently, probably trying to save his relationship with Michelle Williams. Martin knew that he would only give bad ideas. You can shut up now. Leonardo was about to say, I'll introduce Michelle to you. Ask her out for a drink tonight. I can see that Michelle is very lonely and needs a man's comfort. Martin said, these people are all in the past. I like to look forward. There is no need to get entangled with them. It's not good for me. Nicholson rarely agreed with Martin. Are we three short of women? The three got in the car. Bruce drove to the hotel and went into Leonardo's luxury suite to drink together. Martin opened a bottle of whiskey and poured 3 glasses of wine. Nicholson picked up a glass and said, Giselle got engaged, but she didn't invite us to her pre-wedding party. That's wrong. Leonardo took the glass and drank half of it in one breath. Martin asked, you are not only upset because of the mouse, but also because Giselle is engaged? Who am I? Would I be sad for a woman? Leonardo drank the rest of the wine in the glass in one gulp. Martin, don't be kidding. Would I be sad for a supermodel? He emphasized, I will never give up the whole forest for a tree in my life. Martin poured him another glass of wine. I believe the last sentence is true. Chapter 523 The Legendary Butterfingers. The three bastards drank more and more, and the 2 bottles of whiskey were soon empty. Martin hadn't drunk so much in a long time, so he was inevitably drunk. "Come on, keep drinking, you drink too slowly," Nicholson shouted. "Today there are only brothers, no women. Drink until you are drunk." Leonardo went to get the 3rd bottle of wine, opened it and poured it one by one. The 3 of them drank another glass. Nicholson burped, patted the table and said, "I originally planned that Giselle invited us to attend her pre-wedding party, and Martin and I did some work in the middle to try to get Leo to give her a child." Martin clapped his hands and laughed. "Perfect plan." Nicholson said, "But Leo, this idiot, didn't even get an invitation to Giselle's bachelor party." Leonardo picked up the glass and clinked glasses with Martin and Nicholson. "Today we won't talk about women, just cheers for brotherhood." Martin took a big sip and said, "Knowing you 2 bastards, this boring life is much more interesting. For our brotherhood." Nicholson also drank a big sip. Soon, the 2 bottles of wine were finished, and the 3 of them were a little drunk. Leonardo, who swore not to talk about women tonight, suddenly cried with tears streaming down his face, "My Giselle is engaged. She is engaged." He was in agony. "I originally thought that when I had enough fun and settled down in the future, I would go back to find her, but she completely abandoned me and threw herself into the arms of someone else." Nicholson hugged Leonardo and comforted him drunkenly. "I know this feeling and understand your feelings. I specially ordered the same butter used by Marlon Brando from France that year and planned to try it on him. As a result, the butter had just arrived and Marlon went to see God. He also cried, crying as sadly as Leonardo, 'My butter has not been used. Marlon, why don't you wait until I use it?' Martin suddenly stood up and shouted, 'You two shut up. What are you crying about? We are the Bastard Trio, the leaders of the Hollywood Face Gang, and the most outstanding troublemakers. Don't say it.' This shout stunned Nicholson and Leonardo. Martin picked up the bottle, gulped down 2 big mouthfuls, and said, 'The mission of our trio is to enter Washington, capture the White House, and dissolve the United States.' Leonardo cheered loudly. "It's decided. Our Face Gang trio will lead the United States to dissolve." Nicholson was drunk and confused. "I originally thought of taking butter to heaven to find Marlon Brando in a few years. It seems that I have to live a few more years." The 3 stupid drunks had a heated discussion on this topic. The next morning, after Martin woke up and came out of the bedroom, he found that Nicholson and Leonardo were still sleeping soundly on the carpet in the living room, and he didn't wake them up. He washed up and wanted to leave directly, but suddenly he thought of an idea and hurried into the kitchen of the suite and found a box of butter. Good brothers, of course, should let their brothers feel the fiery love. Martin found a stainless steel spoon, pried open the butter box, scooped out some butter with the spoon, spread some of it near Nicholson's crotch, and spread the other part on Leonardo's buttocks, and put the butter box next to Nicholson. Perfect. Martin threw away the spoon and went out alone. After having breakfast in the restaurant downstairs, Martin and Bruce drove away from the hotel. Just as Martin walked into Alexandra's small apartment, 2 shocking screams came from Leonardo's suite upstairs. Nicholson saw the butter on his crotch and shouted, "Leo, I treat you as my brother, but you secretly fucked me." Leonardo was not fully sober yet, so he pulled his pants forward and pointed at the butter on his butt. "Don't slander me, it's you who fucked me. Jack, you've been wanting to use butter for a long time, right? You bastard dared to covet my beauty. Bah." Nicholson pointed at Leonardo's butt. "If you don't lose weight, you will become Kim Kardashian." The 2 stared at each other and suddenly found a key problem. Martin was not there. Leonardo figured it out easily. It must be Martin, the bastard. Nicholson said, "No one else would be so perverted except him." The 2 looked at each other and reached a tacit understanding. Find an opportunity to fuck him. Because of the troubles caused by the heavy chest, Alexandra has been practicing yoga and wants to reduce some of the weight. In terms of her size, a slight reduction will not affect the quality and touch of the facial cleanser at all. After buying an art film from the Sacred Valley yesterday, Alexandra studied it carefully overnight. After returning to the apartment, she found that yoga can be fully applied to the field of art, but the man cannot be an ordinary person. Fortunately, Martin is indeed not an ordinary person. He can use many difficult movements effortless. When the apartment returned to silence, Alexandra was in a daze for an unknown period of time before she woke up and said, "Martin, those male artists in the Sacred Valley are far worse than you." Martin was not at all modest. When I was filming Zombie Gigolo, Jenna Jameson, who played the supporting role, wanted to pull me to film with her. Alexandra had read the gossip about this and had just experienced it firsthand, so she praised sincerely, "An outstanding person, like you can become a top player, even if you go to the Sacred Valley to work hard." Martin said shamelessly, "Someone once said that I can be the next Roxivity." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Dong dong dong. Alexandra was helpless and could only wrap herself in a blanket. She went over and looked through the peephole. She found that it was her sister Catherine. She immediately kept silent and didn't want to open the door. When filming John Wick, this slut also wanted to seduce Martin. Catherine couldn't wait for a response, so she simply opened her bag and said, "I know you are in there. If you don't open the door, I will take the key and open the door myself." Alexandra was so angry that her chest hurt. After opening the door, she asked, "What are you doing here?" Catherine saw her like this and reached out to pull the blanket. "Is it empty inside?" Alexandra quickly dodged. Catherine took the opportunity to get into the door, turned around and closed the door, and asked, "Who are you messing with? Is it Martin?" "Shut up." Alexandra grabbed her. Catherine said, "I didn't even open my mouth. Why should I close it?" She stared at her sister and sneered, "It's obviously your mouth that's not closed." Martin had already put on his clothes and came out of the bedroom, saying, "Hello, hello, Catherine." Seeing that the person inside was indeed Martin, Catherine wanted to jump over, but Alexandra held her tightly. She could only hold back to avoid scaring him away and said, "Long time no see." Alexandra said to Catherine, "Sit down." Catherine sat down helplessly. Martin went to the bathroom. Catherine lowered her voice, "You would rather give those coquettish bitches a chance than consider your own sister. Are you saying what a normal person would say?" Alexandra's voice was also low, and she said directly, "You are only 17 years old. He won't look at you straight." Catherine grew up in an unusual family, and she understood what she meant as soon as she heard it. "Then I will wait until I'm 18. Martin came out of the bathroom at this time and said, "It's almost noon. Shall we go to lunch together?" Catherine agreed immediately. "Okay." Alexandra went to dress and put on makeup and dragged Catherine away. Martin roughly understood what she was thinking and thought that he underestimated his character too much. He was not the kind of person like Bruce. The three of them went out and found a restaurant nearby. When the meal was served, Alexandra thought about how the heroine in A Nightmare on Elm Street should talk to Martin. Martin summed up a lot of advanced experience from Leonardo and understood Alexandra's recent dynamics. Without waiting for her to speak, he said, "You have worked with Wes Craven once. How was it?" Alexandra nodded quickly. "Very good. Wes took good care of me on the crew. He said that I was also a member of the Face Gang and I couldn't be wronged on the crew." Martin smiled and said, "He is the first leader of our Face Gang. He also founded the Face Gang tradition. With your outstanding conditions, you are very suitable to be the heroine of a horror movie. In traditional American horror movies, the heroine must have a certain appearance, and it would be even better if she has big breasts, a perky butt and long legs." Alexandra pursed her lips, feeling a little excited in her heart. She felt that Martin was really good. She had also been in the acting circle for a long time. Although she had not experienced it, she had heard many people say that many big stars, big directors and producers often don't recognize people after pulling up their pants. Martin said, "Wes Craven is preparing for A Nightmare on Elm Street. I remember that the first protagonist is a woman. I will contact him later. After all, there is a basis for cooperation in House of Magic." Alexandra thought for a moment and said, "If it's too difficult, forget it." Martin smiled and shook his head. "It's a project led by the old boss. I'll ask now." He looked at the time, took out his cell phone, and called Wes Craven on the spot. After a brief greeting, he talked about A Nightmare on Elm Street and Alexandra. Wes Craven thought about it for a moment and agreed. Alexandra kept looking at Martin. Her ice blue eyes were particularly bright, like a husky who was attached to his owner and wanted to play all kinds of games with his owner. She thought for a while. She was only 23 years old now, and she still had a lot of time to use. She could be tied to Martin before she was 30, and Martin was not that kind of despicable bastard. As long as she wanted to leave, she could leave at any time. After dinner, Alexandra drove Catherine away and took Martin back to the apartment. Chapter 524. Deported and jailed. No, he's still the same old way. In the studio of Brooklyn Studios, Nicholson watched the filming pause and said to Martin, if this continues, he still won't get the Best Actor award. Martin said a reality. Everyone knows that Leonardo wants to win the Oscar, and he also wants to win the Oscar to prove himself. This has created a situation where the judges will have very high expectations for him, much higher than ordinary actors. Nicholson agreed. Same role, same acting skills, same public relations. Others can get the Best Actor, but Leo can't. Jennifer Lawrence stood steadily and didn't say much. Next to them, 3 crew assistants stared at Martin and Nicholson as if they were guarding against thieves. These people are all Scorsese's confidants. Scorsese, sitting in the director's chair, also glanced over here from time to time, obviously not very confident about Martin and Nicholson. Martin said, the director is not sure about us. He is not sure about you. Nicholson asked, did you use the butter? Martin looked innocent. What butter? Nicholson pointed at him. The butter on my pants and Leo's butt. Martin opened his mouth in shock. Jack, did you really use butter on Leo? God, how could you do this? Leo thinks you are the boss. Maybe the performance was too realistic. Jennifer Lawrence was affected, turned her head, and looked at Nicholson. Her eyes were full of unconcealed shock. Nicholson said angrily, I will be pissed off by you and Leo, these 2 idiots. Don't worry, don't worry. Martin's attitude immediately improved, and he comforted, I believe Leo will take good care of Lorraine. Nicholson grinned, you are really good at talking. Can you stop talking? Martin made a gesture to shut up and looked at his watch. I have an appointment. I will leave first. Nicholson waved his hand and told this bastard to leave quickly. When Martin left, Jennifer Lawrence came over. Nicholson still cares about his reputation in this regard. I've never thought of using anything like butter. Jennifer Lawrence nodded mechanically. I believe you. Lawrence moved closer and lowered her voice. If you want to use butter, just tell me and try it on me. Nicholson was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. That was a special state of mind, but the person who gave him that special state of mind had already reported to God. On the set, after Martin's special treatment, Leonardo's condition was completely restored. Perhaps stimulated by the butter, his condition was a little explosive. Most of the scenes today were passed in 1 or 2 times. This also gave him more time to rest. Michelle Williams, the supporting actress of the crew, was walking by at this time. Leonardo thought of that bastard Martin and went over to sit on the chair next to him. Mishap, your dubbing in the previous scene was just right. Thank you. Michelle was quite polite. It's mainly because you have found your acting form again. Leonardo smiled. Maybe you have heard that the bastard Martin cured my fear with fear. He suddenly changed the subject. Do you and Martin have some misunderstandings? Michelle did not deny it. She thought for a while and said, a little bit. Leonardo had bad thoughts in his mind. Martin and I are very good friends, and you and I are also friends. I don't want there to be misunderstandings between friends. How about this? I'll ask Martin out, and you meet him to resolve this little misunderstanding. Michelle looked at Leonardo and seemed to think seriously for a few seconds. Don't bother so much. The misunderstanding between Martin and me originated from my ex-boyfriend Heath Ledger. Now that I have broken up with Heath Ledger, there is no misunderstanding. Leonardo was still determined. Then let's talk about it when we have the chance to meet. Michelle smiled and nodded. After leaving Brooklyn Studios, Martin returned to Manhattan and met Brad, a screenwriter who was signed to Davis Studio, in a hotel cafe. During the filming of John Wick, Scorsese's producer Graham introduced Martin to novelist Chuck Hogan, from whom Martin bought the adaptation rights of Prince of Thieves. After the filming, Graham and Chuck Hogan went to Boston, where the novel took place. to experience life there for a long time, and adapted the novel's script based on what they saw and heard. The first draft of the script has just been completed. Brad handed the draft of the script to Martin. Chuck Hogan and I had a big creative disagreement when adapting the script. He wanted to explore the roots of Charleston, where the story took place, and explore the deep reasons behind it, as well as the complexity of human nature and other deeper topics. Martin frowned slightly. I remember that the novel itself is more entertaining. Maybe it was influenced by the writers around him, who believed that artistic achievements and story depth should be greater than entertainment. Brad shrugged. I convinced him to remove too many complicated things. Charleston is just a simple background, and the main focus is on robbing the bank to ensure that the script has enough entertainment and story. Martin nodded. You did a good job. This is a commercial film first, and then other things. Brad said. Directors who know the Boston area are more suitable for shooting this film. Maybe director Scorsese. Martin shook his head slowly. Don't think about it. This project doesn't have such a high budget. Scorsese's film, so far, has the best commercial attributes. The Departed. Most of the time, the films of this great director have to rely on the offline market to slowly recover in order to generate profits. How could Scorsese be invited without a budget of about $100 million? Martin opened the script and roughly glanced at the beginning. The opening scene was a bank robbery, which was very interesting. The 3-act structure is very compact, focusing on highlighting the role of the male protagonist. In recent years, Brad's screenwriting ability has improved significantly. Although he had almost no room to play in the last John Wick, he only needed to connect the action scenes conceived by the director, but this time the adaptation is very good. Martin is a poor student, but he has read a lot of scripts and can still tell the good from the bad. The story of the script is very much like a very interesting derivative that mixes multiple elements together. Martin roughly flipped through it, put away the draft, put it aside, and said, there is no problem with the overall story. I will talk about other aspects after I have carefully read it. This project may not be implemented until next year, and you still have time to make adjustments. Brad responded, I will return to Boston and live there until the crew is established. The atmosphere of being on the ground will give me more creativity and inspiration. He felt that there was still room for adjustment in the script. There are many elderly people in the local area who have experienced that era of crime and chaos. They are willing to talk to me. From their mouths, I can get more interesting stories, some of which may be used in the script. Martin pointed to the script. So, you have used some of them? Brad said, yes, I used some of them on the male lead. Martin said, okay, you stay in Boston. Brad said goodbye and left. Martin carefully read the script, thinking about which director is more suitable for this style of story. Finding a director with a completely opposite style to direct is asking for trouble. Just like David Fincher, asking him to shoot a film full of warm sunshine and positive energy, he might make a movie that is not what he wants. If it were in the 1990s, such a story would be very suitable for Michael Mann, but in this fast-paced era, Michael Mann's films are just like his name, too slow. After leaving the cafe, Martin called Nicholson, and the two agreed to take a flight back to Los Angeles early tomorrow morning. The operation to rescue Leonardo was a great success. Scorsese was guarding against them like a thief, and there was no need for the two to stay in New York. In Burbank, Los Angeles, Christopher Nolan came back from the outdoor block and entered the Warner Studios. As soon as he returned to the director's office, a female assistant knocked on the door and said, Director, David Goyer is here and is waiting for you in the lounge. David Goyer had worked with Nolan before and served as the signed screenwriter and producer of The Dark Knight. He is also a director with a certain reputation in Hollywood. When the man came over, Nolan stepped forward to shake hands with him. David, how come you have time to come here today? Goyer sat on the sofa. I just happened to pass by here. I heard that you came back from Morocco, so I came to see you. When he heard Morocco, Nolan's eyes subconsciously fell on Goyer's big nose. He remembered one thing. Goyer was a typical Jew. He remained calm, discussing the plot of Batman Part 3. It's too early now. Let's talk about it after I finish shooting this film. Goyer didn't beat around the bush and said directly, it's not that. Some time ago, the media reported that you and the crew were kidnapped. It's really great that nothing happened. Nolan emphasized. I was lucky. I caught them on the spot. They kidnapped an important scientist in Morocco. If something unexpected happened, the crew and I would face a very serious situation. Fortunately, nothing happened to you. Goya had worked closely with Nolan, so he was asked by some people to come here specially. Those people should be punished most severely. I heard that Morocco is handling this matter and is preparing to deport them. Contact their nationality and let them go back to their country to go to jail. Nolan pretended to be confused. It is said that they are French. Goya said, no matter which country they are from, you still need to agree to this matter. Once Nolan makes a fuss, it will be a troublesome matter with his reputation and supporters. Is that so? Nolan didn't seem to be unhappy on the surface. When he left Astrat Studios, he told the Moroccan authorities to follow the normal procedures. The relevant punishment would definitely not be severe. But these people wanted to deport him and send him back to his country. Go back to his country to go to jail? It's a trick. Gaoyi smiled and looked at Nolan. Of course, they will sincerely thank you for arresting 4 criminals and avoiding international disputes. Chapter 525, The King of Tricksters. After the morning run, Martin returned to the villa, took the towel handed to him by the housekeeper, wiped the sweat from his forehead and neck, and asked, is Liz up? The housekeeper took the towel back, making breakfast in the kitchen. Martin strode into the dining room. Elizabeth, who may have heard the noise, came out with breakfast and complained deliberately, you got up so early, and I woke up early too. I'm used to it. As he got older, Martin didn't feel his body and energy declining at all, and he was still as vigorous as the midday sun. After breakfast, go to sleep for a while. You slept too late last night. Elizabeth said generously, I was too excited last night and my waist was sore. She put the breakfast on the table and sat opposite Martin. I won't sleep anymore. I have an appointment with Mariah and Sophia Stallone to go to the art exhibition of Lily Academy together today. Martin then remembered that the Daughter of the Sea was still in Los Angeles and Elizabeth had been responsible for receiving them. Easy to get along with. Elizabeth smiled sweetly. She is a teenage girl, easy to coax. Martin nodded and said, tell Mariah that the crew will regroup soon, and she will join the crew then. Elizabeth replied, she has been waiting. After breakfast, Martin changed his clothes and went out to WMA. Elizabeth drove her Porsche to meet Mariah, Sophia and others. Arriving at Century City and entering the WMA headquarters, although Martin hadn't been here for a few months and didn't even recognize the two receptionists or the WMA employees greeted him when they met. Good morning, Martin. Martin, you're more handsome than before. I have a few female clients who are particularly compatible with you. Do you want to meet them and give them a chance? Looking around, there were good people everywhere. Martin just smiled and nodded, without saying much. He turned into the corridor leading to the elevator room for senior customers and finally quieted down. Ali entered the company's lobby at this time. The receptionist who had just joined the company's mailroom was very perceptive. She trotted over and said, President, Martin is here, and just turned to the special elevator room. Ali ran forward and ran all the way into the elevator room, catching up with Martin before he entered the elevator. Martin shook his hand and said, I heard you are getting engaged. Have you decided on the date? I can prepare a gift for you. The date is not set yet. Ali followed Martin into the elevator and deliberately joked, I will never invite you to my fiancée's bachelorette party. Martin couldn't help laughing and said, I will attend your bachelorette party. Ali, I believe in your vision and ability. Ali had heard some rumors from the modeling circle. Don't hold your hopes too high. I can't find a group of Victoria's Secret angels. Women love to show off more than men, and this kind of show off includes all aspects. As Martin's fame soared, he was also named an American hero, which naturally became the capital for those Victoria's Secret angels to show off. Words like I slept with Martin, what kind of rubbish are you playing with, often appear in the daily quarrels of supermodels. Martin said, confirm the time. Remember to call me. No problem. The elevator arrived. Ali accompanied Martin out of the elevator and said, Thomas has received many invitations to you for films, including some projects that the company is focusing on. You must take a closer look." He hesitated for a moment. "Over the years, you have always been selecting films on your own, and one successful film after another has proved your vision. The company will not interfere with your choice, but there is one thing I want to remind you of. With your conditions, it would be a pity to go the commercial or artistic route alone." Martin understood what he meant. "I will not give up the Oscar path." Ali shook hands with him. "Let's go play golf together when we have time." Martin then went to Thomas' partner's office. This guy's really a typical example of a bald head, but also a strong one. He climbed all the way from a junior agent to the position of a company partner. When Thomas saw Martin coming in, he immediately called the finance department. The deputy director of the finance department came in person with the documents, asked Martin to sign and confirm, and then called the company's finance department to notify the transfer. Counting from the release of The Dark Knight, after nearly a year of waiting, Martin's share of the post-production finally arrived. In the past year, including North American box office and DVD, plus the peripheral image rights, after deducting the agent's commission, Martin's account received $34.66 million US. Thomas asked, "You have made such a large sum of money. Do you have any spending plans? Count me in." After the money was transferred to the account, Martin signed the receipt and said, "Buy some stocks and fixed assets. The rest will probably be spent on food, drink, and entertainment." Of course, he was exaggerating. Before the tax season next year, try to invest and spend more, otherwise it will be a waste of money for the tax bureau. Thomas hoped that Martin would have better development in the future and reminded, "You still have to keep a savings fund." Martin has always done this. "I will keep 1/5 of it as an emergency reserve. There is no need to rush to invest, as the next tax season is still a long way off." In addition to Apple stocks, Martin is also keeping an eye on other investment opportunities. Of course, the money earned is to be spent and enjoyed. Long-term returns must be guaranteed, and short-term expenses cannot be ignored. Martin asked Bruce, "I remember Elizabeth likes Porsche very much." Bruce thought for a moment and said, "She has never driven the Cadillac at home, so she obviously doesn't like it." Martin asked, "When I was in New York, I remember seeing an advertisement. Porsche has launched a 4-door sedan." Thomas knew more about it and said, "Panamera, a 4-door coupe?" Martin nodded and said, "Old Bruce, order a high-end Panamera, complete the formalities today, and have them deliver it directly to your home." Bruce went out to do this. Thomas took out a thick stack of invitations, put it on the table, and said, "Recently, many people or activities are inviting you. The important ones are all on it." Martin took them and looked at them one by one. Most of them were from charities or environmental organizations, and there were also some personal invitations. For example, Hefner invited him to a pajama party again. Martin saw a special invitation letter. The cover logo was 2 equilateral triangles connected in an S. Thomas emphasized, "Tom Cruise sent an invitation letter. His leader Hubbard invites you to visit the headquarters of Scientology in your spare time." He was a little worried. Cruise helped you win the Best Actor award at Cannes, but they obviously have other intentions. Martin waved his hand. "Even if I go to see Hubbard, it will be a conversation between the leaders of 2 sects. Thomas then remembered that Martin's Coke God Church has many times more followers than Hubbard's Scientology. In this way, Martin, as a leader, has more capital than Hubbard. Thomas continued, "The copyright of The Martian has been acquired, and the original author Andy Weir wants to meet with you." "Okay." Martin thought for a while. "Ask him if he has time this afternoon." Thomas called Andy Weir and the two agreed to meet at WMA in the afternoon. After receiving the basic adaptation fee, Andy Weir has resigned from Blizzard Entertainment and concentrated on the creation of The Martian. Martin's studio and Random House have a written agreement with him that the novel must be completed before the end of this year. After Thomas finished the call, he talked about the director again. "Ridley Scott is a client of the company, and his agent is Ali. I have talked to them about this matter. Ridley has not expressed his opinion yet, but he has extended an invitation to you." Martin had a bad feeling. "Invitation for a role?" Thomas nodded slightly. "Yes, Ridley invited you to play the leading actor in his new film, but the new film is an epic masterpiece, a film adapted from the adventurer Robin Hood. You said that you would reject all epic films." I temporarily blocked you on the grounds that your schedule is not suitable. He was also a little helpless. Ridley is very optimistic about you and thinks you are particularly suitable for the role of Robin Hood. He also said that, if you play the leading actor, the crew will directly dismiss the confirmed female lead Cate Blanchett. Martin knew that epic films of this era are all pitfalls, and Ridley Scott's epic films are typical of them. He said, give a clear reply and find a reason to politely refuse. Okay, I'll find a way. Thomas still added, we invite Ridley Scott to be the director again. There may be twists and turns. Martin couldn't afford to ruin his reputation, so he said, let's wait until the novel is finished. Then, Thomas pulled out a few more audition invitations. Martin looked through them carefully, and the only one he remembered was the Wachowski siblings' new film Cloud Atlas. The siblings have been working with Warner for a long time, and the invitation they sent was very sincere, and they even sent him the complete script. Martin roughly flipped through the script and felt that it was more complicated than the script of Inception, and he couldn't understand it. Thomas said, I met with Lana, and she said she was willing to wait for your schedule. Martin closed the script and said, turn it off. I have very different ideas from them, and we can't cooperate. Okay. Thomas took the script back and added, I read the script and felt that the design was very grand. The description of time, space and human nature was spectacular. Robin Hood and Cloud Atlas were the projects that WMA focused on promoting. He added, this was strongly recommended to Lana by Larry's top female client Natalie Portman during the filming of V for Vendetta. Martin didn't say much and just shook his head. Ridley Scott's epic film was a huge hit, and Wachowski's project after The Matrix was the king of hits. Thomas saw that Martin had made up his mind and said no more. In his eyes, the company was far less important than Martin. Martin had no impression of the roles, titles, and content of other film invitations, and he had no shortage of projects, so he asked Thomas to turn them all down. In the afternoon, he met with Andy Weir, the author of The Martian, and had a detailed chat about the novel, confirming that it could be completed this year. He also called Louise to advance the project. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.